The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines, and Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Happy Sunday, MPL Arena! Woo! And hello to everyone from around the world who's tuned in to witness the greatest MLBB players in action. I'm Mara Aquino, and welcome to MPL Philippines Season 12. Unti-unti nang nabubuo ang imahe ng ating standings at nakapagpakilala na ang mga koponang mas pinaslakas. Hindi man malabong may humabol pa, lalo na't taglay nila ang lakas ng Pinas. But for the final day of the regular season's first leg, we have 3 exciting series lined up for you. We'll kick it off with a showdown between 2 Franco masters before heading into vengeance-induced head-to-heads. But before we hop into the Lana Dawn, let's catch up muna with some of the latest in MLBB community discussions sa Smart All Access, kasama sina Hans, Womi, and Leo. Gentlemen, pasok!
Alright, gentlemen, welcome to MPL Philippines Smart All Access. We're right here today. My name is Hans. Together with me is Womi and Mr. 305. What's up, Leo?
Agent 47 kasi.
Oh, sorry.
Hindi naman Mr. 305.
Akala ko si Pitbull eh.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
may
pero
bawit
guys,
kasi.
andito namin ngayon and welcome once again sa Smart All Access kung saan pag-uusapan natin ang lahat ng mga bagay na patungkol sa MPL. Mapa dito man sa Pilipinas yan or kahit saang parte ng mundo, we got you. How are you, fine gentlemen, today in this lovely Sunday evening? Or
Currently
morning?
recovering.
Oh my God,
Morning ba?
lutang din ako.
Currently recovering. Kasi kahapon, for the first time in Season 12 history, naka-apat tayong serye. And until now, hindi ako mapaniwala sa nangyari. Ikaw, kumusta?
Grabe din yung mga nangyari kahapon. Rinig din sa boses ko na medyo ang daming kaganapan talaga. Who would have thought na makakita tayo ng Winions kagabi? Ang daming nangyari.
Oh my goodness. That was the memory na talaga maaalala natin. But we're gonna be, talking about the other things na nangyari din kagabi. But for now, kung pag-uusapan natin lahat ng mga ganap natin for this broadcast, don't forget to use our official hashtag. That is official hashtag MPL-S12 hit or miss. So yun lang. Yun lang, okay? Will this be a hit? Will this be a miss? Kita nyo na yan ngayon. Okay, do it. You better
Yun
do
yung
it.
miss. Ako yung miss.
Okay, ikaw yung miss.
Ako yung hit?
Ikaw yung hit.
Oh,
Ayoko
sige.
masama yun. Huwag
Sige.
kayong mananap ka. Huwag kayong
Hindi,
mananap.
pero you're part of, you're the hit right now.
Paano yun?
You
lang
do
hit
this.
mo.
Oh, hit
Oh.
then. Oh, hit.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay na.
Yun lang yung pwede.
Pasok na yun. Okay, para sa lahat ng mga teambahay natin dyan, don't forget to use the hashtag para magkaroon kayo ng chance na manalo ng MLBB Diamonds and also MPL merch courtesy of us here from MPL Philippines. So, with that being said, nabanggit nyo na kanina na ang daming nangyari kahapon. Can you show like the best flex that you have? Kasi parang mainit yung ganap yesterday.
Mas malaki yung kay Leo.
Okay.
Patingin.
Sige. Okay.
Ay.
Ganito ba? Ganito ba?
Hindi, ganun lang eh.
Nets, ako si Nets.
Ganun lang
Ako si
eh.
Nets.
Okay, yan. Pwede ka pumunta doon. Gawin mo ulit.
Sige.
Sige, punta. Ganito
Wait lang,
guys, exactly yung
ganito.
ginawa ni Leo.
Wait lang,
Okay?
ako si Boyet,
Sige,
ako si
kailangan
Boyet.
merong ano
Ako
eh.
si Boyet.
Sige, ikaw si Boyet.
Wait lang.
Kailangan ba niya ng kakampi? Wag na. Sige, kayo na yan. Okay guys, scene 1, lights, camera, action.
Okay na.
Okay na guys.
Nice one.
Okay na.
Ganon.
Balik na tayo.
Ganon.
Balik na tayo, okay? Balik na tayo.
2-0.
So,
2-0.
2-0 po yung nangyari kagahapon. Kung kaya naman sobrang nagulat ang mundo nung nagpunta si Net sa harap ni Boyet AR at sinabi niya na, ay, wala pala siyang sinabi. Talagang tinaas niya lang yung arms
Narinig
niya.
mo ba anong
and
sinabi
go.
niya doon?
Oo, wala siyang sinabi. Ba't ka may sinabi?
Wala ako sinabi.
Wala ka sinabi. Ayun o. Oh. Tapos
Ayan,
nag-moonwalk palabas.
Ayan. Yun ang hindi ko nakuha yung swag.
Ayun,
Pero nakuha ko. Yan.
Tingnan mo to.
Yan,
Nakikita mo ba yung muscle ko?
Grabe.
Panis, may
Oo.
edit pa yun yung...
Okay na yun. Kapag hindi nyo pa napapanood sa MPL-PH TikTok, panoorin nyo kasi yun yung edit. Okay, yun yung edit. Just to give a little bit more context. Pero gusto ko yung mga ganun ha, parang pwede naman pala eh. Pag-arahin na natin. Ikaw, gagawin mo ba yun pag nanalo kayo 2-0?
Hindi lang yun.
Ay.
Joke lang.
May words. Yung kanya may words.
Okay, guys, chillax tayo. Okay, chillax tayo. Hayaan na natin sila na gumawa nun. Players for players and players for another player. Kasi ang daming naghahanap ngayon sa reyna ng MLBB, which is the Queen, Oh My Venus, dahil sa talamak na paggamit ng karamihan sa mga support heroes that we have right now. Let's take a look at some of the quotes na talagang ibinida sa atin ng ilang mga pro players mula sa iba't ibang mga parts ng ating team. So, there you have it, right? May sinabi si Baloy, Etomax, Coach Panda, and si Wise.
Overseas pa, no? Si Baloy, sabi niya, yeah, healer meta. I asked Oh My Venus for tips and now they are in the running. Pwede ba mag-upper bracket? Ayan.
Oo, may chance
Di ba
pa.
magagamit niya?
Masaya pa nga si Coach Panda na wala ang si Oh My Venus ngayon. No? Kasi imagine yun na lang na nandito si Oh My Venus tas ganito yung meta. Pero may nakita ko isa pa sa Facebook.
Ano ba?
Sabi naman ni Wais.
Ano sabi?
Sabi ni Wais, kahit naman nandyan daw, ibaban pa rin.
Ay, makes sense. Di ba, makes sense?
May
Kasi
buff-
totoo naman.
may buff o wala, ganun din rin.
Ganun din
Oo,
naman
din
eh.
naman.
It is what it
Tatanggalin
is
din naman.
eh. Di ba?
Pero si Cap,
Ano sabi ni
ito
Cap?
active player in the MPL,
Oo
season
nga.
12.
Oo.
Chinat niya pa daw si Oh My V. Sabi niya, pinapabalik ka na yata ni Munton, lahat ng hero mo, binuff. Natuwa lang daw siya, tapos na good luck. So, alam mo yun, importante pa rin talaga kasi yung pahinga.
Oo.
So ngayon, ina-enjoy niya na lang.
Oh, and last but not the least, si Coach Panda, sabi niya, the meta is changing every single time. Now, it's the support meta. Buti nga wala si Oh My Venus. Nagpasalamat pa siya.
Siyempre, at this point, alam naman natin na specialty yun ni Ma'am Shoes. No? Kung ibabalik natin yung ganitong klaseng heroes ay mahirap makipag-deal kay Ma'am Shoes kapag ganun. Maliban na nga lang ko Iban, katulad ng sinabi ni Wais.
Oh, I mean, Rafaela, Matilda, Angela. I mean, if Oh My Venus is here, might as well pick up the S12 as well. So hindi na nakakagulat na talagang pinapabalik at nagpapasalamat pa rin ng karamihan sa mga players. Pero I'm sure that we also have a bunch of things to thank for dahil magbibigay na tayo ngayon sa tulong ng ating daily routine, which is called the Emblem of the Day. So this is now...
Two words.
Ito na.
Two words. Quantum charge.
Quantum charge.
Yan.
2 words, quantum charge.
Suki ako dito eh.
Suki ka dyan. Ikaw yan eh. Okay. So,
Hawakan mo ni mic mo.
wait lang. Maiba tayo kung sino yung mag-a-act.
Kaming dalawa ba maglalaro?
Oh, sige.
Hindi, kailangan ng audience.
Kailangan nga... Oo nga.
Kuha tayo audience.
Kuha tayo.
Kami na muna mag-act.
Nasaan?
Ano?
Kami na muna mag-act.
Sige.
Ikaw na mag-decide.
Sige, ako na mag-decide.
Hanap ka.
May nakita ako nung nakaraan.
Saan?
Sino?
Sino?
Okay,
Sino,
kasi
sino?
isa siya sa mga pinakamalakas na roamers ngayon sa RSG Philippines. Okay, ang lakas niya talaga. Sobrang tindi. Boss, sorry na ma-istorbo muna kita kasi alam ko naghahanda ka na ngayon sa laban.
Funny!
Naghahanda na siya ngayon sa laban, guys. So parang medyo, okay. Ini-introduce ko po sa inyo, ladies and gentlemen, si Lighter. Okay?
Si Lighter.
Ikaw na to, men.
Dito po kayo, boss. Dito
Ikaw
po
na
kayo,
to.
boss. Gitnang-gitna po.
Okay, so bubunot na tayo ngayon. At ibibigay natin, kanina natin. Sige, pikit ka muna, Light. Pikit ka muna,
Oh yeah, pumikit ka. Alam kong hindi normal yan. Alam kong hindi ka pumipikit
Alam
madalas
kong
eh.
hindi.
Ayaw daw.
Wait lang, lalapat natin ng konti.
Ano yan? Bawal tumingin.
Okay.
Okay na.
Okay.
Oh.
Nakita nyo na ba?
Sige.
Ako hindi ko nakita.
Ako nakita
Sige,
ko eh.
Bulong mo nga
Nakita ko.
saan, bulong mo saan. Okay.
Yan, sige. Ikaw aarte Ikaw aarte muna.
Oh, ikaw
Ako
arte.
yung arte.
Uwami first.
Okay,
Uwami
sige.
first. O sige.
Okay.
Meron kang hanggang kailan mo gusto?
Okay lang ba patingin ulit?
Sige, tingnan mo.
Okay.
Hanggang kailan mo gusto?
Kahit 20 seconds lang.
Sige, 20 seconds
Kahit
lang.
15. Gusto mo 10 seconds.
Sige, 10.
Sige. Hawakan mo na.
Hawakan ko na. Ayan, sige. Lighter. Go. Timer starts now.
Tier 1 emblem. One word.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Swift.
Yeah!
Yun.
Siyempre, alam ni Lighter yan.
Si Lighter yan eh.
Si Lighter yan eh. Okay, Lighter, maraming salamat. Makukuha mo na ngayon ng MLBB merch. Pero, siyempre, this is your opportunity. Mag-shoutout ka na sa lahat ng mga gusto mong i-shoutout since andito ka na rin.
Shoutout po sa Ira Chowbers po, explainer. And shoutout din po sa kay Paolo Laksamana and kay AC De La Cruz and yan lang po. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Nice
Yan.
one.
Ay, wait lang. Ano munang masasabi mo sa kambal mo? Kasi maglalaro siya ngayon, kalaban niya, TNC. Ay, kahit na alam kong ikaw pala yon. Ano na lang masasabi mo sa sarili mo? Ano masasabi mo sa sarili mo?
Good luck po sa team namin. Automatic 2-0 plus.
Okay. Okay.
2-0 plus kaldan.
We got what we need. Maraming salamat. Maaari ka na makabalik. Okay. Yan na. Maglalaro na si Lighter. Okay. Ready na. Ready na ang laban. Okay? So I feel like it's now time. Ang dami nating mga ganap, ang daming nangyari, pero in behalf of Leo, Umi, my name is Hans, at debatunan natin to sa ating mga casters.
Consistency is key. On one side, you have a team consistently doing their best to make it out of the grave. On the other, a team trying to make it back to the top. It's TNC versus RSG. Greetings from the home of the greatest MLBB players here in the world. I'm Reptar, joined here by OSX and Midnight to bring you the best of 3 match between TNC and RSG-PH. How you guys feeling?
I'm feeling good, I'm feeling hype, I'm being fiery for TNC to finally bounce back, even rise from the dead. Man, the points don't lie.
Yeah,
They need to go up.
for me, I'm just happy to be reunited with the Weebear Bros.
Yeah. Oh, right. I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding me. And it's us, the We Bear Bros.
At your
Before we
service.
head into our discussion, let's first give a shout out to our official telco partner, Smart.
Smart is the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network nationwide as coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla Speed's Intelligence of Data for Speed and Coverage Q1 and Q2 2023.
You can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more.
Yeah, and I just want to mention, you're looking sharp today, Midnight. I
Thank
like
you.
it. That sweater with the jacket. Oh, yeah, he's a little bit spicy right now. You got to keep the distance a little bit. Look at Oh My Oppa right there.
Okay.
With Smart's Power All 99, you have the power to do what you want with 8 gigabytes for all sites and apps. You can power your play or watch, share, stream, everything.
You can also get a free Giga Arena ticket so you can unleash the inner gamer in you. This also comes with only TikTok, only text to all networks. All that power for 7 days for just 99 pesos. Load now.
Yeah, you got a good whiff of power right there, just right by your side. And it's a powerful matchup that we have here. Again, two teams looking for that consistency, but for different effects. And we have to talk about, of course, the headline. The two roamers that are going to be up front. You saw Light there earlier win the emblem of the day. Can he win the matchup against Ben Things? It's Ben Things versus Light. Welcome back to Hook City. Two iconic Franco players that really made the name for themselves in MPL Philippines Season 9. And of course, Ben Things' claim to fame is his mastery over the Franco. His Ben tips helped a lot of RG players rank up using the hero. OSX, have you learned a lot from Ben Things?
Especially the hooks. When he told me, or well, he told everybody where you land the perfect hook. It's not even at the center. Sometimes it's just a pixel on the side of the hero.
Yeah.
I'm a supporter of Ben Things. He's one of the great Francos out there, especially for TNC.
Yeah, again, a lot of tips are going on Ben Things TikTok, so do go over there, watch a lot of videos, and you'll be able to learn a lot of things. Maybe help you rank up.
Yeah, and it was the hero he used during their Season 9 run when they finished on to third. Last season, he introduced the focusing Mark Franco, actually, which led to their upset win versus AP, Brent, and Echo. But Midnight, I mean, let's look back in history. Light himself, pretty mean Franco as well.
Yeah, higher win rate on the side of RSG, and even considering that more games have been played on Light, and I feel like the consistency is there. Again, Ben Things, he was the one who was kind of like pioneered the Franco uprising in Season 9, but Light all throughout this time has been showing up with the consistency of the hooks, and not just about hooks, about the pick-off capability of the Task Force RSG.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say I love this graphic, by the way, OSX.
Especially when October's coming up.
Yeah.
I think this is a good graphic to even look at.
Yeah, do you want to see them show up with like a Franco Halloween costume?
I know, right? It's just completely the perfect. I hope we get it in MPL. But
Randomly hooks everybody.
Yeah, and then we got that cosplay thing, but it doesn't end up in November, so I hope MPL changes at some point.
Yeah, man, you know what? If ever Ben Things and Light wanted to hook me, I wouldn't mind. Now, which hero would they contest next after the adjustments on utility roamers in this patch? Because, hey, yesterday and the past few days, we've been seeing more Matildas and Angelas in the Romo SX.
Oh yeah, and mind you, from RSG Philippines and to see the roam from Perxiva from yesterday's match from Omega, I call him like the Kufra forever. He can scream all over Wakanda by just using this hero alone. And when all of those roam players especially switched to Matilda, things went in favor for their patch.
Yeah, one thing that I am kind of excited about with this Rome matchup is that I want to see some Diggy, some Angela, you know, the classics. Because it used to counter like these two players themselves, and I feel like both of them understand that. Because yeah, let's say tank matchups, it's hype, like Kufra versus Franco versus Atlas versus Kaja, stuff like that. But I want to see some Florin, I want to see some Diggy, I want to see some Angela.
Yeah.
On the
Those
Rome.
two haven't even showed up yet.
Yeah, it's so surprising that you'd think you'd be seeing more of them. We'd be seeing Diggy get banned out. Lauren just seems like she's been forgotten.
Completely. Not even banned, even considered, even by APBR at some point.
Yeah, there was a point where they, in the playoffs, of course,
Yeah.
I mean, everyone knows what happened to APBR in the last playoffs when it came to the Florin pickup, but she just disappeared. And right now on your screens, though, here comes TNC Pro Team coming in from a valiant effort yesterday against Blacklist International. Midnight, we got to cast that together.
Oh, yeah.
What are some bright spots of TNC from that?
I would say, again, early game is definitely a thing for TNC. They have this amazing rotation, and they understand early game pressure, like forcing reactions, controlling the jungle or the JC, the jungle control. But again, I have to point this out, TNC has problems when it comes to converting those lead into late game pressure and late game objectives.
That's a good point because yesterday we saw how TNC Pro Team managed to gain the lead from almost 5 to 7K, and closing the game was one of the problems that they needed to adjust because those windows of mistakes shouldn't happen. At some points, they need to have initiations to end the game.
Yeah, for RSG Philippines, I'd want to offer a counter perspective though. They're the type of team that ever since MPL Philippines Season 10, they can have a massive lead. Maybe even close to 10K, but there will be one attempt to end the game gone wrong for them, and then it'll get completely turned around. Like, go back, rethink all the times we've seen RSG-PH have a massive lead, and then just somehow it completely loses their grasp because they're too eager to end the game.
That happened when they were up against, well, not just this one team, but they were up against Next Play EVOS back then. It's all about how they close the game. And surprising that you brought that up, because this is a similar kryptonite from these two teams to even happen, even for this match to even close.
Yeah, it's a little slow, honestly. Like compared to other teams like Blacklist, APBR, and Echo who convert immensely fast, RSG feels like they're a little bit more slower compared to these teams.
Yeah. Conversion, again, is a key word. It was a key theme for TNC. Now it's also a key theme for RSG-PH. Again, across the board, you have two very talented roamers who started peaking and really getting their name known across the world because of their performances, but they've met different trajectories. While RSG-PH still trying to find the mountaintop, TNC Pro Team trying to rise from the dead. So let's welcome our two teams for the first matchup of the day. Strong effort against Blacklist yesterday saw them take a point from the Codebreakers. Can they bring an even larger Big Phoenix energy to get the series win against the Raiders? Always rise! It's TNC Pro Team! They successfully raided the barangay with a sweep win yesterday. Can a former King of Sea douse the flames of hope of the Phoenix Army? Rise, slay, and dance away, Navs. It's RSG Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Scholar and Coach Panda. Phoenix Army! Raiders, make some noise for our two teams! Man, that's the first time I've seen a player hit the gritty while doing their entrance. What an entrance by Nast with a hood over his head. But first, let's talk about TSC Pro Team. Innocent, King Kong, Goyo, Hesu, and Ben Things.
Yeah, we're seeing the same Phoenix lineup that might rise today because we've seen how they completely had a point up against Blacklist International. With the mix that they're trying to brew here, I think they can slowly have answers on how to gain a point against RSG Philippines.
Again, a keyword here for TNC is that they are able to get those leads in the early game, but they have to convert that in late game. And I feel like it has to come down to the cores here. King Kong, Hesu, and Innocent, they have to make sure that they are able to play the late game.
And RSG Philippines, we saw their performance against Barangay Omega yesterday. By the way, if you missed that game number 1, Eman got an MVP performance because why? Well, he split push, bringing us back to the M4 World Championship. When Echo did that in the world stage, Eman and RSG made that look easy.
Yep, RSG again, it feels like the reassembling of the task force RSG. Very heavy on objective takes. But one thing is for certain, you'd have to look at Light. The power of initiation comes from the roamer on the side of RSG, and the Raiders can only do so much in early to mid. But again, these plays have always been amazing from Light.
Yeah, we saw back-to-back Yu Zhong games by Nats yesterday on the other hand. So alongside Light's entries, Nats has been very understanding of his role here when he's up against teams. Just dive. Just hook them. That's what you're good at.
That's changed with RSG. You know, like Light, week 1, week 2, he was the kind of the main raider for RSG. Game 1, Yuzong, it feels like Nats. He was getting some getting some memories from his old days using the hero. Game number 2, however, was a different story. It was all Nats against the opponents, and I feel like that is gonna come into factor here. That is gonna come into play against TNC because again, RSG likes those objectives, and Yuzong is king of turtles and lords.
Yeah, I'm so good to be back here in the table, and we saw Yuzong today. But just by looking at the stats of TNC and RSG, something similar is the front and the startup of their own composition boils down to the first blood ratio and kill participation. It's similar in a way that they could actually have a way of having a good success hero for either for the EXP lane or their jungler, which is Irad, that we are trying to figure out how will they set up this player for success.
All right, so OSX, someone who used to love playing the roam a lot before, would you stand toe-to-toe against RSG if you're TNC? Would you match your aggression, or will you try to be a little bit more cautious? How would you approach this?
With this kind of situation that TNC has right now, I could say I need to go back and forth that be more aggressive in a way that you have a way to even force and block the momentum of how RSG works. Because if we're talking about RSG Philippines, they can actually start their own lineup with having a great success in their own first minute to 3. So if you have a way to slow things down a bit for if you are TNC, I think that's a good way to even just counter what they're heading at in terms of heading to mid game.
Yeah, I agree to that. Block the momentum and stop the task force RSG if you're a TNC. But what are our other keys to victory? Midnight. You know the thing. Say something smart.
That's a Yuzong. No, I'm joking. Now, TNC and RSG, they are in a very tight spot here because they are kind of in contrast with each other. Now, to be able to win against each other, they need to follow these keys to victory brought to us by Infinix Node Series ultra-fast gameplay. Now, for TNC, they have to capitalize on RSG's slow-paced gameplay. We've seen how RSG is able to play. They always try to choke out on the objectives, but they follow a path line. What I mean by that is RSG, they rarely fight outside of objectives, and that just means the less aggression and less pressure against TNC, and it is something Benthics and the gang can actually capitalize versus RSG. Now, on the opposition, it's quite the opposite. It's the contrary to the TNC's burning early game. Slowly burn TNC. Yes, you might get early game pressure, you might be able to get the momentum, you might be able to establish a lead, but again, playing the objectives along the lines of the game, you'd be able to choke TNC out and come out as the victors in the late game. As the Raiders, again, the task force RSG is just too much to handle in terms of objectives. Now, for both sides, the roamers are the star players here. Benthics and Light, they have to play their signature style of play. It might be coming down from a Franco pick, a Kufra, we don't know, maybe even the Angelas or the Rafaelas, but for sure, we'd see Mathilda in this series. Again, those were the keys to victories here for TNC and RSG, brought to us by Infinix Node Series.
You know what? I am so used to seeing Light just do a stare down with the camera that I was freaked out seeing Light with his eyes closed.
Whoa.
I'm not used to it.
We are not used to it.
Yeah.
And to think that he has the longest record on who has the stare down holder in time here in MPL Philippines. I hope at some point we have a stats for that because I'm really hoping for that.
He's resting his eyes.
He's resting his eyes.
How is this possible?
How can he keep his eyes closed for so
By the way,
long?
that's Benthics. That's not Kari.
Oh, thank you that you had to
Benthics.
point that. Yeah, I saw that. I thought it was another thing where it's it says Benthics, but that's obviously Kyrie.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Thank you for
that's
clarifying.
Benthics.
A very smart way to see.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for
our
the
analyst.
clarification. So I think all throughout, the theme is set. It's very clear. It's the two roamers. It's going to start with them. It's going to start with their rotations. But other than the two roamers here, who's one player from each team? Let's start first with RSG and we mentioned Nats earlier, so let's take out Nats also. Another player from RSG who is going to be the X factor for their team.
I think one thing also that stood out for me from RSG's games is Nats, and he was using the Paquito, he's back using the Edith, even the Arlet, no matter how it changed throughout the patch. So I think with Nats' instincts and how mechanically gifted as he is, I think it's still a game changer for the XP lane to even watch out for.
It's really nasty, man. It's really nasty.
Yeah, it's really Nats, you know. You can't take out Nats. But for me, I'd say Irad.
Yeah.
Because you have King Kong, TNC, who uses assassins.
Yeah.
If ever TNC pulls out an assassin, I mean, that could mean, you know, TNC giving a challenge to RSG. And we all know Irad, he loves pulling out those Fannies and the Lancelots.
Yeah, okay, so you mentioned King Kong. Is he your X Factor for TNC?
He is my X Factor for TNC. For RSG, it's Irad.
Okay, so it's the junglers for you. Here we are in the draft, and Midnight, you're right. We're going to be seeing Mathilda here,
Yep,
but
it's
again,
awesome.
she's always getting banned.
Yep, that's what I mean, you know, that's how you know. That's how you know. TNC, they removed the Edith, so this is gonna open up like a lot of heroes on the first and the 2 picks for RSG. For example, the Fredrin most likely will be taken out. The Baksha is open, the Valentina is open, and also the Paquito will also be taken for during the first 3 picks, I believe.
Yeah.
The Paquito has been a great option for Nats in most of their games, and also from recovery on how they went through their days in the midterms in MPL Philippines. I think that way of seeing that TNC sometimes capitalizes on their comfort picks on the marksman.
Yep.
The Paquito's presence alone
Yeah.
with Nats is just a nightmare to see even for team fights.
And I don't think we've actually seen a lot of... We haven't seen Hesu bring out a Paquito. Maybe just once. Usually it's the Terizlas, or when he
Yes,
gets
the
his hands on
Terizlas,
it.
the
that he-
Exports,
Yeah.
the Ediths.
And I'm actually surprised that the TNC were the ones to take out the Edith. But I think they're also respecting the fact that RSG could first 2 pick it on the red side.
What if TNC pulls out a Yuzong on their side?
Ooh.
On first pick,
I mean, if you could argue that it could be picked on the the first base 2 picks
Okay.
on the blue side, but again, RSG they have the chance, they have an opportunity of just getting it over the Paquito. But I think if you're Coach Panda, you might not even be considering about the Paquito and the Yuzong being in the first 2 picks. You can consider it in the 3rd pick,
Yeah.
so that you could see whether you are required to pick that. Because most of the times we see Paquito against Bruno. Most of the time we see Yuzong, it's against a Nirato.
Yep.
So Fredrin.
And most of the time, you see this guy getting first pick.
It's not most of the time. Like it's 98% of the time.
Almost always he's there.
maybe they're sticking to their guns this time. Last night they were even forced to pick the Fanny from TNC. It wasn't even good for their own play style. So maybe they're just sticking in a way that they can actually sustain team fights, because RSG's ratio
Yeah.
on how they do things, it's kind of a bit deadly. So with this kind of start, I think they're just slowing things down.
There's one pick I want to throw out there that we have to watch out for that ONIC has played to great success. The Lilia might actually be a factor here. We've seen Aqua pick that before, like way back, like S10 era, that way back, even S9. And then maybe even Goyo can pick it up, but of course RSG will pick up the Valentina Bruno.
I like this. The Valentina Bruno. Again, the Valentina covers a lot of bases in your draft. Like, even if TNT snatches up the Yuzong, you could still argue that RSG has their own version of the Yuzong.
Yep.
Because she can just steal it, and now you pick up the Bruno. You're forced to either go Irithel or Brody against this one. Because I don't think you're comfortable playing any marksman into this lane.
No, you don't, especially with the Bruno nowadays. Oh, it's a strong.
He hurts, man.
He hurts.
He hurts.
I don't like those.
The 30 damage
soccer
nerf,
balls.
you don't even feel it.
No.
Yeah.
In the pro scene, I think it's not a factor for them.
Yeah.
It just keeps on working in their own favor.
You know what, TNC, if they pick their marksman now, I would be quite surprised. They can actually play for the second phase. TNC play and pick up a Cho and the Faramis.
I don't like this.
Oh, Midnight. I can
I
feel
don't
it
like
here.
this. I see the Minotaur coming up from light. I see the Minotaur or the Atlas.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, we
while.
haven't seen my boy for a while.
Hey, we haven't seen Franco yet.
The thing is, you could even pick it second. Because now I'm seeing either Paquito or Yuzong again getting picked up, and then Coach Panda baiting out the Irithel or the they go for the Trizla instead. Okay, good answer versus the Paramis, and that covers Jesus Hero as well. So what's left is the export.
Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised if RSG says, nope, we're going to take that out.
Bats it out, right?
Yeah, straight up just banning. Quick look at the index right now, comparing the draft so far of the two teams.
Oh, interesting.
TNC.
Wave clear is much higher on the side of RSG. So that just means that, early game, again, is going to be a problem for TNC because these conversions are just going to be a little more harder compared to what it used to be.
Yeah, for TNC Pro Team, they're relying on their own strength as well with objectives. So in terms of their data back then, so it's just their start for success in the early stages. So if they, actually from their matches yesterday, if they lose that window, sometimes it's a bit of a struggle to keep moving forward, and they need to answer a lot of problems along the lanes.
Okay, so RSG are going to take out the Irithel.
They are forcing out the Brody.
Yeah.
Because that's why they pick up the Trisla. Brody is just a walking marksman. He has no dash apart from the stun with the second skill. You can reposition.
Technically, Midnight, when he does use his basic attack, he floats.
Dashes. Okay.
He floats.
Okay. Point taken. Point taken.
Levitated.
My point is, if you're a Brody and you get penalty zone, you cannot walk outside of the penalty zone. You have to flicker out.
Yeah.
You're penalized. It's hard.
Yeah, you're penalized.
That's hard.
Yeah. Yes, that's a lot.
Yep.
TNC Pro Team will take out the Joy, by the way.
Interesting.
Respecting the possibility that RSG might go, Irad with the Joy.
So it's a good respect as well. Funny thing though, Eve is not Eve. I think Eve is totally forgotten.
Yeah, Eve's dead. No, I'm just kidding. No. You have matches that are quite okay for Eve, but as of the moment, saving cores are like the utmost priority of the supports.
So I'm gonna add her to the forgotten list for MPL Season 12.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Along the Claude list.
Yeah, count him in. Because yesterday we saw Innocent even pull out the Claude, and that's one of the Oheb.
Yeah.
Also, mostly they have this favorite heroes, signature heroes that gave them wins, but this time it's a challenge on how to pull things
There
off.
you go.
And also the Xborg respect there for
Xborg
the
ban.
XP. So shortening out heroes as well for Hesu.
Yeah, what's left, man? Like
Lapu.
If you look at the pool of TNC, Lapu, but I would consider again Yuzong.
Oh, yeah, you're right, you know.
Yuzong for TNC. I mean, we haven't seen much from Hesu, but I want to see heroes like Yuzong, Glue, heroes that actually can deal with the Bruno. I like this Diggy ban, however. It does tell us that they might be considering of picking up these teamfight XP laners.
Hey, super crazy theory here. What if TNC's thinking of picking up a, what's that guy name again? All right, Mincetar in the XP lane.
Oh, Mincetar.
Okay. They're known for the surprise picks.
Yeah.
At some point, it's only TNC could actually pull that off.
Oh my goodness,
So,
that hoodie is sexy.
Something is up with our EXP laners today. All of them with the hoodies on.
Yes, not just that, it's also Hesu.
Hesu,
Right.
I want to be an XP laner right now.
Terizla has a hoodie skin, right?
Does he? Yeah, one of his skins, he has a hood.
He has a hood, yeah.
Let me check.
Minotaur, let's go!
Perfectly
There you
called
go.
there, Midnight. For those of you watching from home, Midnight just stood up, raised two of his arms up in the air, and then sat back down.
It was a perfect pick. It was the perfect pick.
Yeah.
Like, for TNT, what do? Like, this Cho can't play into the Minotaur. He can't play against the Terizla. The only option that he has is a flicker kick against the Bruno. But what if Bruno gets purified?
Yeah.
This is so much. I'm going to use the ultimate of Terizla. This is just so much CC, and everything here from Minotaur and Terizla is a combined ultimate penalty zone. If you step in a quadrant or even in a circumferential
they have 6
state,
penalty zones, by the way.
Yeah, everyone's just going to be jumping up and down. That's what you're going to be seeing here.
5 seconds of you just jumping up and down.
Yeah, that's why that TNT...
There you go, the glue.
They pick up the glue. I guess
I'm on fire today.
Carry.
Oh yeah, man.
Nice.
I'm on fire today. Lancelot, let's go.
Lancelot, yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. You're up against a Paramis.
Yeah, that's gonna struggle, bro. The Martis is still open.
Yeah, Martis. I'd say Guinevere is fine.
Oh, the Gwyn jungle, right? Yeah, it's an option for RSG.
The Guinevere is fine because your main priority here is to be a annoyance or a little, what's that called? Thorn in the neck.
Yeah.
For the carry. You just jump in and out.
Yeah, not just a thorn on the side, a thorn in the neck.
Yeah.
That's how annoying you want to be.
The carry can't play.
Yeah, and that way, that increases the idea behind the RSG lineup of let's make them jump.
Unless they want to go Akai here.
Everyone's just going to be jumping. Oh, Akai. I would be okay with the Akai. Midnight!
Oh!
Midnight!
I just said it.
My dude, you are on fire.
Somebody give this guy 3 more coffees.
all right. Draft index, lads. Draft index.
All right, here DPS. Interestingly enough, there's a lot of damage on the side of TNC on carry, but that's just carry. For RSG, there is the Bruno, there is the Lancelot, and there is the Terizla. There are a lot of heavy hitters on the side of RSG, which means that team fight-wise, yes, you favor RSG, but do keep in mind that TNC, again, once they've managed to get the early game control, they are the ones who are holding the late game scaling.
Yeah, I just want to mention, by the way, in the predictions there, you have to watch out for the Smart Power prediction. At some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL-S12.
One lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll. And looking at our Smart Power predictions there, even from the audience, is leaning towards TNC. They want to see the Phoenix rise today.
74% to 26%. Phoenix Army has been pretty loud for their support of TNC Pro Team, and we are now heading into the game. Will the Phoenix Army find that sought-after series win, or will the Raiders continue to break hearts?
We're having a start on our junglers right on our screens, King Kong and as well as Irad, while Benthing is looking for vision for RSG. Early pokes, that's a flicker out from Nats, and this is Aqua doing the tag team. Hesho falls down to first blood, Nats secures the point, and RSG gets the kill. And also Goyo for the response. Will he be the one to fall down with the follow-up? Look at the spam in the poke, the response. RSG's on a great start today, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what we meant when there's a lot of heavy hitters on the side of RSG. Like, they deal insane amounts of damage in the early game.
Yeah, I think OSX and I felt the same thing here when we saw that duo breaking out. We were probably both thinking, yeah, that Terizla's going to win it. As people who love picking up the Terizla for the longest time. And that just looked so good for RSG. A little bit of a questionable decision there by TNC. Anything interesting about our emblems?
Tenacity and firmness on carry against Bruno. Just to make sure that you survive early game. This has been theory crafted for quite some time now. Like, people are trying to make carry a tank in the early game, but Aqua, the mid lane.
Receives the appraisers. Rat King Kong secures the kill. TNC on a 3-man rotation in mid. Talk about pressure here for the Phoenix Army right on the game.
And that's what we were talking about since yesterday midnight. We like it when we see TNC playing fast, playing aggressive. Just be a little bit more calculated, but that was the right call.
Yep. TNC is, I feel like at this point, they're quite happy with the way that the game is pacing right now. It's a little quiet on the side of RSG as well. Innocent already is dealing with the Bruno well enough. Like, he has leg plates, so they don't care. They don't need to care about a golden at all for TNC.
Well, speaking of goal, it's the first objective of the game. Who gets this first hand? King Kong
goodness!
Secures the turtle. Nats has been immobilized, but that's another round being activated by RSG. Now Nats has been silenced, been taunted, and Goyo takes him down. TNC on a chase, trying to take it out. That's the stun. That's the way of the dragon, and serving up the kill right onto King Kong. TNC secures a kill. Thought up at a great start. Yep, they flickered. Right, completely went back with the grab. He pulls his hair back to the 4 members of TNC, and he goes down right in the hands of Hesu.
Is this the TNC Express Midnight?
I mean, we're seeing a different TNC. They definitely are rising from the dead, leading by 1k gold. Again, this is the consequence of not having to deal with the gold lane. You have the firmness, you have the tenacity on the carry, you leave Innocent B with the Bruno, and you show up with 4 heroes inside the jungle of RSG. By the way, King Kong was on point with the Retribution. Irad kind of messed it up a bit. It was a little bit too early, and TNC went for the punish.
Yeah, punish. Taunt onto Light, forcing everybody from RSG to respond. Goyo with the Stampede, looking for a way to pull 2 members out of RSG. Still sustained and got that orange. Irad secures his food right on to the first 4 minutes of the game.
Okay, so TNC, let's see what they're going to do next after they get that orange buff on forward to the Fredrin. But look at this, Goyo and Benthings together, they've just been a 2-man hit squad rotating. And for me, Goyo is now the missing piece to complete the TNC puzzle.
Yeah.
Everyone seems to have finally woken up, finally risen. Goyo needs to step up even more here, because when he does, TNC will finally be at full power.
Yep, it has been a talk of the town. Like, the support on the side of TNC is a little bit lackluster, especially on aggressive heroes. Now that he's holding onto the promise, the main job of the Goyo right now is to just make sure that they are able to sustain the team fight with another realm, and of course, catch enough targets on the side of RSG while maintaining the protection for the carry.
Yeah, and we saw this yesterday when Goyo... an outplay! That's gotta hurt.
Wow, Eman using those hits And he took down Innocent. Second turtle of the game is up.
That was a purified bait from him.
TNC right on 4. Benthinx is on a target. Irad haven't on half HP. Now continuing the charge. Hesu immobilized one. The hold. Nat secures one. King Kong secures a turtle as well. Now TNC with a great way of picking up their objectives. Looks like RSG's more hungrier to counter them down.
You have to address this Bruno though. Like, it's not just enough to take these turtles because Eman has been winning, dominating even the carry matchup, even considering that Innocent has been able to kind of like nullify some of the early game pressure from Bruno with the adjustments on the emblem and the items. But Eman, after 5 minutes, he's going to start taking towers.
Yeah, that was a punishing swing at the most unfortunate time.
Exactly.
That Innocent experience.
That was the purified bait. Like, this is how you...
Okay.
Irad, no.
It's beginning. It's beginning.
You have 0% win rate on that.
Recall right away, and King Kong used the Appraiser's Rat to take down that cramp.
Okay, just 4 round gold. 4 round gold between the Bruno and the carry. That's the difference. But still, it's a Bruno. It is a Bruno still.
And we don't talk about Bruno. Yep, he hurts. I completely forgot the line I wanted to dish out with my own setup there. But now RSG Philippines, let's see what they can do to temper the rotation TNC has been bringing out. They have a very slight lead, but it is a very close game.
Aqua slowly walking into the traps. Shadow Stampede pulled him in. Goyo received some spams out of RSG. Terrified, looking for some security out of his own turret. RSG Philippines was trying to see some way of taking down 2 there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, down bottom, we have a clear from Irad as well.
Yeah, that looked like really good sense by the side of TNC. It's like Goyo and Benthinx had a strong feeling that someone was there and they just baited it out.
Yeah, by the way, we've seen XP cuts. We've actually seen gold lane cuts. We've never seen a jungle cutting an XP wave.
Yeah.
Irad was cutting XP wave when that happened.
Interesting. But look at here, Hesu now just continuing the pressure onto the purple side buff of RSG-PH.
Yeah, Hesu alone up against 2 to contest this purple. He goes away, he goes with a poke. But that secure of a purple goes to Irad. Slowly wanted to take more turtle up against TNC.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a feeling that TNC will really need to watch out for a massive setup here by Light. Gotta be careful.
This is just too slow for RSG. Like, they're putting Eman here while Innocent is just farming it away. Oh, Light?
Light with the charge, that's the stomp, knocking out 1. That is Goyo, use the Nether Realm. Now it's fight all over this objective. Now with the puncture, Irad is looking for a way to take down 2, take down 3. Now they're on a chase, looking for an avenue. King Kong still safe. RSG still looking for a chance up against CNC, but they completely disengaged. The Phoenix army still lives. They have secured the turtle. The Raiders secured the turtle, and they're on a roll here, completely going in mid.
Goyo, good thing he had that flicker. And he used it at the right time. It really looked like it was going to get taken out. But good sense as well to bring out that Nether Realm. And good on the side of TNC to avoid, again, the big setup that Light almost got there. But at the end, it was just a win on the Retchy side by Irad.
Yeah, I was saying that RSG were playing too slow. They were playing like patient. Yeah. I like it because it's fundamental. But TNC was just getting too much resources on the carry. But then Light initiated. He was like, nah, we're not patient. We're playing aggressive right now. We want this turtle, and we want a team fight.
Yeah. You know what I like it? I like it when players, even though there's no clear lead whatsoever, they just trade TPs. It feels good to see. It's like they're speaking without using words.
Yeah.
It's like a TP trade.
It's a form of communication.
Yeah.
It's a cultural exchange.
Yeah, cultural exchange. I like it.
Well, it looks like Hesu is going to be the exchange. Hughes, the ultimate. Look at the damage. Hesu connects to Light. He might get pulled here. Light is receiving so much damage. He's slowly being immobilized, but Ira looking for a way to pair the back lines of TNC. Now he goes, targets Innocent, but that's the way of the Dragon Fall from Benthinx. Thorn Rose, puncture connecting to Innocent. Still safe. Irad, look at him.
Oh.
Look at him go. He's slippery and he's safe. RSG with an attempt to take down Innocent from the back line. TNC still safe.
Wow, this is an aggressive peel coming out from RSG. They didn't even need the Bruno. Nats just jumped in onto the Paramis right there, and he was forced to use the Nether Realm. And then TNC after that, they backed off after the Cult Altar was exhausted, as they didn't have any protection for Innocent.
Yeah, it was a great team fight bait out there by RSG-PH. Dare I say, that was a great effort by King Kong to protect Innocent as much as he could. Those stunts and those knockups he dished out was big.
Oh, Benthinx
Wow, he just dove in the pit by himself, but Irad here sees him, target goes away of the dragon, used for
Penalty
safety.
zone!
Penalty zone on the 3! It's go time for RSG to take down Ben Things. No setup, no counter, but Ammon secures one. Innocent is down as well. RSG's eyeing to take this third, but Hesu is going to be in trouble. Torn Rose connecting to Ammon secures a double right away for RSG. Now, wow, it's just 3 members out of TNC, and they're stealing this orange right out
Again.
from the Phoenix Army Midnight.
RSG slowly burning TNC's early game, even though we've seen fantastic rotations coming out from the Phoenix. It's just the slow and patient objective takes of RSG that converts into these punishes. It kind of feels like RSG is workshopping TNC right now. This is how you win fights after objective.
Worldy. Oh, that hurts. Connecting one more time. The ball hits so much. Ben Things falls down. And the Netherrealm is not yet ready for the resource save for TNC Pro Team, and RSG on the lead. Looking for a way here.
Oh man, earlier it was now. Oh, wait.
That's the taunt and the knock up. RSG's looking for a defense right onto Hesu, but now he pulls back, looking using the split, but Amethyst keep pushing down bottom with the ball. TP exchange once again up top, and it's a complete showdown here. That is the trade, that is the culture.
Yeah, that's them saying, great showing so far, lads. Hell of a game.
Great show, great show. So that is how they do it. Emin is low on mana though. He's still kicking some balls right onto the turret here. So the TNC looking for defense is, man, the damage of Emin right now hits so much.
Yeah, earlier it was nasty with that penalty zone, and now it's a man of the hour. Midnight, what can TNC do?
I mean, at this point, you have the turtle, right? You have to wait for a mistake that could come out from RSG. But look at the punish. Like, how do they actually do that? Because the thing with TNC is that the way they initiate is they wait for RSG to actually come in. Either that or you use the flicker on the show. But then again, who's your target? There is a Purify on Eman. And Ben thinks he has to wait for the flicker, and he has to wait for the perfect position.
Speaking of initiation, Hesu goes in right in front enemy lines. Now RSG is looking for a way to disengage, but Ben thinks on the side, looking for an angle. He uses away for a kick, but he fails. But Golan takes down Eman.
The base!
Knock up onto one, but the base still open. You're looking for a way to end this game. Showdown with King Kong. 1v1. Here comes Hesu to the rescue. And it's done. RSG secures game number 1.
They did it again! Yesterday, a man of the hour! And now that was Irad! Split push! Yet again, RSG-PH takes game number 1, and this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance.
That was just ultra fast.
Oh, yeah. That was Obj Gaming.
Even the...
Obj, bro.
Obj, bro. All Obj, bro.
Okay, that is a complete example of a slow burn. And TNC was gaining the lead back then in early game. And RSG's like, okay, starting the fire here, slowly, and it just happens to them really quickly.
OBJ, full objectives for RSG. Even not caring about a team fight at all, like not going in with penalties on the last seconds of those team fights. And RSG, they were backing off, but Irad was like, why are you there? Tower's here, right? Wrong direction, victory.
Yeah, hell of a call by RSG to completely read that situation. Where it's just like, hey, Irad, just go there, please. Just end the game. You have a minion wave. Just do it. Can't believe it.
He had all the support that he needs to end the game by himself.
Yeah, teams we're starting to see here. This is one of the key things for, by the way, teaser for something that will be released in MPL Philippines pages soon. Split pushes, you gotta watch out for that. But now it's time to watch out and listen to our analyst Midnight to break down that game. Say something smart.
Well, smart play definitely coming out from the jungler of RSG, Irad, with the X Factor play to won the game for the Raiders against TNC. Again, full objective takes, or the FOT, coming out from RSG. They were really just keen and focused on focusing these towers down, making sure that they follow through in the game plan with the turtles, the towers, the lords. And it came to a point where Irad didn't even have to show his mechanics on the Lancelot, as what he needed to do was take out the pace of TNC. Of course, you'd see the Lancelot rock out the Assassin Emblem with a killing spree, but have you ever seen a Lancelot rock out a blade armor just to make sure that he has enough sustainability and tankability on the side of RSG, because he is dashing in front of the lines of TNC, and he just needs to make sure that he gets out alive. heroes needs to make sure that he's able to sustain these physical damages that will come out from TNC. Early game, however, RSG punished heavily TNC when they tried to go for the XP clear with the XP and support. After that, they found a very good kill in Aqua in the mid lane, and this is where we saw the strive of the Phoenix, the early game aggression that we were looking for. And King Kong was able to out-retreat Irad in the first turtle take against RSG, and that was kind of like the starting point for what could have been the late game transition and conversion for TNC. But again, looking at the composition of RSG, they have fantastic mid game. As we all discussed earlier on, they just have so many heavy hitters on their side. Yes, you take out a lot of the heroes in the early game, but when we get the items, when we get the XP, and when the Bruno is up and running, we will group up and we will win team fights. That is the main story of this game. TNC, they were able to capitalize kind of like the early to mid game pressure that they had, but when the team fight came in, like with the ults coming out from Light, with the Minoan's Fury, the damage from the Bruno, the penalty zone, the punishes from Nats as well with the flicker plays, forcing out the Netherrealm, allowed RSG to not care at all about the physical and magical damage aspect of TNC. Because again, looking at their composition, it's all about late game. TNC, they were playing to scale. And one problem that TNC had was that they had no answers. They had no tools against RSG. They can't even fight directly into RSG because of the fact that they went with a Cho. And as we mentioned earlier on, that is really going to be really hard to fight into Light. And after that, it didn't even end up with a T5 victory for RSG. Yes, Ira just took out the base of TNC and slapped a win on game number 1. And we're going to be seeing the emblems here. Again, I want to point out, Innocent, very smart decision here to go for the sort of like an early tank setup for the carry, just to make sure that he is able to sustain the lane against Eman. A heavy-hitting gold laner, by the way, on the form of the Bruno. And even though TNC was able to capitalize on this trick, come the mid-game, when the towers didn't have any shields, Eman was able to take down Innocent with a Purify bait play, as it removes these stacks coming out from Innocent. The carry was not able to deal true damage, and Eman was able to take out the carry at that moment. After that, it transitioned into tower pushes. And RSG, after that, they never relinquished control, especially with the damages coming out from RSG, the Haskell, the Berserk's Fury, and the Malefic Roar. These 3 items are all you need on the Bruno to be able to hit hard against TNC. Even though there is a Blade Armor as well on King Kong, as long as RSG is able to punish both Goyo and Innocent and maybe force out the Netherrealm, it's not gonna matter, because King Kong at the end of the day will just be a distraction for RSG to deal with. Looking at the T5 participation here, you'd see Eman, Aqua, and Nuts sitting at 75%. All 3 of them had the same KDAs all throughout for RSG because of the idea that they just group up. You know, when they had a power spike, they grouped up, and Eman dealt 30% of the team's damage output, 55.6 out of the 166k. That was how just big this Bruno is for RSG. That's why TNC cannot fight, because he was rocking the Purify battle spell, and after that it was all just RSG raiding the base of TNC, even with just Irad, you know, slowly taking the base, literally slowly burning the Phoenix and getting the win on game number 1.
You know what, behind the scenes, OSX and I were talking about something here. By the way, Midnight, thank you for the analysis.
So smart.
Yeah, so smart,
Thank
as
you.
always. Wherein, we've noticed something about TNC. They seem to keep getting surprised at the most unfortunate times.
Yeah, the picture is a deer in headlights.
Yeah.
They were doing good early game, and you asked me about the situation if TNC would be aggressive or just play passively.
Yeah.
And we saw that in early game, but when they caught up in a worse scenario, they were unable to react right away.
Yeah, and eventually those balls on those Brunos started to hurt even more, as Midnight put it. MPL Season 12 is also live on Smart's live stream app. Watch your favorite MPL teams battle it out and don't miss on any of the epic power plays. Download the Smart live stream app now, available on your device's official app store. Yeah, TNC Pro Team just need to stop keep getting surprised. They keep getting surprised. It's like they forget that out of the structure of what we expect team fights to go as, usually they fall prey to either XP laners or maybe surprises from the opposing roamers. We saw that yesterday against Blacklist International. And some of their biggest losses come from the fact that after them controlling it, suddenly here comes a big play out of nowhere, and then everything crumbles for TNC. Why does this constantly happen, Midnight?
I'd say, fundamentally speaking, TNC's mid game is just weak. Like information gathering, vision control, targeting, target selection, and also, I would say, some of the spell casting. Because again, we saw earlier when Nuts went in with the punish, the Paramis was showing. Hezzy could have just been, zoning out, RSG providing vision, but he showed himself towards the Minotaur, and Nuts saw that the Paramis was going near the glue, and he went in with the penalty zone. And you didn't even need to do that, because again, the main objective of the game for TNC, especially in mid game, was to just protect, cover. Be able to force reactions outside from RSG. But if you put yourselves in positions like that, these are punishes that RSG will be able to see. Like Nuts going in, forcing out the Netherrealm, suddenly renders your lineup like moot.
Yeah. You gotta watch out and respect the abilities of your opponents and make sure your abilities as well, you have them prepared. And again, this seems to be a trait that is shared with them and Manana Evos, wherein they can have a great early game, but then at some point in the mid game, for some reason they don't look fully comfortable, or they just forget some certain very important things. And that's also something that was evident with ONIC-PH at the start, but once they solved that, that's why they're on a streak. That's why they're going on a roll. So this is now the biggest point to pin on for TNC Pro Team, is that you gotta fix that mid game, because we can see the early game is there. We've seen them try to claw back from being behind and find a way to turn it around. So they can do comeback plays as well. But when you're in the lead and comfortable in the mid game, it's a head scratcher. And honestly, getting to the point of frustrating, because you feel the player's frustration.
Yeah.
Ben Thinks has been open about his frustration, and he's getting to the point of sadness already on social media, where recently he posted like, how to win. Because we get it. Dude, you guys have been so close every time.
Yeah, but you also have to go back to the draft, right? Like when they picked up the Cho, it was so obvious that good teams will pick up Minotaur there. Why not ban it?
Yeah, they have great counters, but if they rely on, I don't know, if they went for comfort, maybe that could be a strong thing up against RSG. But as Midnight analyzed that draft, it was also a struggle how to even approach the Minotaur, and most of the resources were drained out quickly.
Yeah.
Even the Netherrealm, you've mentioned it a lot of times, it was miscasted most of the time, and Hez was looking for a way to zone out backline, but it was answered by RSG. They have answers from front, mid, and end. And it was a problem.
Here's the thing, like if you look at TNC, they understand early game pressure. They understand jungle control.
Yeah.
They understand playing Ube first 2 minutes. But then suddenly you look at the 4-minute mark, you start seeing some cracks in their gameplay. People that are not supposed to show, they're showing in the map. Gold laners, instead of trading, they're actually trying to fight into turtle when it's not the timing. Like we saw Innocent earlier participate in the second turtle. And you'd ask the question, why? You're a carry. Go to the opposite side of the map. If you watch Super Marco play carry, he doesn't give a damn about turtle. Like, you guys play turtle, I'm playing, objectives. I'm playing double waves.
Yeah, and it's very surprising, because if you go back to the past TNC Pro Team, especially, let's talk about, again, the TNC Pro Team of MPL Philippines Season 9, where they reached 4th place. That's one of the things they were really good at. Yeah. That map control.
Jungle control, and pressure, even drafting.
Yeah, that's why at one point I made a joke that people cringe at, and I'm bringing it back. TNC stood for totally nice control, because they totally controlled games.
That is a great point.
That's actually good.
TNC.
That's actually good.
Totally nice control. Because I don't actually know what TNC means.
It's a
right.
I actually know what it means. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it.
Okay, we'll leave it there. We'll leave it there.
But it is a nice point to ponder. Yeah. The control, where is it? Can they channel it back? Can they pull a page back in?
Yeah.
Because that was the struggle again, over and over.
Exactly, control. Okay, so that's TNC side, and I think at this point we've talked about and dissected TNC enough. And I think this is the most, how do I say this, blunt we've been when it comes to discussing the struggles of TNC Pro Team. And at the same time, they've been very open about their frustrations already as well.
Because at this point, I think it's kind of warranted, like, to let people know, and even TNC know, that there are lapses in their gameplay. There are lapses in the draft. There are lapses in how they treat these conversions, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like you really have to go back to the drawing board. Like maybe we have player swaps, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you can start from there, start changing the environment, start changing the synergy. Because at this point, TNC, if they're not willing to change anything, I think they'll be stuck for for a very very long time. But again, if you're planning on sticking to the same thing, at the very least you have to be correct. You have to be precise with drafts, with shot calls, with objectives. Because you are precise in one thing, and that's the most important thing in this meta. Early game pressure is the most important thing in this current batch. And they're doing so well. They just need to convert it.
Yeah.
Convert, translated success. I get what Midnight is pointing out here because he believes on the capability of these players as well.
Yeah, we all do.
I dare say they're the best early game team here.
Yeah.
See, and how in the potential that we're talking about the players of TNC right now, we just need them to actually see the possible way of ending the game from mid to late. And when they got a grip from that, I think it's a good way to even to stand a close fight and put this to game number 3. That's what's all this needed.
Yeah. Okay, so TNC has what they need. Just again, going back to conversion and consistency. On the flip side, let's talk about RSGPH. Again, historically, they have that tendency of just having a lead swept from under the rug away from them, losing it out of their hands. Minat, as someone who's known and has worked with Coach Panda in the past, what's one of the biggest points of improvement for RSG in terms of them not losing control of the game?
I would say them not overthinking games. Because RSG is at their peak when they're not trying to like think of, oh, what if they pick this and we lose on this? Or what if we do this and they do this? They're best if they follow the recipe, the fundamentals that they've been taught, their plays around objectives. That's peak RSG. That's why we call them Task Force RSG, right? Like when they see an objective, they assemble, they know how to win, and they don't let go of it. And I think there are games where we see RSG kind of like fall off when they overthink matchups, overthink early game, overthink turtles, overthink trades. And I believe, for me, we haven't seen that actually from RSG. Like, from the past 2 games of RSG, that is something that they might have been able to fix.
I agree. I think back then in Season 9, I even remember what Coach Panda said, that since they were up against Blacklist International that time from Season 9 to 10, at some points, they were overthinking their capability. And that's one thing that really throws a team off. Instead of relying on your own strengths and remembering what got you to this point, I think that's one factor to even dwell and put that as a strength to translate it to success. But if they just stick to the right recipe and to the right comfort, even in their own team fights. Heck, we even saw Minana, we even questioned Minana's win back then, that how will this draft that is so focused on team fight would work against a fundamental team that has covers on all sides of the index.
So you're saying RSG should focus on the right, while TNT should focus on the left?
Oh, Midnight, what a throwback. I did not see that coming. If you know,
you
know.
That's how you know.
Wow.
That's how you know, bro.
I just pulled up a gear right there.
Yeah, man. I was like, I almost fell off our little platform here. Almost rolled off in our secret lab chairs. Okay. RSGPH. I agree with you guys there that tendency to overthink and hesitate. Usually before, when we call RSGPH games, and of course, those aforementioned situations where they're trying to end the game. By the way,
that's Ben Thinks.
That's Ben Thinks, right? Okay, because the crowd just made a lot of noise. For a second, I was like, wait, is that Kyrie?
Is that Kyrie?
Yeah.
Kyrie!
Shout out to Mirko.
Yeah, we are just...
pagbitaw mo ng mga skills. And in a sense,
Viewers, G Pares, G Bro. It's like saying, you go, bro.
Yeah, for the
You
Indonesian,
do it.
For the Indonesian fans, it's like you're saying, go bang.
Go bang, yeah. Go bang.
That's it. That's the right translation because
That is exactly what it means.
Yeah.
Go bang.
Go bang.
go all in or go all out.
G Pare.
Yeah, because
So what if go bang bang? Go
Go.
play ML?
Go, yeah.
Go bang bang. Okay, nice.
Bang, bang.
Nice talk. Good
Yeah.
talk.
so how?
I love you guys.
All right,
I love you
anyway.
guys.
Anyway, going back. We're just hoping for TNC to just rise back. Channel.
I thought I heard rice bang.
That's possible too. TNC,
Rice bang, right?
Rice bang.
Rise bang.
Rice bang.
You go.
I'm done.
We can continue this.
We're-
We can do this all day.
I mean,
We can do
yeah,
this
as
all
much
day
as
for
we
TNC.
could
We're
talk
rooting for you
about, like,
guys.
as much as we could talk about the game, right? Like, you still have to play the game for both TNC and RSG. And I mean, you could point out a lot of things that needs fixing on the side of TNC, but at its core, like, TNC as a franchise has been struggling for 3 seasons now.
Yeah.
And I feel like the wake-up call has been long overdue. Like it's it's not about the games anymore. It's not about like the errors that has been committed by the players. What needs to be done is like maybe a change of mindset, right? Like I don't know how they're gonna do that inside a series, but I feel like that's gotta be something that they need to do.
Oh, it's light and lighter.
Light bang.
Light bang.
Light
yeah.
and lighter.
Yeah, Midnight, you're right there. The wake-up call has been long overdue. By the way, folks here. Oh, he let the glass.
Oh! Put it in.
No, I think it's too strong. I think the
grade.
Yeah, the lens grade of Coach Theo is too strong there.
Lighter.
Yeah.
Oh!
Look at him teleport from the floor to the stage.
In the speed of light.
Oh, in the speed of
Of light.
And he's putting on a bag too and changing his jersey.
And changing his hair.
And changing that.
Growing his hair, getting it cut.
That's how fast he is. In the speed of light.
I can hear RSG cheer like, yeah, that's it. That's how you do cosplay.
Yeah, and look at that, from Indonesia to the Philippines.
Again. Sorry, that's Ben things.
Oh, that's Ben things. Every time it gets me.
Yeah,
By the way, folks, we're just receiving word that, of course, we want to do everything here to make sure that the competitive playing field of our players are even and everyone's comfortable. We're just sorting some things out, of course, and doing our best to make sure we provide the players with the best competitive playing field. So do bear with us, but we appreciate you for your patience and you sticking with us.
TNC. I think they need to bounce back.
Yeah.
How many games is left? Because right now, since we squeezed out the season to 6, and since it's midterms, how many games that TNC needs to win? Because they're bottom 8.
Okay, so right now, in terms of the points, actually, they are... I'm just looking for my notes right now. I listed that down here. And hey, by the way, here's the draft already. And so while the bands keep rolling out, yesterday to win Crucial Lord Series. You know, Midnight, say something smart first about the draft while I look at my notes.
All right, Matilda Band. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Great start. Thank you.
Great start. Fred in first pick might be open, definitely. But question is, TNC, are you pulling out an Irad? Are you showing up with a Fanny and potentially the last game of the series? That's the question.
Since the macro game from RSG is really good, they could actually utilize that with Irad. And how they deny this was with a Novaria for TNC?
That's really weird. I mean, I know that RSG does play the Novaria, but TNC, their first pick, maybe this is just to open like a bunch of heroes that RSG couldn't decide on. But I feel like the Novaria ban is a little bit unwarranted from the side of TNT, because it does open out like the Baksha, still the Fredrins, the Mardis, but TNC only gets one.
I'm thinking they might go for the Franco this time.
First pick?
No, somewhere in the first phase, it could. Because Light is also a monster of a Franco, so with the Novaria being banned out, I think that this lessens out the vision checks as well.
Yeah. Fredrin gets removed. The question is who gets Baksha, the most OP jungler of the current patch.
Yeah, but
that's no joke.
Yeah, that's true.
If
We all agree.
Baksha shows up again, I'm not shy to say it. I have a lot of bias towards the Lilia. Super Prince absolutely tore up a Baksha jungle as a Lilia.
Whatever happened with Valir?
Oh yeah, and Valir too.
He just took off like Naisu. Well, Naisu took off with Gord.
Yeah.
Valir, who took off with Valir?
Yeah, it fits better with the theme of TNC with fire. But
yeah.
It's also that's great coverage with Rome.
You are
my fire, the one. All right, TNC gets Baksha.
Yep.
Question is, do they pick it?
Do it, TNC. Come on.
Because we've seen like picks like Akaja even already fall out into the second portion of the draft. Sometimes even like the next 2-3 picks, not first pickable as much. I agree with the Baksha pickup. It would not be surprising. It would totally be more than okay.
Yeah, I think you have to go for the Baksha, right? Like for TNC, I mean the trade for you wouldn't be too bad because RSG would always get Valentina either way unless you first pick Valentina. But you're losing out on the Baksha.
Yeah, and at that point, I'd rather take the Baksha.
Are they willing to trade that though? Because we're seeing a great start here for TNC. Come on, Baksha, this is your chance. Oh, Lancelot!
There's still a lot of open to make this Lancelot struggle.
They're giving away the Baksha to RSG now.
Baksha, Valentina, Paquito, these heroes destroy the Lancelot.
Man, RSG is just doing a great grocery run right now.
I'm not going to be surprised if RSG gets Irithel third pick, but I'm sure TNC is already eyeing at that Irithel pick on their 2 picks. But RSG, again, you cannot ignore the fact that they can just pick either the Paquito Valentina or the Valentina plus maybe Baksha.
Yeah. I think we're all in agreement about the Baksha getting picked up earlier now. Unless they swerve things up, but Valentina, yeah, it's there. It's the priority.
Oh yeah, because they've already picked up the Lancelot, so
yeah.
There's no point in rushing things. Because even if TNC removes the Baksha, you still have the Martis, the second rotation of the picks. Even if TNC removes everything, like they ban Martis, and then the Baksha, you have a Guinevere for Irad, or even a Fanny.
So many things open for RSG right now. On the last 3 picks of the first phase of TNC, they can either secure their own roam here, right away, or Kufra also is open, Franco is open.
I don't like any Bentings here, honestly. That is the just counters Bentings.
Oh yeah,
there's a lot.
It's not the hero anymore. It counters Bentings.
Yeah, because if you look at the hero pool, like the Kufra.
Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah. Promise again.
They want to keep it up. They want to keep up that tempo.
I'm feeling it, Midnight. What is it?
You get Bruno once again for RSG, and then you have to you kind of have to ban the Diggy for TNC. I think that's the right approach here, because if you don't, RSG might just pick it, you know?
Yeah, they rarely pick it up for Light, but it has been an option in the past. It is still something that you have to strongly consider. By the way, going into this day, the nearest in points to TNC Pro Team were RSG Philippines and Omega Esports, who were sitting at 8 points, TNC at 4. But with a win earlier, now the only one within in relatively close reach is Omega Esports at 8 points. So it's double the points right now for TNC that they're behind.
Man, talking about keeping up.
Again, the Minotaur.
Oh, same thing.
Yeah,
counter against Kufra, counter against Promise.
This is just the perfect answer to everything.
Yep.
I was thinking you could have picked up the gold lane, third pick for RSG, and then pick up the Minotaur, but they might have been considering TNC banning out the Minotaur themselves But it does put RSG in a pedestal where you're forcing TNC to sort of like ban the marksman. But either way, you'd always win out on the side of RSG because you're getting last pick.
Difficult still. As we look at the draft index right now, of course, again, every time we show the draft index in this portion of the draft, it's only for the first 3 picks so far. And still both relatively close on all aspects, actually.
The priority of TNC over this Lancelot, they just eyeing for a great start for the objective, same as what happened to game number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
and it's comfort.
Is that a guy playing ML?
Yeah, that dude is playing ML while watching MPL.
it's all about
Joy
experience.
ban. Interesting. They have a Faramis and they ban Joy. Now, you have to consider Martis or Baksha. Problem with TNC right now is that they let go of all the marksmen.
Yeah.
And RSG would always get a winning matchup. Like, if you get Bruno, they'll get probably Irithel. If you get Brody, they'd probably get Bruno. If you get Irithel, they'd probably get Bruno still.
Yeah. It's surprising to me that RSG would actually respect the Harith here.
Yep.
But, hey.
That's Nomad, right?
Yeah. By the way, Nomad, if you're fans of MPL Philippines, since Season 7, he's the back right now. He's on the backhand side.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's an AD.
Yep.
He's
Mr.
an
Pineda.
Mr. AD. That's why Nomad.
Yes.
Nomad. One letter. He could have been Minana Evo's player.
Yeah, Reptar was like the inaugural
Yeah. Rep AR. There you go. Fanny ban.
yesterday. So the
Baksha. And then get, carry later on. Or
Okay,
Bruno.
so they're more prepared with the Baksha.
I don't think TNC's prepared for the Baksha.
They're just letting out letting out a great pick here, because it's just we're just looking for a way for RSG to just tame things down a bit, but they're just relying on great comfort, and even great picks.
Unless Call Me Crazy, I'm seeing Guinevere from Irad.
You're crazy. I'm kidding. You're not.
I am.
It makes a lot of sense.
I am a self-proclaimed crazy draft predictor.
It's good because if we look at Guinevere, Irad had a good game from that, and with the knockups, Violent Requiem, and
Bruno,
in terms of setups, since everything can come from the backline of TNC, I think that's a great way to initiate a fight.
By the way, this is essentially the same lineup for RSG.
Yep. The only thing different is that this time they don't have the Lancelot.
Yep.
That's it. That's the only difference. And the draft of TNC Pro Team, how they banned, reads to me as they're going to be picking up a draft wherein Innocence is going to be left alone in the back, and the rest of TNC are just diving forward.
Yeah, I think you're playing carry here. You have no choice. Carry Yuzong, carry Glue, carry Lapu. It's hard. It's hard for TNC to sort of like find an XP lane for Hezzy to play with, especially up against Trizla. Yuzong is sound, but again, we haven't seen much of the Yuzong coming out from... okay. There you go. Yuzong Irithel. I'm on fire today.
Man,
Guinevere.
Guinevere
Guinevere or Baksha, just those two.
If this is Guinevere, I'm buying you coffee.
Yep.
Irad. Calling out to the player. Irad.
Yeah, I'm
Just
getting
straight
a
up go
double
to the
fudge.
stage. I want some coffee.
Yo, Panda. Panda, get me some coffee. Pick up the Guinevere.
Yeah, Guinevere sounds fine here. Sounds really fire rather for RSG. Since with the Yuzong here being present as the Irithel, they could just freely jump.
Yeah.
Still the same thing for RSG. And with that, you can even divert everybody out of
I mean, you could also,
TNC's map.
you could also consider Martis because you are up against Gupra. But I want to see crazy heroes. I want to see crazy heroes. Give me some Guinevere. Don't give me Martis Baksha. Guinevere. There.
No crazy today.
Now getting your coffee.
Sorry, man.
Thank you so much, coach.
He went so fundamental there. Like I saw the Kufra, yeah, it's a Martis pick, but I wanted some Guinevere, But looking now at the index here, DPS is much more powerful on the side of RSG, but late game, however, is a different story. As TNC, they are holding the advantage in terms of late game scaling.
Yeah, speaking of scaling as well, they have good isolation too. And to think that RSG right now would have more ways to counter early game against TNC, I think this might pressure for Ben things to get greater vision as well as great coverage on where they're heading at.
Yeah, need more grounds to cover because you are running a lineup that depends on vision and depends on formation because Yuzong is not going to do that for you. Like, the way Knots plays it, yeah, it's kind of like the same thing. He initiates for his team, but because RSG is willing to fight, that's the thing that TNC needs to find balance with. like the amount of information on the front line, and also the the initiation coming out from either the Kufra or the Yuzong. Because the problem with this lineup is that nobody front lines.
TNC Pro Team, can they pull off a victory here and force game number 3? A much needed game number 3 to end the first half of the season at least with more hope. Meanwhile, RSGPH, can they do it again? Another sweep to end the first half of the season. And just like in game number 1, Nats and Aqua, a lot of pressure onto winning those trades, those duels. And the
Oh my
and
goodness.
They're gonna lose out on minions here.
Yeah, half HP right away to Hesu. He just completely was eyeing to go back
What
to the
happens
base.
there?
That's
such a
heartbreaking.
disaster.
Heartbreaking start.
Okay. Let's take a look at the changes. Is there anything that spots were different from the emblems, Midnight?
I mean, these are okay. Like emblem setups wise, it's okay. But I'm seeing like the Wilderness Blessing on Aqua. That's gonna help in terms of RSG contesting the jungle and moving around the river against TNC.
Speaking of moving around, King Kong really had a good advantage there to even escape. So this time around, it's just RSG doing with the pressure and push. Look at that. Down bottom, just keep on doing almost half on the gold on the plating out of the turret.
Oh, XP lane has been completely decimated at this point. There's no other way to put it. Compromised.
Somebody has to walk over there.
Yeah, they need the help. You see Benthing's actually holding on to the minion wave as much as he could just to level it out for Hesu. But at this point, folks, Nas has won the XP lane less than 2 minutes in.
This is JEC, jungle XP control.
Yeah.
JEC, wow. The check.
Check.
The check of the game. JEC jungle XP lane controlled by RSG on the lead, almost 500 gold against TNC. First turtle is up. Coverage wise, RSG had a great start, so they really want to contest this one early on. Would they though? Is this the right call for TNC to just do?
I mean,
despite the bad start.
Hezu's not even level 4.
Yeah.
Like, how do you contest this? And you're up against a Martis.
Yeah, it's going to be way too difficult right now. This is going to be a free turtle for RSG. You can't contest out at this point. TT are going to need to recover. And actually, that's... Oh, now just going in.
Well, just going in with the hands.
way.
He's breaking down Hezu's HP bars. He's down. He's out. First blood goes to RSG.
You saw it on the mini-map. He flickered, ultimate. And now King Kong is in dire straits. Look at RSG. They know it. They feel it. They've dominated the start of this game already.
Oh, TNC. Early game no longer in their favor, and even though they have a good late game, how are you gonna cross over the mid game spike that Eman will have on his Bruno?
Completely the fundamentals of a great start for RSG. And we're looking at pressure also in mid and up top. This gives out a lot of pressure for the Roam to even have a great setup, because as you said, there's no front line, but it benefits a lot. It's either a hit or miss for Ben Things. And also Goyas now has been peeled, by the way.
Yeah.
By Aqua. No, he's now forced to go back and just completely having a free reign over this minions. RS is just completing everything in their own first phase.
TNC, they're essentially playing 4 heroes here with one Petrify. Like one bonus Petrify. Yuzong is not like a factor in this game. RSG completely shutting down the XP lane. Even if they like use Nuts as kind of like a checkpoint there, even if they don't use it Rizla in the rotation for RSG, it's not going to matter. Because what matters for RSG is them playing with the Bruno in the mid game. You blocking the Yuzong's capability in team fighting in the mid game allows RSG to sort of reach that point in a much faster pace.
And our TNC Pro Team, it's not impossible to come back from a situation like this. We've seen it in the past, multiple times here in MPL Philippines, but it is going to be difficult. It will need to take a lot of effort and some amazing, almost miraculous MLBB to take it. And Irad to check that no King Kong is going to be able to secure his orange buff at the least.
Yeah, we've seen crazier things. We've seen impossible comebacks. And it's not a thing that we could take out against TNC, because if they see potential, off-cam kill. Speaking of which, that's Eman falling down. You were talking about not being dead in 4 minutes. How about that for TNC getting the first point here?
He got the clap back against Eman. The death of the Bruno. However, they're not going to be able to push as the turtle is in the gold lane right now.
Okay. Yuzong's here.
That's a jump from Ben Thing, who gets the objective here and secures the turtle. Now it's go time for TNC. Will they attack? Will they engage? But disengage for the Phoenix Army. Meanwhile, Goyo here looking for a way to pull with the Shadow Stampede. Back in his turret. Now back on the purple. RSG is looking for a way to take this out from TNC. Contention, Knots, and Ben thinks though. Look at the zone out from RSG. Look at the Thorn Rose wheel to connect for the damage. Regardless of the orange, RSG secures and steals a purple out of TNC.
Playing like a raid boss here. The Trizla of RSG. Now they swap lanes. This is really important for TNC because now you are getting the farm on Innocent. However, they need to do more. They need to be able to shut down the upcoming spike of the Bruno.
Yeah, TNC Pro team, seems like every time they would find something, RSG clapping back right away. That Lancelot losing that purple buff hurts, especially after they were able to get a kill onto M1. A great kill. To add to that, now RSG are just like, nope, we're not going to lose any ounce of control. We're going to get you right back. And let's see if, oh yeah, look at that. On the top upper left corner of your screens there, Nas just stopping the recall of Hesu.
Oh, that's just so sad. Oh, another one falls. But that's just the Netherrealm doing the work.
Lane.
Bottom lane, still on the action. Innocent and Ben thinks though, still on a way to secure and hold this turret. Yes, just going back to the story of this game, RSG still on the lead, but if you are a Lancelot in the AR King Kong, you don't want to lose those purples, don't want to lose objectives. But by this coverage, TNC is completely answering the team as RSG setting up.
Oh, nice.
Nice dodge.
Nice Mortal out.
Oh, still a safe way. That's a turret taken down by RSG.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard for TNC because guess what? There is a sustain coming out from Light, and the Blade Armor's already finished on Niran.
Yeah, and Aqua, you rarely see him bust out TPs. You know it's a great RSG game when Aqua's TPing in your face.
Yeah, it's a great start. And the signal using the Thorn Rose for the possible takedown. And that's the zone out that Nats keeps on doing. You're just putting pressure onto King Kong, stealing the purple right in his face. There's two members from RSG here who gets it. Irad secures the turtle while everything is going into chaos. No purple. But that is just the Hog. That's the Titan's Rage connected onto one. That's the Predator. That's the Sun onto Nats. Going back, looking for safety. Hesu, the Black Dragon 4. Will it land? Will it sacrifice? Will this be the chance for TNC to go? That's onto Hesu. And Light.
My goodness.
No setups, no faults, no takedowns. TNC looking for a chance there.
Hesu.
Oh, Mortal Coil and just a Decimate connected onto Hesu. He falls. RSG. Just turning things around slowly.
King Kong.
On King Kong, just taking down the turret out of RSG.
Man, that timing on the Netherrealm from Aqua was disrespectful.
Yeah. I was like, oh, you think you got nope? Just
I'm dead nope.
Nope. Again, if Aqua's TPing on your face and doing things like that, you know it's a good RSG game, and they are definitely feeling it.
Completely feeling it. Just taking down the first tier turret, exchanging TPs, and no defenses from their mid. And slowly being deteriorated.
Look at this. Again, this is why it's so hard to play Ben Thinks Heroes against Minotaur. Like, he just blocks every path you want to take, allowing Emma to take all towers. Took two, by the way, for RSG. Blade Armor is already complete on the Martis. Dominance Eyes up on the Trizla, and almost completing as well the Blade Armor alongside the upcoming Blade Armor as well from the Minotaur. Massive physical defense to the side of RSG. And if you look at over on the composition of TNC, it's mostly physical.
Yeah,
and they're taking their time to just keeps on doing the recalls. And another purple stolen from King Kong.
Yeah, at this point, TNC are going to be looking for a miracle. A miraculous steal onto the Lord, RSG slipping, and then getting to the point where Goyo's dealing massive amounts of damage away that Nats.
Bouncing ball connecting onto Nats. They're trying to slow him down. Penalty zone on to 2. Now Nats is up against 3. Will he survive though? That's the Netherrealm. But he survives. Spellvamp doing the work. Nats doing the manage and damage. Now looking for a way to hold this through. Has used the back dragon form, possibly to escape RSG's takedown. They still live, but Nats is just completely just a one-man army.
Yeah, man, that was an absolute Chad move by Nats. No other way to put it. That was just Chad moves.
2 ultimates were forced out by on TNC, and they now they have Lord for RSG. Ben thinks
nobody can get closer. Ben thinks though he has the immortality. Nats now has been popped out at the last chance for taking back to safety. He still lived. That's another round, but Nats purely taking that kill out of TNC. Now RSG is putting up into pressure, continuing damage. Now the Lord's been taken by Eman and RSG all over the map. They've taken out of TNC and they've taken the objective. And this is not looking good for TNC.
Nats and Aqua, what they did at the start of this game in that XP lane single-handedly won this for RSG. If ever RSG do finish it and actually complete the game and complete the win.
Again, Renmar 06, this is kind of like a similar story to what Omega faced yesterday, right? Like
Yeah.
it was Omega versus Nuts. Now it's TNC versus this damn Terizla of the Raiders.
Yeah, and they're up against Nats most of the time, doing all the work and positioning-wise, and the surprise factors of Nats, mostly with the penalties on Flicker, is a massive team fighting initiation for RSG, and it just crumbles by the moment. Black Dragon form now being used by Hesu right on too early. Lord pushing down bottom, RSG looking for a way to clear. Eman and Irad securely takes down that turret. TP's right onto the base. 2 turrets left for TNC. How are they gonna do this now? With no right recipes for damage and defense, they're just right into the mercy of their own base.
This is classic RSG that we're seeing. Can they? Will they? End it here, end it in a bit. What will RSG do? With the final nail in the coffin for the series. Oh!
Penalty zone on to 2, forced out retreat back from TNC. Now it's the action being brought up from RSG. Silence, now they can't move away. Irad now taking down 1, is on a killing spree. Irad takes down Irrazel and Innocent, and Hesu is down. TNC with no damage left, at the mercy of their own base. King Kong and Goyo looking for a way to end, looking for a way to hold and defend. Eman as well looking at just kicking down.
What was that range? Oh my god.
Oh, Bentings from the back looking for a way to set up now. He's trying to hold this through, and he goes down. Eman secures the point in RSG, looking for a way to take down King Kong. He falls, and a double for Eman, and that's it. The Raiders completely dominated TNC in 12 minutes.
No minions.
No minions. But there's still a way. There's still a way to hold, but can they completely end this raid quicker? Black Dragon 4 on the back line, connecting on to Aqua, and it's done! RSG dominated the way out of TNC.
The Raiders are waking up, channeling their past success as champions of the Philippines and as champions of Southeast Asia. This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance, dominating in that game number 2, and in the sweep was RSG.
Talk about slow burn for TNC. They burned out. And again, early game, you ask yourself the question, what happened on the EXP lane? Like, they got frozen. They got, I don't know. Like,
They were at that scene, the heartbreaking.
that was so crushing to see.
Yeah, a heartbreaking
The XP
match.
lane being freezed.
Yeah, in minute 1 to 130. Some people are probably thinking we're overreacting. No, you saw the result of it. You saw what happened right after that and how Nats became, as OSX put it, the one-man army.
Oh, they need to bow this one out. A heartbreaking match for TNC. Now this is just putting pressure on how they could really bounce back in the next few matches, but RSG completely standing up top. It's like looking at a barbecue and waiting for the pork to even go well done.
Yeah, it was well done, and that was a medium rare performance by RSG-PH. For people wondering, medium rare, that's the best kind of steak.
Yep.
And that's what RSG was. Really great steak. That game is brought to you by the official sponsor of MPL Season 12, Infinix Mobile. Bring you an ultra-fast gameplay with the Infinix Note series. One thing to note here, Nats, man. No other way to put it, Nats. And, of course, we have to acknowledge Aqua here. Him helping out the call there, and him also setting the tone of the aggression and the Netherrealm is perfect.
Yeah, TPs, you know when Nats and Aqua are like, we go, bro. It's now like, we go complete this. It's like a slow takedown from the base and just taking down everybody. It's just there's no other way to put it. And as Remmer's looking for a way, like, how will this have a miracle Hail Mary play? And it was just too hard for TNC to just even go from the back line. They were really trying. They're really trying to initiate some points, but even they need to answer mostly on the defense. And they were pushed to be more defensive in the base. And it's so hard to see, to look at even how they would even manage to go and rise back up on that game.
Again, you have to point out like the main points where it went wrong, right? Like they picked up a Kufra without seeing the matchup. Like they know that there exists a hero in the current meta that counters all almost all setters, like the Francos, the Chos, the Kufras. It was just with the Minotaur, but it didn't even matter. It was just that play on the bottom lane with Aqua flickering in, and Nuts just securing the kill onto the Yuzong that shut down Jesus' game. Again, I said it earlier, when you don't have that Yuzong, you don't have that team fight capability to actually face the mid spike of RSG. Even though it looked like TNT, they were finding like wonderful positions, the resource was just too immense on the side of RSG, and it came to a point wherein it's just a matter of how many bolts can you actually tank from the Bruno.
Yeah, because even though they were able to take down that Bruno early on, like the first kill in the gold lane was actually by Innocent onto Eman. At that point, because of what happened on the opposite side of the map, that just felt more like a consolation prize.
It got offset, right?
Yeah, it got offset. It's like balance right away. And then you saw there by the time, because of how the minion waves were being handled, how the lane was getting pressured, even though Hesu already had the Black Dragon form and he was getting there, and this was the turtle right after they got the kill onto Eman, it was a bit too late because, again, how Naths handled that XP lane was just one-sided. No other way to put it. We saw it right before our eyes.
Yeah, first minute. That was when we got into the game, and the cameras were like, whoop, half
no.
HP already. Then that was 2.
Yeah.
Dude, I've never seen an XP lane been frozen for the first 5 minutes. Even when they swapped, Nuts was freezing XP.
Yeah. That only happens when I'm playing like with you and I'm the XP laner.
No, that's not
I
true.
get frozen
true.
a lot. No need to sugarcoat. I get frozen a lot.
He's
All
just
right.
being completely honest, man.
All right.
I'm being honest.
And I also feel what King Kong felt.
Yeah.
Like when my XP gets frozen, tanks show up in my jungle. I don't get my levels. Enemy jungler takes turtle. What do I do?
Yeah, can't get the purples. The purple dance never goes your way.
No, it was
Double
stolen.
dance.
Yeah, multiple times. Purple's out multiple times. Despite the orange being secured, it's not the right thing to even be out of, especially in that game.
Yeah, gotta watch out for that Terizla, folks. It's the reason why he's one of the most feared XP laners. If you know how to use him right, if you know his strengths. And it's interesting to see because Yuzong, actually one of the more stronger XP laners in terms of how he was buffed recently. And theoretically, it should work, but at that point, it was just, again, one of the best XP laners in the world in Naths, just showing how good he is.
That was not how that XP lane was supposed to go. Even with the support showing up there, Yuzong and if there is the lane is a wash.
Yeah,
like if you both are great XP laners, nothing is happening on that lane.
Yeah, it was. It's a really hard thing to see. We're looking for a way to TFC to bounce back, but it's just RSG rising for this occasion.
Yeah, now RGPH is with Mara Aquino on to stage, so let's hear what they have to say about this series.
All right, everybody, give a round of applause to RSG Philippines. Congratulations. Bakit may ano ka, Irad? Bakit nasa iyo ang blazer ni Coach Panda?
Nilalamig daw ako, sabi ni Coach Panda eh. May heat tech na nga ako, tsaka hoodie.
Pero akala ko kasi, dahil ang galing mo talaga, MVP nung ating game number 1. Alam mo, actually, Light, pwede mong tulungan si Ira dito sa question na to. Kasi last season kasi, everybody, it was noticeable na you guys were taking your time sa game. You guys had one of the longer games. Ngayon naman, this season, also when you came in, ang bilis nyo tapusin ng laban. You guys hold the fastest record for the game, which is about 9 minutes, 57 seconds. Kanina, game 1 is 11:31. Game 2, a little bit over 12 minutes. So bakit importante para sa inyo na tapusin ka agad yung laban?
Yung meta po kasi ngayon is mga tank jungle po ganun. So kapag nag-snowball po sa early, kailangan i-dominate na po namin agad para di na po sila makabawi ganun. Tsaka yung game to namin is ayoko po talaga mag-martis doon.
Ano nangyari? Ano ba gusto mo dapat doon?
Joy, ayaw ni Coach eh. Nakakatampo.
Anong gusto mo sabihin kay Coach?
Hindi, joke lang yun na kung ano yung pizza drop, yun na lang yung gagamitin ko. Tsaka ayusin namin palagi para magtugma yung mga pinapractice namin sa tournament. Yan.
You know what I like about Irad? Napaka-vocal niya. Sobrang vocal mo. In fact, yung first question ibibigay ko dapat kay Light. gusto niyang sagutin ngayon. Why is that na ang lakas ng ano mo ngayon ang lakas ng aura mo ngayon and you're so confident?
Na-experience ko la season, ganun. Parang wala nang hiya-hiya.
So yung na-experience mo last season, natuto ka na dapat all out ka na ngayon. So it's important for you now to be more vocal.
Yes po.
And good job because ang dami mong maganda talaga ang ipinapakita mo. Congratulations. Now this one is for Coach. Coach! Coach, tatampo daw siya sa'yo. Tatampo, pero hey, effective. Na-sweep niya yung kalaban, ha? Coach, may sinabi ka dun sa isang interview na everyone can be aggressive sa early game. Everyone can control the mid. But not everyone can finish the game properly. In fact, right now, nasa tie kayo. At number 2, may 3-way tie tayo ngayon with Bren, with ONIC, and RSG. Coach, what do you think is your edge dun sa upper half natin? Is it because you can close the game early? What is it?
Sa week 1 tsaka week 2, we really had a bad games a lot because number 1 factor is that the players were trying to readjust how to play in the stage again. Number 2, their communication, their execution, and lalo yung mga synergy nila was kind of kulang. And also, Irad was kind of nervous din sa stage. Pero coming to week 3, the players are finally able to find the voice and then yung mga execution. The proper edge I think that we have over the other teams is siguro mga hero po that we can also play assassin. Tapos our execution will be better the more weeks we go. Again, regular season is a preparation for playoffs. So sana, as we keep growing for the following weeks, by the playoffs, we will show our ultimate good form.
Now, Coach, out of curiosity, do you prefer a player na mas vocal? Or do you prefer a player na susunod lang?
Depende din kasi. If everyone is vocal, then ibig sabihin walang isang shot call. Sabi ko to my players that a good shot call is not by making the tamang decision. A good shot call is, for example, if someone says, let's go, then everyone says, let's go, even though they know it's a suicide mission. A bad shot call is, kahit maganda yung decision, then hiwala yung mga communication. Yan yung bad shot call. So right now, we're still trying to find the balance, and I'm really happy about their performance today because maganda yung shot call today.
And you are finding that balance. As the days go by, we could see RSG improving more and more. Now it's time to announce the match MVP. Let me hear some names. Ito, sigaw ng Ira. Tingnan natin kung ikaw nga ba ang tama dyan. Let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Irad! Irad, sabi ko sa'yo magaling ka talaga. Very, very noticeable. We've always seen your potential, pero this season talaga you're shining. Now, yung totoo you could be really honest, and I love how vocal you are. Sa first half, kasi I think you guys faced all the teams na sa first half dito sa ating first round. Happy ka ba sa performance mo? At kung hindi, saan ka ba gustong bumawi?
Feeling ko di pa namin napakita yung buong lakas namin sa TNC Tsaka may gusto talaga kaming team na bawian.
Sino yon? Kasi may sinabi ka kanina sa akin
Si yung Ego po kasi masarap po sila kalaban. Tsaka sobrang tapang po nila maglaro. Yun. Tapos sana po ma-dominate naman namin sila.
Bakit sila masarap kalaban? Are you talking about the entire team? Or meron ka bang specific player na meron kang gustong patunayan?
Nire-respeto ko naman yung yung mga sinabi sa akin ni Carl. Tsaka hayaan mo yung sinabi mong magpalakas pa ako, see you. Nagpapalakas talaga ako.
And we're really waiting for the second round to witness that. Once again, everybody, congratulations to RSG Philippines. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Yan ang pro player. Talagang gustong patunayan ang kanyang sarili. And will prove something sa lahat ng hamon. Titignan natin kung ano nga ba ang papakita ni Irad sa ating second round pag nakaharap na niya muli ang Echo, specifically Carl TZ. But before we go to that, syempre hihimayin natin ang ating laban. Babalikan na natin ang ating mga casters. Pasok!
With that sweep win of RSG-PH over TNC Pro Team, they have launched themselves up to the, well, top 2, if I'm not mistaken. Because there's a 3-way tie at 11 with APBR and ONIC PH. This I have to correct myself or double check it. But I know they win in the head-to-head against APBR and ONIC because they've defeated them already this season.
Yeah. Top 2 real quick.
Yeah, from 5 to 2 with those 3 points.
Despite their losses, scratch that out. We're back a game.
First is Echo, right?
Sorry, rather?
First is Echo.
First is Echo, yeah.
Okay.
At 18 points. There's still a lot more to talk about there other than the things we've mentioned during game number 2. So, Midnight, say something smart and explain to us game number 2.
Well, freezing lanes. Say something smart. That is freezing lanes for RSG. Again, the fact of the matter is this game was based on that XP lane wherein Nuts and Ako was able to get that kill onto TNC's side lanes, which was really crucial and what propelled RSG to have this incredible momentum in the mid-game. And that has been achieved by Nuts on the Terizla. Really amazing performance on the EXP, zoning out not just the enemy gold laner, but the enemy XP laner as well. And I love the fact that after that kill, he went for fairly aggressive items and then went straight back to the dominance eyes just to make sure that there's a limitation on the side of TNC when it comes to team fight strength with the attack speed and of course the HP regeneration that could come out from Hesu. Again, this part of the game, this is the main point where TNC sort of like lost the chance to have this mid-game spike as well alongside the Bruno, because even though Eman actually died on the gold lane, they weren't even able to capitalize on that kill because they were taking the gold lane tower because the turtle spawned there. And then after that, RSG, they went back, grouped up, immediately made the call to utilize the Bruno with Eman. And again, not just being a Giga Chad on this skirmish from TNT, which by the way they initiated, but RSG went back because Nuts went full on Nuts Entertainment right there, and then zoned out the enemy team, the entire team, mind you. And after that, no objectives were taken away from RSG as TNC, King Kong specifically, couldn't contest the Lord away from Irad because of the pressure that RSG has been able to provide on the jungle, meaning there is a glaring gap between the XP of both Irad and King Kong, as RSG were always one step ahead when it comes to levels, gold, resources, positioning, you call it. Of course, the kicks coming out from the Bruno, it really hurts. It's not a song, it's the kick from the Bruno. It really hurts. Eman was dealing so much damage to a point where even if the Yuzong shows up with physical defense item, he dies in 3 to 4 shots. That's how scary the momentum and the snowball effect was from RSG. And again, keep in mind, this was allowed because of the fact that Nuts was able to establish this for RSG. And now we talk about the MVP of the series, the jungling pattern of Irad on the Mardis. Didn't let go of the control on the bottom side of the map. It was really just him making sure that there is always pressure against TNC, making sure that whenever TNC is grouping up to fight, they get the vision, they get the jump, they get the initiation, and Nuts can always just look for the split push on the opposite side of the map, and Eman will just be taking towers. If you look at where they stop, it's in front of the base of TNC, because that's where RSG grouped up earlier and they collapsed on, while Eman was taking 2 towers behind the enemy lines. Now TNC, they were only able to get 1 kill, but it was just, you know, the team fight aspect of the game. Like, somebody would die still on the side of RSG. But one thing that I also want to highlight here is the fact that Aqua was able to like sort of play the demonic type of a Valentina, wherein he just disrespects the enemy, not with damage, but with stolen spells. We saw earlier from the highlights the crucial timing on the Netherrealm to save his teammate, and that is also one thing that TNC needed to address and resolve, because the stolen Netherrealm is going to be a problem because they don't have damage through that, especially that Hesu didn't have a fantastic start, so nobody will be able to break the HPs, the additional layer of HP coming out from the Nether Realm whenever RSG engages. And that was always consistent with Aqua. He was always holding the Nether Realm. Never looked for any different ultimates here from the side of RSG, as he knew that this was the perfect skill to steal, especially when you're covering for the Bruno. Now, looking at the stats here, Eman, again, having been able to farm the entire game, 794 GPM, and the damage to turret, 50k on the side of RSG. This is just too much to deal with for TNC. Again, this is just how RSG's lineup is supposed to play. The composition is allowed to do this. They group up, they look for fights, they initiate, they re-engage with the Nether Realm, and then the Minotaur factor. He was just limiting the tank presence from TNC, and that is why Eman was just allowed to freely farm, take towers, deal damage to enemy heroes, and end up taking the base of TNC. That was the main story of this game. The XP to the momentum in the mid game, to the saves, to the draft composition, into the balls of fury coming out from Bruno, I'm sorry, that ended up sweeping TNC.
Hell of an analysis there, Midnight.
I don't know who Bureau is.
It could be the Bureau of Damage.
I like it.
Thanks.
We're gonna use
Thank
that.
you.
The
Thank you.
Bureau of
Damage.
The BOD.
BOD.
Thank you for the save.
I
My God, I
like
love
it.
you, OSX.
I love him too. You know what?
love
Let
you too.
us look forward to how TNC Pro Team are gonna change their fortunes at the second half of the season. Again, TNC Pro Team last season struggled, but then they were able to swing things around, almost make a run for the playoffs. That's a possibility. And for RSG, how they can remain consistent. A hot match coming up for the second matchup of the day. ONIC versus Omega. Ryzen, the former juggler of Omega, now the juggler of ONIC, vowed to crush Omega. Can he deliver on that promise? It's ONIC-PH versus Barangay Smart Omega. Coming up, before we continue, any final thoughts?
Today we are about to see more of the heated matches because I heard a bird told me that something is coming up for this match. So
Oh, yeah.
I'm feeling the heat from this one.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there's something big coming up.
Let me just say, we're breaking friendships, we're breaking roles.
All right, so right now we're gonna break by going on a break. See y'all in a bit.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito. Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The fastest speed. The widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of Smart. When you're in moments that matter most,
at last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Welcome back to the home of the greatest MLBB players in the world. I'm Mara Aquino and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 12. Gusto ko nga unang laban sila agad eh. Galingan nyo. Paghandaan nyo ako. Yan ang mensahe ni Ryzen bago dumating ang pinakahinihintay niyang laban kontra sa dati niyang koponan. Now, it's time. The time has finally come for the new Sonic to fulfill his mission. Manaig kaya ang gigil ng dating kabarangay? O baka may nakahandang alas ang dating niyang mga kaakbay? MPL Arena. This is ONIC Philippines versus Smart Omega. Casters, pasok.
Cause baby, now we got bad blood. In second series, ONIC Philippines and Smart Omega. Oh my goodness! Greetings from the home of our greatest MLBB players in the world. At your service, I'm OSX. This here's Leo, and that is Wolf. And it's us, the We Bear Bros. Oh yeah.
Good notes, I'd say, but that's my line. At your service, we're bringing you Smart Omega versus ONIC, and both are coming in from a streak. I'm so excited.
I'm stunned. That's all I can say. I have forgotten to be Wolf, dude. I am malfunctioning right now. Literally.
A big shout out to our student leaders and community heroes from NCR visiting the MPL Philippines Arena for the MPL Battle Trips. Yeah, it's back, and this is happening right now. You see, we're having a jam-packed area right now, and this is completely electric for the match of the day. But before we head on to our match, let me invite you guys to watch and experience MPL Philippines Season 12 action live and on site. So get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to slashevent.com/e/MPL Philippines Season 12 for more details. What's up, fellow Bears? Oh, you're wearing the same collar as mine.
Yeah.
So, yeah. How's it feel?
I got the memo.
Okay.
I got the memo. We're on point. And today, after that sweeping victory by RSG, I think we're owed here a best of three that goes all the way. I think if the performance of OMG and ONIC are to be any basis, this second matchup for the day, I believe, will be going all three games.
Yeah, I agree because it's Omega that needs to. They obviously all of them need points, but ONIC are gonna be gunning for their fourth 2-0, if ever.
In a row.
In a row. And for Omega, it's just recovery from them from now on. So yeah, I think this will be not an easy series at all for anyone.
Speaking of not an easy series, yesterday we heard the interview back with Ryzen, how he's so hyped. And as he looks forward for this match, for the first time they're meeting Smart Omega, and he wants to crush the hell out of Smart Omega because he came from that previous team, and he said it right in the interview yesterday. And our headline for today is a test of endurance for ONIC Philippines. Yeah. They 2-0'd Menana yesterday, and ONIC will be entering their third week straight series of the week. Throughout their run so far, ONIC has experimented on multiple lineups, but at some points, they have been constantly doing their mix, but yesterday we found the right variant. How about that?
Yeah, no, when you talk about Ryzen and you say Ryzen ONIC Philippines, it still hasn't sunk in for me yet, but he has been instrumental in that 3-series sweeping streak.
Yeah.
Say what you will about the shuffle, but you never change out Ryzen.
Yeah, for sure. Him and Nets.
That's
would
right.
be the
Nets.
common thing.
Oh,
of
yeah.
course. Nets. All
Remember
right.
yesterday, right?
Which is good because if you remember, Ryota used to be playing for ONIC and he's playing for Omega, so that's a good trade-off.
Oh, wow, you're right.
I will
See?
destroy you. Good luck to my former team, Smart Omega.
Oh, dude, Ryzen's cold, bro.
Destroy you.
Ryzen's cold. I've been a fan of this young man, Dean Somagi, since his debut in Season 8, and I gotta say, I never thought I'd see this side of him.
Yeah, it's a different side from wearing green, now yellow, and he's the only player in ONIC Philippines that only has that sole role because he's the jungler. Nobody has the variation to even swaps with him.
I think, that's also true with Nets, I believe.
Yep.
Yep. But Ryzen, I don't think that he's replaceable anyways.
Never.
Because I understand why you became a fan of him during Season 8 because he has a distinct playstyle. Back then in Season 8, you can argue that maybe that kind of playstyle does not work yet.
Yep.
It is questionable because it's overly aggressive.
Yeah.
But now playing the utility role, which is weird because he's playing utility junglers, but he shows that he can elevate his style of play and show to us why he's deserving to be a top jungler in the Philippines.
Yeah, speaking of junglers, speaking of players, with OMG right now in their match with ONIC Philippines, will they mix their players as well? Is the Doc gonna be in? We've seen him do his thing. We finally see the debut of their rookie jungler. Well, we haven't seen it yet. Spidey.
Yep.
Who knows? Maybe this could be a different multiverse for Omega. But how will we see Kelra right now today? Because right now, and even in the off season, we've seen him doing some what do you call this? Suspense, giving out some clues out to his viewers. And finally today they meet, and I am just expecting something. I just feel something about this match I can't explain.
It's not like there's not a precedent to Kelra playing elsewhere, right? In the offseason, in major smaller league tournaments, Kelra actually played in the jungle. So I think going into Season 12, I have to be honest, I expected for them to field Kelra in that way, but apparently they're able to get some level of success even with him going back to the gold lane. But I don't know, man. I think today might be the day, just maybe.
Okay, before we head on to this heated match, or we so-called bad blood, let's throw it over to our insider Hans. What do you got for us before this match starts?
Topic para ngayong araw ay kung madudurog nga ba ni Ryzen ang barangay. Kaya naman ngayon ay kukunin ko ang side ng Smart Omega para malaman natin kung ano ba ang mga hinaing nila because we have here Kelra na still unknown yata kung ano yung magiging role niya in this matchup dahil makikita natin siya in this game. So, Kelra, ang daming mga recent na mga pagbabago with the current patch that we have. Parang ang dami yatang marksman na nerf. Hindi ka ba nahirapan, ganon? Paano ba yung mga adjustments na ginawa nyo?
Siguro sa adjustment din naman kami nahirapan kasi parang lahat naman ng mga hero nagagamit namin tsaka napapractice. Kaya parang madali na mag-adjust.
Okay. Nag-RG na kayo ulit. Sama-sama RG na ulit.
RG 5-man serious.
Ayan, 5-man serious. Kasi dati yung sabi ni Kelra sa interview niya, 5-man joke time. Pero ngayon, seryoso na talaga sila. Okay, speaking of seryoso, halos ang tagal na. We're already at the halfway point ng ating regular season. And merong isang team, or hindi nga isang team isang tao lang talaga, nagigil sa team mo. Parang may nababasa ka ba with interviews, mga ganon? May nakikita ka na parang gusto daw talaga kayong durugin?
Ang dami ko nakikita Di ko rin alam ba't siya galit sa amin So baka siguro tinanggal siya kaya siya nagagalit.
Okay. So aware ka na nababasa mo talaga. Pero hindi mo rin alam kung bakit sobrang gigil sa inyo.
Hindi ko rin alam.
Hindi rin. So at this point, gaano ba kataas ang tsansa na madudurog kayo ni Ryzen today?
Let the game talk na lang.
Alright. Let the game talk. Tama naman. May point naman si Kelra kasi mamaya sabi niya, kung sakali na magkaroon talaga, baka doon sila pumalo ng sobra. Pero ngayon, we're gonna let the game talk at this point. So, speaking of which, di ba? Ang sabi niya, maghanda daw kayo ngayon. Kasi naghanda daw siya para sa laban na to. Di ba? Maghanda daw kayo ngayon kasi naghanda daw siya para sa laban na to. Ano bang mga paghahanda yung ginawa niyo? Naghanda ba kayo?
Naganda kami sa team niya pero hindi sa kanya.
Okay. Naganda kayo sa team niya na medyo flexible din pero hindi talaga i-Ryzen on full. Okay? So,
mga kasama niya siguro sa mga tank support, mga ganun. Pero hindi sa jungle kasi parang tulala naman yun.
Okay. Okay. So, ayun. Tank support, basically, yun yung talagang pinagtutuunan nila ng pansin. And kung may message ka ngayon kay Ryzen, ano na lang ang mensahe mo?
Message ko sa'yo, sana maka-retry ka sa akin.
Ay. So confirmed. Confirmed. Retry. Tama, retry, di ba? So, Kelra, I guess will be playing in the jungle role this time around. At ito, ang pinaka-exciting members coming from the side of Barangay na talagang hinihintay ko. Actually, meron pang isang kakampi dito na galing din sa ONIC Philippines sa team nyo, di ba?
Si
Riota. Sige, kunin mo nga si Riota since andito na rin si Rio. Andito na rin si Rio eh. Oy, Riota, welcome. Alam ko ang tagal mong hinintay ito kasi for the longest time nasa ONIC Philippines ka. Pero ngayon na nandito ka, anong objective mo? How can Smart Omega win? Saka, ang dami talaga nangyayari na gusto ni Ryzen pabagsakin yung Smart Omega. Pero ngayon na ng ibang barangay ka na, how is it looking like for Riota ngayon?
Mas confident ako ngayon eh.
Okay. Mas confident ka ngayon. Ano ba mangyayari? Yung ginagawa mo dati na ganon? O 2-1?
Di natin masabi.
Okay. Kung may message ka rin kay Ryzen ngayon, or kay Super Friends na lang, tsaka kay Nets, na naging kakampi mo din naman dati. Anong masasabi mo? Kasi feel ko maglalaban din kayo at this point.
Good luck sa inyo. Sana manalo kayo nang wala ako.
Sana manalo kayo nang wala ako. Kasi nandito na rin siya sa barangay. And I can't wait for this matchup to happen. It's Kelra, Riota, and the rest of Smart Omega kontra sa side ng ONIC Philippines. Kaya wag na natin patagalin pa to. Let's throw it over sa ating mga casters.
Thank you so much, Hans, for that amazing job in that interview. Now, to see what happened on that context, that was just a confident Dwayne Pilas, Kelra, just saying, I hope you can get a retry out of me. So it's confirmed.
Yeah.
He's doing jungle today.
I like it. I like it. You know what? The only worry I have is this going to be like Michael Jordan playing baseball or Brock Lesnar going to MMA? It's one or the other, right?
It should be. I think we've seen some of the samples of this at least. But when you mention like major tournaments outside of MPL, technically speaking, very impressive. Maybe because he can still bring the mechanics, right? However, the meta has changed now. I think I'm confident with Keller playing Assassin. I'm not that confident him playing utility jungler.
Very different.
It's a different story, but when I remember back then when he had the interview in week 1 where they actually had a loss, he actually admitted that they didn't have that a good amount of practice. And
for sure.
And knowing that he said that he also admitted that when they started to do ranked games together, it changed differently.
Yeah.
And one thing also to know that back in the season when we had 8 games, or 8 weeks rather, Smart Omega starts to heat up when it's actually when it's about to end.
Yeah, something else from that interview with Hans that I picked up is Prince and Nets. Riota said very specifically, I wonder what he meant by that. I hope you win without me. What does that mean? Without me on the team? Without me on the map? Because I'm with Omega now? And
that's a double thing.
Does it even mean like, I hope you win without me?
Or
meaning
while
like,
I'm not around?
While I'm not around? Or am I the win condition for you guys? Maybe. We don't know.
Wow. If this is about variance, Omega has one too?
It's got me confused.
It is.
Riota, why would you say that?
By the way, if...
It's so confusing.
All right. Here's another confirmation though, because he said that when Kelra is gonna be playing as a jungler, it's the Big J, gold.
Yes, that's the only other configuration. Unless Rebo, no, I think it's Big J.
The Big J.
The Big J.
I think it's Big J. It's Big J.
You're gonna have to curve it a little bit.
There you go, Big J.
Big J.
Show him straight out of his stint out of MPL-MY, coming back, making a mark in MPL Philippines.
Yeah, he is also from Team Lunatics as well.
He went deep. He went deep last season, man.
Yeah, from MY, and now with that kind of things that's been speculated onto the table, a lot of things could change actually for Smart Omega. And from my point earlier, when Smart Omega started to eat up when it's week number 3 for the season, it's different. They're winning games.
Yeah. Oh, well, I hope that with Jones' re-debut, again, just for the sake of me being a big J fan, I hope it turns out.
Yeah. No, I'm confident because I think the Brent stint, Jones stint during Brent, totally different now.
Well, let's call in our teams, ONIC Philippines and Barangay Omega, as we head on to their match opening right now.
They've been cleaning house with 3 teams swept. You haven't seen them shuffle this hard since Coach Yeb. It's ONIC Philippines! Season after season, everyone's been trying to find the antidote to the lason, barangay magingay, for Smart Omega! And their coaches, Coach Bam, celebrating his birthday, and Coach Stronger. Sonics and Barangay clash in today's second matchup.
That entrance is full with confidence and fire. Now they flex a yellow beeping thing.
Beeping thing?
Yeah, I think it's beeping or some blinking thing. And that is just completely ONIC Philippines. That was a good intro, by the way. And the shuffle now is with this kind of... How are they doing with this kind of lineup?
I actually like this, given that the chef is here. Again, he got a favorite of mine in Omega. Well, I'm happy to see the chef come back.
Numbers-wise, they're not that successful. And for this one, this will be the first time. And I just want to say, my goodness, jump so tall.
Yeah,
call him Big J.
Big J is definitely a Big
He's
J.
definitely that guy. So he's now the gold laner and Keller's the jungle debut. How will the index takes this analysis, Wolf?
I wonder. Maybe we will see later on. But at least for me, we know for sure that Kelra should be acclimated to the utility jungler role because for sure, Assassins might be his strongest suit. But when it comes to playing like the utility junglers, how can he match up against Ryzen, who's far more quote-unquote experienced in that specific meta game, you know?
It's hard to think about because, again, look at the stats, right? I think, given the rise of Omega, taking down big names in the league like APBR just recently, the numbers aren't as reliable. That's why, again, I stand by my own judgment and my own prejudice. Chef Rapidot's going to show up today. That's what I feel, right? And looking at the team head-to-head, something is... what's up with this? Why can't Omega get turtles?
I hope I can answer that quickly, right? Maybe because Andoryu is not that experienced compared to other junglers, to their opponents. And dare I say, though, we have so many good junglers, dude, here in the Philippines. And you yourselves always talk about this in the English broadcast. Something about the Philippines junglers eating lord dance and turtle dances for breakfast, you know?
Yeah, I agree about Andoryu. Personally, I find it that he still has this jitters in his play style.
That's the lord dance.
Yeah, and in fact, that since we're talking about the intensity and play style of Omega, you want that aggressive start. You want that aggressive, whatever it is, gamble that they can do in some parts of the game. But with this, it's with the switch of Kellera, things could actually be different.
Yeah, Francis, Sam, given that maybe mechanics is one thing Kellera has over Ryzen, maybe he can also be more aggressive, given that he's different.
Well, let's see how this match goes. Kaisam, it's your turn to break down the keys to victory right now.
Thank you, FJ and Daniel. This is the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. Infinix Note Series, ultra fast gameplay. And for ONIC, what they need to do is watch out for the split. Now, why is this the case? Have Omega, have they been splitting, actually? Well, if you look at their previous games, it looks so weird for Omega to still go for the Ryota split push kind of play. I'm not saying that it's not effective, but stat-wise, it does not show the results. However, ONIC should still watch out for that because ONIC plays fast. And if Omega is allowed to do the split push, they can prolong the games. And that is where teams struggle against Omega when the game goes late. Now for both teams, for Smart Omega, study and outplay ONIC and Lord Dances. This is even more applicable now that Kelra is actually playing as the jungler for Omega, and what they need to do, or what they should have done before this matchup, is they should have studied how ONIC plays the Lord Dance, because my oh my, the dance moves, the steps that they're following for ONIC Philippines, they have been crisp. And here we go. For all of the non-Filipino fans out there, ako ang sinayang nyo means like, I'm the one that you kind of wasted, or maybe there's, I have a very poor translation about that. But what I'm trying to say is, when Ryzen went to ONIC and when Ryota went to Omega, they will need to prove that they belong in the previous squad, or that they are the win condition for the previous squad. That is at least my poor translation of that. Maybe FJ as well as Dan has a different translation for that kind of statement.
Well, to add to that translation, I think I'm the one you forgotten. Maybe you could do better.
I'd say I'm the one you let go.
I'm the one you let go.
Yeah, and
that's a good one, Christopher.
Thanks. Come to think of it, all of these work both ways. Again, Ryota, such an impactful XP laner. Ryzen, I'd say the heart and soul of Omega's jungle all this time while they were trying to put all the weight on Kelra. So, yeah, definitely. Where does this find us, right? Talking about the mid laners.
Yeah, head-to-head right onto our screens. A lot of huge deficit in terms of KDA, but is this matter for Smart Omega even?
Before I answer that question, I just want to point out, even when Super Prince is trailing behind at E2 they're still 8 and 10, which is leagues above over other players here in MPL.
By the way, that's an average, not
that's
a single game showing. That's how they just play.
Mechanically, gifted, experience. I don't know. It's an understatement, but that's how they just do it.
Yeah, but okay, so to answer your question, it will play a massive difference because Super Prince, even when he's at 8 KDA, he plays aggressively. Super Prince gets into the fight. E2 gonna be sitting back and just nuking from above or looking from a long distance. That's why he's called the KDA washing machine.
Really?
As his teammates would call him.
Cleans up, man. He just cleans up.
He cleans up, exactly.
KDA W. KDA double M. Wow. That's you really learn something. You really learn something every day.
Yeah.
Let's see how this draft goes. Who's gonna be washed here? Since we have a debut from the role of Kelra here and also for Jome, we see red side on Omega. ONIC has now priority on what they can do with this one.
Can I just say right before we note anything, the fact that this whole Jome and Kelra situation, them debuting this kind of lineup, it benefits them that they start in red.
Yeah.
I actually like it because you get to fix it. What would you rather have? The first pick, strong start, or the ability to repair the draft later on?
On a personal level, I always prefer red, just because of the fact that you can, as you said, fix the draft no matter what happens. And also, because of the first two picks, you apply pressure on both the first pick and the second phase pick of the blue side.
Well, speaking of having a first strong pick, Mathilda is open.
Oh no!
This time,
You're gonna have to make them sound effects, bro.
The Rapid Dude Mathilda.
All
right.
There it is!
Man, I'm happy. Because I always do the sound whenever Mathilda pops the ultimate.
That's you two.
Yeah.
We are Bear Bros for a reason, right?
Yeah. This newly buffed support hero has an amazing win rate. Amazing win rate. Well, that's as honest as it gets, though. Look at this.
Yep.
Edith and the Minotaur.
First foot forward for Omega. They're Gryffindors nowadays, Or they are Gryffindors.
Just up front.
Yep.
Ready to counter everything. And despite the landing of the Mathilda,
you know what what flabbergasted us here is that they picked up the Edith. And typically you pick up the Edith first base because you want to flex it. And that's the essence of the second being in the red side anyways, right? Then they pick up Minotaur. Now you confirmed both the Ryota and the Chakno hero.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically Coach Stronger saying how much frontline you want. Yes. Right here, right now.
Okay. No Lilia yet for the side of ONIC, although or Valentina even. Okay, so that means that Omega can actually take the Eve, maybe? E2 Max hero. Novarius Novarius not open.
considering that Eve is forgotten in some of the ways, even bans, even priorities, I think Omega would actually benefit from that, but they didn't.
Forsaken, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're gonna last pick the Kelra hero here.
Since since this is going to Jom as well, so they're trying to trim down one more here. So with distance, this is the index trying to read the game right now. So yeah, it's leaning towards support utility for ONIC, and as well as the hero damage per second.
Yep, we can honestly say that with the first 3 picks, like it's Martis, it's Irrital, and Matilda. There's from the words of another bear, Big Tam.
That's right.
But the Brody, of course, will be the source of DPS here for Smart Omega. See, even with just the Edith, even with just the Brody, in combination with 2 crowd control heroes, already the damage output is enough for Smart Omega.
That's all the stacks, bro.
Exactly. So, Lancelot ban.
And also the Uranus. We rarely see most of the times that Uranus might exist.
The Cram hero.
And the second time he got banned.
Gentlemen, they're gonna force Kelra on a utility jungler. I smell it already.
Yes.
Will he be comfortable though, knowing Kelra?
I wouldn't know the answer to that, unfortunately, because I know Kelra as a, he takes over the game as a gold laner. As a jungler, he wants to go for assassins.
What else is out there? Martis is out. Martis is halfway.
I don't know if Kelra plays something like a Guinevere or something.
What about a Bane though?
Would you imagine Kelra in the Bane?
Sure, that would be a dream come true for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, we haven't seen Bane pop up so much.
Imagine, well, that would be like a trampoline. Look at all the CC.
Yeah. Also the C3, right?
Okay.
How he builds up
A
those damage.
trampoline.
I think that's also a possible way to see Kelra's choice. In a way for the jungle, if he goes to utility but up against a Martis, you would need to actually have more mobility and sustain. So yeah, they're pushing it. They're pushing it hard.
Even the land.
Valentine or Lilia should be the.
Whoa.
Okay. Double
Mid Wrath.
Mid Wrath.
Likely?
Likely. Which could you imagine Etumax with a Minotaur? That opens up the Lilia for ONIC because that's an easy pickup because you have so much damage in the front lines, right?
Speaking of front lines.
Okay.
This group came prepared.
Okay, what else? Maybe Terzla or Xborg. Xborg looks... Yeah, because there's no poke from Omega. And every time that there's no poke hero, you're happy playing the Xborg.
You just jump in there.
Jump in.
Get in.
Yep.
Wow. I'm surprised that both heroes actually made it through to the second phase.
I agree.
That is...
Safely picked up by ONIC Philippines. Okay.
There she is.
Still looking at and still the Xborg. Yeah, that's the index talking to you.
That's a lot of damage from ONIC.
Damage,
sorts too.
Okay. Cuts, and also even firepower.
This has to be... Okay, what needs to happen for Omega is you need damage as well as some front lining. Without the Fredrin, without the backshot, what else is there from the jungle? Doesn't make a play something like a Deeroth in the jungle.
I don't like it though.
What? Harith jungle?
Harith jungle, likely.
Okay. All right. The Kelra special from the gold lane
Is it fast enough?
will now be played from the jungle role.
Is it fast enough?
Can't they keep up with that? But just looking at sustain and early to mid, they have answers. But for ONIC Philippines, they're covering more of the team fights and bursts from early to mid.
Unfortunately, the answer to it is not fast enough. And this is also, if you look at Ling as well as Fanny, they're both purple dependent.
Yes.
But you can get by because you can maybe invade or whatsoever. For Harith, you don't really quickly recover from lacking the purple buff.
He's actually a very fair and honest hero.
And you don't have Purify, you don't have Flicker. You're forced to go for the Retribution.
You have the reduced CC passive.
You can evade, but it all checks on how you do your micro steps with that.
Exactly. I don't know, man. Kelra's instincts are going to get tested.
Well, let's see who's going to be tested here in this first game of this series. Is Smart Omega versus ONIC Philippines, the debut of Kelra and Jom. Now we have Rise on our screens. Who is going to get this match? Let's see how it goes in game number 1.
Kelra jungle with the Harith. I think when it comes to just speed, might be faster than the Martis for single target jungle creeps. But when it comes to the purple buff, not entirely sure. But now, smartly, Omega went for the orange buff first.
maybe considering more of the damage that Harris can even give right now in the early game. With this kind of combination, is there anything that changed from the Emirates that he's trying to build?
Not really. Honestly, now that I think about it, maybe let's not look at just the Harith, but look at the protection. We did say that he needs something that applies damage to the front line, so like front to back composition. That mainly is Harith. With Minotaur as well as Rafaela, he's going to be safe, but not against Ryzen with the Retribution.
Oh, here we go. Zamanfor set in already. The front line from Omega coming in strong. Ryzen, the first casualty. Big J scores.
Yeah, talking about a good score out of the first.
Man.
And that was the marksman of Smart Omega having that first kill onto him with this kind of scaling damage. That's a kettle boiling water.
Okay.
Faster.
Harith jungle. It's very difficult to kind of invade Omega, not because of Harith, but because of the presence of Raphael and Minotaur. And that's what Ryzen tried to do. He tried to invade the Crammer up top, and he was duly punished for it. I'm sure that he was very surprised that there were two supports actually there to defend.
Yeah, from Kobe Bryant to Dikembe Mutombo, Chang was saying, no, no, no. You just don't.
Yeah, oh, look at the peel onto nets,
That was close, that was close. First turtle up already, and it's ONIC to the scene first. In comes Ryota with the onward and the flipping. Kelra, Zamanfor scoring the turtle. They're piling on to them. Ryzen goes down 2-0. The second death on ONIC's jungler. Woo.
And this is really bad because Martis is dependent on getting the snowball with 2 deaths. That's a mortal sin. And Omega, they are overloading. You can see Itomax just gets level 4 in time. And that means that after the initiation coming out from Ryota with the onward as well as the shatter, you have the Holy Baptism, a very solid crowd control spell to have for Omega.
Yeah, Overload is completely the name of Omega's game right now. Having a way of not going home with this Raphael and Etomax is supporting everybody with a quick regen. I say it just keeps on moving forward since Hekel right now has more momentum that they did get.
Gentlemen, now that we're talking about it, it seems like Omega's main enemy here in 3 minutes into this matchup is not even ONIC, it's their mana pools. They can keep fighting as long as they have mana.
Yeah. Kelra is level 7, Ryzen is just level 6. And every time there's an initiation, there is always a follow-up.
Close call, that was an FHB from Etomax.
This is the problem as well for the Matilda. Despite having a faster movement and also response, the cover of Chakli and the control of the vision Omega's been given.
So much damage. Nets ain't going nowhere. Kelra gets another one.
Yeah, see, just by talking about control, vision, and damage, Smart Omega getting great coverage against ONIC Philippines. They're pushing so much pressure. Overload as well. Look at that. Look at the poke from Kelra.
Oh, there's nowhere for Friends and Rapidu to go. Down bottom, Ryzen's just trying to get the scraps. Here comes Rapidu canceling the circling eagle. Ain't nobody want none of that. 10 seconds to the turtle.
But there's no chance for Omega to fight this. Oh, I mean for ONIC to fight this because Ryzen is really just nullified in this game. No Molten Essence. He went for the Fury Hammer. I think this will be the Brute Force Breastplate build. Or maybe he might want to rush the Radiant Armor. This is a difficult situation for Ryzen because he will have to make sure that the first defensive item that he gets, it will cover the most bases. You would wonder if maybe the Brute Force Breastplate could be good, but maybe in this specific case, Radiant Armor might be the way to go.
I reckon you're right. Omega here, almost 2,000 gold ahead, scores the second turtle of the game clean. The question of is the Harris fast enough is just being answered right before our eyes. It's faster than you think, fellas.
Yeah, with the shoes and also what Wolf pointed out earlier there on how ONIC Philippines is not looking good even from the status of Ryzen. With this kind of problem, they're also forced to initiate in team fights because if you go up against one, or even all by yourself against Omega, that's a 5 right away response from the barangay as well. So this gives them a lot of pressure not to even build damage items from this moment.
Oh, here we go. Omega living right inside ONIC's jungle, forcing a response from this tier 2 up top. Prince at half health. Oh man, ONIC has nowhere to go.
No. It's the space of Chakmo is creating as well as Edimax not.
Oh,
look at that!
Onward, Earth Shatter! Everything but the kitchen sink! They are burying Ryzen 0-3-0.
Oh. As we discuss, control and vision for Smart Omega, utilizing more of the coverage even just by the map alone, they find so much pickoffs from Ryzen. Momentum dependent. I think this is becoming a problem now. This is a struggle for Martis, even for the Matilda too.
That's an uphill climb from now on. Man, could be even Mount Everest or Mount Apple. Well, they're incomparable, but you understand what I'm saying, right? The problem for Ryzen now is that he is a Martis. Went in for, I don't know what item he's got already at this point. But 6 minutes and we're not seeing a full item from the jungler, that's bad news. And that is a momentum-based kind of jungler. I cannot figure out a way for ONIC to bring back this game.
Oh man, off-cam turret take by Nets. I mean, that's the best that they can do. But all this while, Kelra commits Grand Theft Purple. Already Ryzen starved, and he's getting just oppressed.
Yeah, I think you guys got it. The Radiant Armor is now with Ryzen, and with that kind of momentum-dependent kind of hero, they need to count on Nets and even Super Friends to combine that damage against OMG. Because that's the problem in this kinds of team fights. Either they would let go of the objective and look for a different trade. But so far, Omega's just always pushing the situation to make them respond in team fights.
So we did say that the pokes will, or the lack thereof, coming out from Omega against this expert should be good. But never did we realize that Omega's composition, they're in it for the kill. You know, they don't need to poke. Whoever gets stunned gets taken out.
Yeah,
and that means that they need to utilize export now.
It's brutal, and Cram, look, after 2 hits from Kelra, suffers. So what? Chaknu coming in. Holy Baptism spent up by Etomax, and there's still a lot of green left in Omega. They can actually force this push. Circling Eagle from Rapidut cancels it.
Oh no. This is bad news again. Rapidut, we know that he can make wonders from the roaming role, but 0-0-0-0-0 for a Matilda. You don't want to see that. You'd rather see your Matilda die twice and convert into 4 kills with 3 assists, maybe 1 kill, something like that. 0 deaths with 0 assists is even, worse.
Oh, talking about worse. About to get worse with a T. Flipping over Cram, Immortality pops, Zamanfor still active, and they pop his Virago armor. Joe with the torn apart memory, taking him down from way downtown, from behind.
Chaknu!
Fringe falls as well, Chaknu coming in, strong, still alive. Ryota though, gonna get taken down here, unless, the iframes from the Primal Wrath expiring keeps him alive. They will convert straight into a tier 1 in mid.
Big J! Wow, look at that. ONIC Philippines completely disengaged. What an amazing play from the Barangay.
And they're still going, man. Rapidut's in trouble. The chef gets stunned, and the chef gets taken out. Another one for Big J.
Oh, wow. My goodness. This Omega composition, you don't need utility for Kelra. You just have to beat Kelra.
Gentlemen.
The Kelra jungle.
I didn't know Edith had that mechanic in her. I'm pretty sure Ryota didn't even time it on purpose. It just happened.
Yeah. It's just an amazing sight to see.
It's an iframe, bro.
Edith on Atoy R. And just we were questioning how will this debut work for Kelra. It's working wonders. And you were questioning how will this go faster? It's just with Kelra alone, man, the microplay and the instincts of this player. That's amazing, Wolf.
This is going to be a problem because if you look back at the amateur days of Kelra, before he was actually part of Execration, he was already dubbed as one of the Harith masters, together with Marky, his mentor. He learned a lot from that guy, and both of them, they are super duper good with the Harith specifically.
The solution and the savage.
The solution and the savage, right. And now you're seeing Kelra playing the jungle Harith, which we had some reservations because we have not seen it work. But it does give the necessary damage output, the frontal damage output that we were looking for from Omega.
Yep, and it looks like they're going to be pushing the advantage here. Kelra gets some shields up, some healing from his lineup. It's like he doesn't even care. Zamanfor's already spent in. They're just waiting for the Lord. And by then, I believe the Zamanfor should be off of cooldown. We're expecting another big fight.
Yeah, he has the CDR boot, so it's going to work out fine for Kelra as long as he keeps on getting those smokes in from ONIC Philippines.
There's a flip from Ryota. Circling Eagle trying to knock them all up. And the Summon Force once more off of cooldown. And down goes the inhibitor. There's still some heroes left from ONIC. No one has died quite yet. That's a second turret taken down. 2 lanes penetrated by Omega. Approaching a 10k gold lead. And ONIC left reeling.
Wow, the deficit right now on ONIC has up against Smart Omega. Now they're at the mercy of their own base, even for just defense by their own turrets. Oh, look at that pull.
Oh, one more time. That's a 4-man knockup from the Chef, but ain't no follow-through. And Jome lets off a flaccid, torn-apart memory.
Oh, this is a struggle now for ONIC. Because they have 1 turret left. They're on to the last line of defense. How will this go? Well, how will they defend?
Oh, Etomas flickers in, looking for a holy baptism. Oh, no one home. Ryzen goes in for the guiding winds, kept alive, but for just how much longer? Oh, here we go. Wrap it up one more time. Circling Eagle, 3-man knockup, plus an X-Borg. Last insanity. And that's going to go down here. Ryota takes him down. Ryota with the flippy flip, and Ryzen falls as well. 2 for none. The Barangay are in your house. And the base is up next. Summon Force in. Kelra Jungle. Game 1. Successful debut.
And that winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. What an amazing debut for Kelran as well as Jome.
What an amazing debut for the Harith Jungle too.
Oh,
4-0-4. Double support. And you saw that after already the dream scenario for the side of ONIC. They had those Circling Eagle that was able to knock up 4 of their enemies. Then there was a follow-up. That was the Export Ultimate, almost fully stacked with the last Insanity. But it felt like they didn't deal any damage. The double flask of the Oasis, or the photo, double photo.
Yep.
Coming out from the side of Omega with Minotaur activating it with his second skill. And of course, Rafaela with the supports that he has. You saw that they were able to last through the last Insanity Circling Eagle combo.
Amazing plays, the layers of skills and combos right onto the composition. But right now, you could Chase the weekly Diamond Pass and enjoy a Diamond rebate of 455%, and you can claim 100 diamonds on day of your purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days.
And let me ask you, are you worried about missing out on the rewards? Just log into the game every day and Layla's savings box will take care of it for you, automatically saving all of them rewards. 280 diamonds are waiting for you over there. Don't you worry about it.
Yeah, the offer's just too good to miss. Just unlock the pass and enjoy the benefits now.
And that game was too good to miss. You guys I invite you guys to just be here right now, even in our studio, but that match was completely a great start. And even for that Harith alone, asking the questions that can he even jungle faster? And that was even just the start of how he had an amazing job with his Harith. Even the Matilda even suffered from that game.
Yeah, and dare I say though, it wasn't fast enough because Tarzan was able to invade them. But what is fast coming out from Omega is the reaction to Ryzen's invading.
Yep, and then they just punished him.
Exactly.
And that was chapter 1 in the book. That is game 1. I love it. I'm a big fan, and I can't wait to hear more.
Well, let's talk about game number 1. Let's break things down a bit. Wolf, what do you have? It's Smart Omega taking the win out of ONIC Philippines.
We can actually put this as one of the pocket strategies that Omega was able to put up, and they're definitely surprised us. It worked in the first try. We were flabbergasted with the Edith plus the Minotaur opening pickup coming out from Omega, but it was all in preparation. It was all a setup so that the last pick Harith will be there for the side of Omega. We already predicted that the Lilia and X-Borg should be the top, or at least priority, in the last pick of the side of ONIC Philippines because of the lack of folks coming out from Omega. But then again, when the Harith was picked up, now there is no hero to actually stop Harith. No hard lockdown on the side of ONIC to be able to burst down Harith. And this meant that we can see the Omega really having a field day during the team fights. Let's first look at the first few minutes as Ryzen was being punished. He was actually one creep ahead of the Harith. As we say, it was very fast. But then, you can see Ryota with a very nice find, the suplex combination onto Ryzen. And every time that there is one hero from the ONIC side that gets stunned up, there's always a follow-up. You can see Chaknu with a beautiful use of the ultimate. And this will not be the first time. And Ryota, once again, the 4-man squad of Omega just making it so that they will own the river of this map. You see another kill that's going to be Cram trying to get away. The sustain coming out from Omega is just way too much, and we did not take for account that the defenses from Omega was actually pretty good because of the Minotaur as well as this one. And Ryota, that was one of the usage or the reactivation of the ultimate when he reacquires the armor or the robot, able to do it. Now, the dream scenario from ONIC, fully stacked Last Insanity, gonna be popped early, but it wasn't enough to take out the members of Omega because of the double flask setup. Look at that sustain. Ryota was almost dead, but he was able to land the suplex, and because of that, the heal coming out from Omega was more than enough. 9-0. That was so quick. There's really not much that we can see. Maybe we can say, maybe we can see this composition once again and see if ONIC will be able to counter this. But definitely after game number 1, you're gonna wonder what they should be doing against Omega. First off, I think Rapidut was probably in not the best places in this game, because there was a clash where Ryzen should be saved by the Guiding Wind up top in his first death. There was also a time where Nets was bullied into the top lane without any help of the Matilda. If you're going to be looking at other parts of the map that don't need the help, maybe that's where Rapidut should not be going as the Matilda, and maybe he needs to be there with Ryzen or with Nets. And that's what Omega actually exploited in this game. They saw the cracks in the armors of ONIC and just grouped up together and did not stop. You can see the double photo or Flask of the Oasis coming out from both Chaknu as well as Itomax. I'm not entirely sure how it works, but if you time it correctly, you're gonna have different procs on the shields. It will not stack in the same hero though, so that's one thing. If it does activate on one hero, there is a cooldown on that hero when the next proc of the Flask of the Oasis will be up once again. So while it is true that theoretically speaking, it's good to have double supports, it still needs a lot of communication, a lot of layering. That is one thing that Omega may have mastered, because you're going to see with how they were able to utilize Chakno as well as Itomax, they knew exactly how to take advantage of the Flask of the Oasis and the support metagame that we have right now. It wasn't that easy, but it looked very easy because of what Omega was able to show us. Study and outplay ONIC's Lord dances. We didn't even get to that point. No dances were needed because Omega was actually looking at how he was. They were speeding up the game, and even that last line with FJ as well as Dan here. Do you already have a translation for that last line? Because I think that Omega may have proven that okay, this is the reason why we did not retain you. FJ?
Okay.
All right, here's the thing.
I am completely building my thoughts there for that kid alone.
I don't think that last key to victory applies anymore. There was one factor that was totally ignored. Because I don't think leading up to today we expected Kelra to play in the jungle anyways. I think it's the fact that Kelra played the jungle and just forced the late game to come in at 10 minutes. That's what caused all of this.
It's all about advanced Omega timers, but now, since we're looking at how that game went, we're asking you guys to show your support for your favorite MPL teams by purchasing their limited edition team notification packs for only 58 diamonds. So going back to that thought, which I was struggling even to answer.
That's right.
So let's see how this goes. Maybe ONIC Philippines got stunned completely on how...
Like you did!
Yeah, like how will they even answer that kind of reflexes from Barangay Omega, knowing that Keller is like, yeah, we know him as the Harith, but how does he goes in the jungler? Even, again, solely pointing out the fact that Ryzen is the only player there who does the jungle role. There's no switch up. There's no way that they can actually think about something for maybe a double-edged sword for the next draft, but I think it's just a good amount of reason and even priority since they're on the blue side.
Now in hindsight, Omega's draft in game 1 is a ranked game nightmare. Like if I somehow face off against that and it just happens, like, all right, last pick, Pow, Harith, and then it's the same 5 heroes.
Yeah.
It's over.
It's over. Like, how do you even stop that? Maybe, actually, how do you actually? Maybe Baksha. Baksha might be the only hero that can man up or, attack the damage through that, and maybe because of the passive, that could be good. But seeing as how the draft went, the Baksha was banned. So.
Or a very skilled Bryo. A very skilled Lo Yi.
No.
Yeah.
Purify.
So they keep just going throwing those damage right away. So let's get a breather. We're heading back to the next match, but before everything else, let's throw it over to Mara Aquina for our Insider.
Battle Trips is back! We're here with the whole group of people. Uy, katabi ko ngayon actually si Patrick and si Marcus. Summarize nyo naman sa akin kung ano yung nangyari sa day nyo sa Battle Trips.
Ayan, so kanina, hello guys, magandang hapon is kami nga pala ang community heroes, we represented community heroes and the student leaders dito sa Pilipinas. Ayan, we're really hyping all the students and all the players para maging part ng aming community.
Kwento, anong nangyari today?
Ayun, from Cubao, doon kasi kami nag-gather.
Sa Cubao?
Yes, exactly. And then, sumakay kami ng bus.
Ng bus?
Nagkaroon kami ng mini-games.
Ng mini-games. Ano yung mga mini-games?
Siyempre, nagsimula kami sa paghuhula ng mga nicknames ng mga pro players. Then, yung mga participants natin, yung student leaders and community heroes, inuhulaan nila kung ano nga ba yung name ng mga pro players na yun. So, for example, hulaan nila kung sino si Agent Zero. So, sabihin ng mga participants natin, si Edward. Then,
nakuha ko yun. Ano pa yung mga games? Sige nga, isang
after
game.
that, mananalo na sila ng diamond.
Okay, one game. Sample ng isa pang game. Ano pa yung mga games nyo?
Ayun, nagkaroon kami ng familiar ka sa charade.
Charade. Okay, let's do a quick 10 seconds lang.
Yes, sige. So, kailangan to sa mga mga heroes na alam natin sa Mobile Legends. So, game. So, hulaan mo kung sinong hero to, hindi ko na sasabihin kung ano. Basta...
Tigreal!
Tama ba siya, guys? Tama ka, yes! Tigreal kasi di ba SS ni Tigreal? Oh my God, you're so great!
I'm so great. Okay, ano yung favorite part nyo kanina sa Battle Trips na ginagawa natin
Ikaw muna
dito?
kaya, Pat.
Ako yung favorite part ko sa Battle Trips ngayon. Siyempre, nakita ko yung mga idol ko na pro. So, especially,
sino favorite? Sino?
May favorite kasi si Kelra talaga.
Si Kelra? Okay. Ikaw ba, gusto mo bang, if you were part of MPL, what do you want to be?
Gusto ko lang kung maging part ng MPL is maging analyst.
Analyst. Sige nga, i-analyze mo yung ginawa ng favorite player mo na si Kelra. Okay? Alright. Okay. Kunyari ako si Womi. Okay. Patrick, ikaw naman. Analyze mo.
So, kanina sa game, makikita natin na sobrang intense ng laging laban ng Omega and ng ONIC. And syempre, nakikita natin yung debut match ni Kelra as a jungler, di ba? So, sa pagiging jungler niya, so nakafocus lang sila actually, nakuha nila yung lahat ng objectives. And yung rotation nila is nagagawa nila ng easy and flow lang and mabilis. So, mabilis silang nakapag-snowball, kaya mabilis din nilang natapos yung game.
Pwede na! Palakpakan! Okay, ikaw naman, ipapasa namin sa'yo. What do you wanna be?
Wow. Iyan ang masabi ko. Wow, napakagaling niya ang analyst.
And ikaw, if you're part of MPL, what do you want to be?
Siyempre, lalayo pa ba tayo? Kung saan nandito na ang ating katabi. Siyempre, magiging isang host!
Okay, sige. Ayan, magkatabi na tayo. Kunyari, ikaw ang host, ikaw yung mag-i-intro, magsa-start na ang ating laban. Go!
Guys, ready na ba kayo? Kasi matutunghayan nyo na ang laban ng ONIC-PH versus Omega. So, come on, let's go! Pasok, Mara!
Pwede na!
Appear!
Okay, paano ba maging part ng Battle Trips?
Ayun, para kung gusto nyo guys maging part ng exclusive package na makapunta dito sa MPL, which is the gallery shooting area.
Shooting gallery
studio.
Sa Makati.
Yan, syempre, kailangan nyo lang bisitahin ang aming official page, which is the MLBB-PH- Community Heroes or Student Leaders. And then, right now, we are actually inviting lahat ng mga taga-Batanggenyo na mag-join. And currently, we are asking them to answer kung sino itong pro player na to na bumalik dito sa MPL.
Sino ang pro
So
player
yun
na
ang
bumalik
questions
sa MPL?
natin, yun ang trivia natin for this week.
Oh,
They just have
sumali
to
na.
answer it.
Tapos ano ulit yung page?
That's MLBB-PH Community Heroes or Student Leaders.
Alright, okay. Pupunta na tayo sa ating caster. Sabay natin, ibato natin ha, tayong tatlo. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Casters, pasok!
Thank you so much, Marin. That was our insider together with our battle chess. For those of you who want to know and to join the action here in MPL Philippines at the Shooting Gallery Studios, that is the student leaders of MLBB in National Capital Region. And soon you can actually join the action here. And they're calling on the people from Batangas
that's
to join.
going to be up next on their stops. I actually met a good chunk of them. I think there's about a half a dozen kids that are students of the Technical University of the Philippines, Manila. Are in attendance today. I met them earlier this week when I did a little talk over there. And yeah, they're just so happy to be here. I would be happy if I was just I'm happy here every day working.
Yeah. I remember like 2 years ago when I was still in college, I always dreamt of like being part of an MLB team.
Here we are.
2 years ago.
And I remember also there was also invites back in Visayas and Mindanao in season 11. So it's no surprise that we could actually be part with this kind of battle trip.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
back when he was in Tacloban,
that's right. Yeah, as a proud member of the Tacloban community, dude. I
bro,
bet everyone.
Bacolod, bro.
Oh,
Tacloban.
right. I'm pretty sure everyone from Tacloban is just proud of you, right? Just as a homegrown talent.
Yeah, it's good. From the Visayas region, guys, it's not too far yet for you to join the action right here in Shooting Gallery Studios, where we are approaching also the week 4 of the regular season in season 12. So going back on the action, this time around, ONIC Philippines and Smart. Oh my God, you're taking a peek at them.
I'm trying to see if they switched up because you know, like, what if they just pull out the Kelra jungle situation for one game for a statement?
Just for one game? Come on.
I haven't seen enough of Big J. I miss Big J, man.
I miss him.
Because he was walking right here, but he was a little bit late.
Yeah, I don't know if he's sitting down in the booth or in the dugout.
Bro, this is something with Smart Omega today. Good luck. I hope you can win without me. It's just it confuses our chance to see if they're gonna play same time around for game number 2.
What if it's just as possible that ONIC goes for the shuffle too?
No.
I do hope so, though.
Maybe. No, I think it's the same, gentlemen. It's the same lineup.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Same thing. That's Big J.
All right.
That's Big J.
Okay, all right.
Big J and Kelra.
All right.
Not changing a thing.
Man,
Still the right mix.
Come to think of it, the right hashtag. The right mix.
The right mix.
All right. Come to think of it, dude.
Right mix, hit or miss.
5 minutes ain't enough for a reset. We were just talking about it. We just talked to the Battle Trip people, and now they have to play game 2.
With this short amount of reset, I think they need more time. So speaking of which, respecting the Minotaur and as well as the Mathilda, even though they used it in game number 1, but they're on the red side. Since we guys talking about whose favor you're gonna have a good draft.
Lancelot is open, and there's no Kaja. So I think you go Lancelot if you're ONIC, right?
Yeah, so the benefit of having it being red side, so the priority on the Valentina first for Smart Omega, still a safe approach, but I think that's a good point for the Lancelot to be prioritized of ONIC Philippines.
What else do you pick up with it? With the Valentina being there for Omega, you might want to go for Edith, actually. So this might be Edith plus the Lancelot.
Oh, that's right. Here we go. Deny everything.
Okay. Lancelot.
Catch everything. Go ahead. Shatter. Earth Shatter. Most of the times that you want to do team fights. That was the previous draft. We're looking Bless the Index once again. And we're looking at a comparison on how the approach of ONIC Philippines was. So, there you have it. What a smart algorithm. Index. Wow.
Did you say Bless the Index?
I've been saying it yesterday.
I think, you know,
this is a gift.
Because I believe that the gentleman from the rightmost part of this desk and left when on the POV of the audience, he's gonna be investing in the algorithm.
Right.
So he's gonna call it the OS Index eventually. As a multi-million peso investor.
Just big money things.
Yeah, big money things.
Making
I don't know
business.
if that's a good name to put it. I am still considering that I would not include
It's
my
up to
name.
you, man. With the amount of money you're putting into it, based on what I
Practically
heard.
yours.
No, it's still
Major owner.
I'm still gonna put it to Wolf though. But they're still the same way. It's still the same answer as the Brody.
Okay.
But they took the Martis though. Martis
Okay.
on Kelra.
Here's what I'm worried about. Omega is defaulting to what's basically good.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that's enough.
Yeah. Knowing them, yeah, that is a factor too.
Because, I mean, like, the pocket strategy worked. And now that in the normal setting, will it be enough against ONIC's, you know, I would say more experienced approach on this metagame? It's the Bruno. I honestly thought that the Irithel will be picked up by ONIC, but they picked up Bruno instead, which is the right amount of damage going up against the Martis. So the Martis will not be able to frontline as much. Like the suplex coming out from the Edith might be enough. And when it comes to hero damage, however, this is Martis, Valentina, and Brody. That's a lot of damage in the early stages.
That's so good. Yep. Also looking at the balance of sustain and early to mid. But one thing also ONIC Philippines is capitalizing it on is the isolation that they can do against Smart Omega, because in the early game, in game number 1, that was the struggle of ONIC Philippines even for Ryzen.
That's right. ISO is important because you need to pick off people, and with the Edith, that could be their way of doing it. And of course, the Lancelot can also play that way, like an isolation kind of play. X-Borg going to be the man, which is weird because ONIC, we know that ONIC can play that game, that one actually. Oh, is that the winningest caster?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's indeed multi-time award winner Manjin Faldas.
Yeah.
Wow, that's how he looks before?
Long hair.
Long hair.
He had long hair?
Something tells me that's
I didn't know.
pretty old photo. XP laners are still out there. Unless the Edith goes into the XP lane, we don't know for sure if Cram is feeling it. But yeah, we haven't seen the Terizla come through.
Yeah, a good band though with the X-Borg as well as the Grok. Since Brody is a much of a damage and a problem in the front lines, so they're keeping their tracks clean.
I think you want to go Lilia again for ONIC, seeing as Super Prince actually played it so well. And or maybe a Gord actually. Still is good, honestly. Gord or Lilia should be the choice here for ONIC. And I say that because they want to keep the flexibility of this Edith intact. You want to last pick the Rapidude hero or maybe the Cram hero so that your first pick Edith will be put to good use.
Yep, keep Omega thinking. Keep him honest.
Yep.
Since they're playing the safe route though, that's a good way to put it. So with this, as we're looking at mostly of the Gord. Wow.
The Gord.
Yeah, it's the good answers right there for ONIC Philippines. Since you can't reach the Brody, either you force him to go in front of you or you just go ahead and flicker with the Mystic Gush.
Paquito's still open. Oh, this is a massive
do it
slip up from ONIC actually. Paquito is gonna be good, right?
Give it to Ryota.
Yup.
And then you just wait for Chakno. So it's Chakno and Ryota we're looking to fill in here.
So since Scoofer is banned, Franco's still open.
Franco, that's a good hero with the Brody. Maybe I will not be surprised if something like a Benedetta will be picked up instead of the Paquito, but the Paquito is such a good hero anyways.
Yeah, you burst down the Gord. You find
there it is.
Bruno.
And Akai. Okay. That's a Romakai.
XP lane. No, wait.
XP.
That's right. No,
that's
Romakai. Romakai, all good.
All good.
You want to split up ONIC is what you want to do.
That's right.
Romakai.
I don't know if Cram wants to bring back the Bast and pick up something like a Esmeralda because there's a lot of shields coming out from Omega.
You completely be drained.
Yep. Yuzhong is still good though, but that means that it's going to be the Rapidude Edith, which we don't know if he's used to. Or how about the Rapidude Egg?
The Diggy?
Did he play it before, actually?
Diggy looks good. Yeah, Diggy. Rapidude's played maybe one or two.
The Diggy is a good answer
in
as
his
well.
career.
So since a lot of C's, a lot of shields, top three options. Let's see how this goes. Florin!
Ooh.
Okay, not being considered from weeks now. She shows a global heal as well.
Not the best win rate.
Yeah.
And the way they changed her kit, I wouldn't say it's an all-in buff. Like some things really definitely got shot down there.
Oh man, I hate to say it, but this might be a 2-0.
You feel it?
I feel it. The draft coming out from Omega is just, we said about the Paquito, it cannot be stopped. And Florin is not a hero that can stop the Paquito, fortunately. Surely the global healing is there to help, but
it's not enough.
It's not enough.
He's just too fast.
Too fast, too furious, has the right punches, has the damage and burst. Knowing the
Paquito,
the XP,
the burst is too much.
Yeah, it's one thing to expect the execution to go one way, but if you're not armed, if you don't have the kit to do it, it's difficult, man. I'm with you on this one, Wolf. I feel like ONIC's gonna have a hard game.
Yeah.
Okay, Lau, in game number 2, taken into the land of Dawn. It's match point. for the Barangay Omega. Let's see how ONIC Philippines can turn this draft around. But now, the combination is with Smart Omega. Right on our screens, Kellera and Ryzen quickly taking the purple out faster. And the priority of also the orange out onto Kellera. Yeah, he want to get more coverage more on the Crammer right on the foot.
Wait, Nets very low here. Down to a tenth of his health, and Rapido to the rescue. Doesn't have quite the kit to heal him up yet. Close call.
We know that the Florian is one of the heroes that can definitely be considered as a support in the metagame that we have right now. But I still have a lot of reservations on it. In the late game, it's very, very strong when it comes to healing and supporting. But how do you bridge your mid game for ONIC?
Oh, that's a flicker burned out.
Look at this. Now both of them in the gold lane. The roamer and the gold laner had less than half health.
No, they have to go back. But that means, oh well, I think we may have the answer. It's gonna be up to Ryzen. He is gonna be the one to kind of pick up the slack here for ONIC and make the plays.
Yeah, also good way of just taking that crab coin from up top from Kellera because there's no way that they could just take down a Cram right away and just level 3. So with this kind of way of doing this, trying to gain control early start of Omega, I think this is a good way to just slowly pressure ONIC Philippines.
But it looks like ONIC's not going to take this lying down. They've done their ways to actually cut through, and this is trippy, man. What's Ryota doing there?
Look at the positioning, even just by Ryota on that bush. He's
the battle
just waiting. Yeah, he's doing a battle trip.
He went on a battle trip, man.
He's just by himself, but he can do it. He has full stacks ready. He's just waiting.
He's looking for super fins.
What a great cover. Look at this.
Yep, he can do it. He's communicating, and he finds Ryzen. Puts in the full combo, gets out of there, and I kind of guess disperses ONIC while the rest of Omega go for the turtle. And right now he's playing near their base, inside their base.
Whoa!
They're trying to dash through. Scored the turtle already is Omega. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, no way.
Oh, Ryota.
He can't get out of this.
There you go. First blood drawn.
Completely diverted the attention of ONIC Philippines. Okay, for Omega, was that worth it though?
Honestly, it wasn't.
Well,
looks good, but he missed a lot of minions up top.
Let's see where else they go with this. Kellera looking to commit. Grab that purple. Does he do it? He indeed does. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, he does. Ryzen doesn't have the orange.
It's the orange, yeah.
Grab that orange.
I got baited. You said purple.
Yeah,
and
no,
I thought it was purple.
I was talking about Ryzen. He does have the purple.
Yeah.
So we both got confused. You know what? I have to admit, I got confused as soon as Ryota started doing that.
Exactly.
I know.
Exactly.
Nobody does that.
Nobody does that. And I think that they've lost a lot of gold up there, but of course, Omega still managed to get the W afterwards. They now have some sort of equalization when it comes to EXP for Ryota, and at the same time, they took away an orange buff, which is super duper good in the early stages.
Yeah, especially that you're a Martis, and it is in the hands of Kellera. So by just being a 2-level XP ahead now, just 1. So this is a great start for the Martis compared to game number 1 in the hands of ONIC Philippines. So there's a lot of coverage, even just by the positioning and how Ryota plays around ONIC. They're just forcing them to actually make the team fights happen right away, because they know at this point there's still no damage yet present.
Yeah, I guess that's worth it in the sense that you can't put a price on a message sent. You know what I mean? Like, if you're able to get in your opponent's heads like that, then you're already winning. Now, Chaknu, look at this. With Etomax and Kellera going in deep, trying to go for Rapido, forcing out a flicker, still survives. So, no, here we go. Heavy spin on the nets. He goes with the Purify and survives. Etomax in trouble, gets stunned. Bad execution on him, and he goes down. Ryzen gets the kill.
Mystic Gush did not connect to anybody, but Ryota looking for a way to take Cram as well. But Etomax with the fall. Okay, completely ONIC Philippines getting a good amount of response there from Smart Omega.
Chakno and Job combining here. Unfortunately, no heavy spin for the turtle tick, and there's the entire army from ONIC going into the turtle.
Yep.
Should be theirs.
Clean take here by Ryzen with the help of, well, literally, as you said, everybody, as they score the second turtle of the game. All this while, the general, the leader of the Atoy army, goes ahead and chunks away at the gold shield up top.
Yeah, still not missing a wave. Probably building more of the items as well as the lanes. and coverage on EXP. This is the factor of ONIC Philippines has, because this is they can respond right away, and with a blessing of Rabbitoot's heal, I think the item build's completely doing a benefit right now for ONIC Philippines in this game.
And we can see that the Quantum Charge Paquito is played so differently from a typical like burst you kind of Paquito. Quantum Charge Paquito owns the map. Real estate is king for this Paquito, and so far that is what we see from Ryota. Dare I say though, when they did try for the split pushing Paquito by Ryota, and they weren't the only teams that tried it, both occasions that lost. So when you are playing the Paquito, you want to be active, but at the same time you want to have them a lot of impact.
Okay, used the ultimate too early at Max, using the Primal Wrath right against Cram. Probably saw an opening, but that was a safe distance from ONIC to even maintain. They felt there was 3 coming in from that bush.
Yep, down bottom though, it's Chaknu versus Nets and Rapidoot. And the shoe's on the other foot this time around. It's Omega who's getting scrambled. Omega can't make any confident plays. Forcing out a heavy spin from Chaknu. I think he smells it. He knows that Prince is up here. And Tomac spots him. Ooh, forcing out a flicker from Prince.
With that, ONIC Philippines got a push down bottom and a turret out of Omega.
So it's the Ryzen factor as well, going for the push. Very nice force out on the heavy spin actually from Chak instead of ONIC.
And to just think that they just maintaining control over this river, probably a good setup as well for the turtle that they can actually take against Smart Omega. But one thing also to consider is how will they even hold their backline with Ryota? I think Chaknu right now is just completely struggling with the threat of the sustain of Rabbitoot as well as Super Prince.
Yeah, no, the question is, will Ryota even try anymore? We haven't really seen Ryota go cut that deep in the past 5 minutes. I think he's learned his lesson.
Yeah.
Not overcommitting. Okay, so a total reset coming in from this minute, and this is just Smart Omega just gaining amount of coverage against ONIC Philippines. Not getting near though.
Yep, it's the trade. It's not of ONIC. They want to secure the top lane.
Oh, Cram still looking to survive. Primal Wrath on out of here. Kelra scores a turtle. And all this while, Nets was just doing some work. Taking turrets, taking names, making gold. And it's going to be too late. They're not going to be able to save this tier 2 up top.
Yep.
Wow.
Classic Nets build.
They are completely bending the minds of Smart Omega. Yup, they really let go of that objective. But one thing also, this is just a Bruno he's loose all around the map. And no turrets taken from ONIC. They have completely have their magic cards correctly for this one.
Gonna be good for ONIC for sure. Now they have 1,000 gold lead just by pushing up turrets and owning more part of the map. And I would credit this to the fact that they have always been making it difficult for Chaknu to actually land the ultimate. There's no death on Chaknu right now. But at the same time, he's not given the impactful heavy spins.
Yeah. It's the story of game 1, is it not? Wait, Super Friends in trouble. Mystic Gush coming in from Entomax. Misses with the recalibration. Forcing out a flicker, and here comes the re-engage. ONIC looking for some. Kelra dances on through. Oh, the decimation takes down one from Ryota.
Kelra!
Knockouts punch. And now, Kelra doesn't find anyone. Heavy spin finally onto Ryzen. And one more. Doesn't get the ult off. Big J unable to find a big kill. And here we go. Cram gonna be up next. Finally, OMG on the board, 2-2.
A messy team fight, but clearly Omega still winning that one. That was 2 down against ONIC.
Yeah.
Super Vincent Crown.
And you would think that ONIC could have taken 2 members of Omega, but with a sliver of HP, they were able to survive. Nets is a beast right now, but so is Ryota. 2 kills for Omega belongs to this guy. Now, he has reached critical mass. The Hunter Strike and Dominance Ice, he is definitely the playmaker for the team now.
Speaking of playmaking things, that usage of the ultimate that Entomax taken from Super Friends really dig a response out of ONIC right away. Because from that point, if really Super Friends didn't have a way to escape that part, nobody can even go for even a response. Yep. So if we were taking off the Rapidoot even for Graham, now the front line is becoming a problem for ONIC Philippines as the game goes by. We're reverting back to the Omega timer slowly.
Yep, now Omega first of the scene, going for the pull here on this Lord. 4 members of ONIC present. Entomax checking that bush. Prince throws out Mystic Projectile. Now Nets, I smell what Nets is trying to do here. He's going to try to take down this tier 1 in mid. Lord's gonna get reset here. All this while, Ryota once more up to some business, as you will. Pushing in. I wonder if he's gonna get away from this. Nets and Cram. Oh, answering back. The response. Ryota. Oh, gonna try to dash through the wall. Misses and gets punished. He's knocked out.
Wow, rare miss.
Looking for a trade.
And Rapidut gonna go down. That's 1 for 1 so far. And just like that, an XP laner for a roamer. Oh, I call this a wash.
Yeah, with Barangay Omega willing to give that first. It's just the first Lord anyway, but they were capitalizing on the push there.
Rare miss from Ryota. Because that's a very thick wall, but there are thin parts of it. So he might have chosen the thickest part of it. That's why he wasn't able to dash through. And that's a very, that's very unlikely.
It's unfortunate. His luck ran out from that iframe with the Edith earlier on.
Yep.
Torn apart memory almost takes down Cram. Maybe 2 stacks too short. Now the Lord Dance resumes.
I am just. Oh yeah, that's the Filipino Lord Dance beat. That is a true sound.
It's one of the many songs of their people.
Okay, looking for a way.
Lord here down to a fifth of his health. Heavy spin coming through. Kelra scores 1. Big for the Barangay. This time around, ONIC gonna force the advantage here. Oh, Super Rich with an ult already spent. Cram as well. And the gush from Etomax. Ryzen takes down Etomax alongside that tier 1 in mid. ONIC forcing themselves through.
He's gonna get out, he gets out. That's gonna be the Lord for the side of Omega. Well, ONIC, I like that decision that they did. They went in for the push, knowing that Omega already expended their crucial ultimates. They were able to get the purple even, as Ryzen is very active with the Thunder Belt now.
Yeah, and also to think that Etomax and even Chakner was respecting the Purify out of nets. Oh, the target was Ryzen all along, so they know that from this point, they can't actually be in par with the damage and defense. This is just completely buy time for Omega. This is just benefiting from what they lost in the few minutes.
Super Fizz is crazy.
Oh,
okay.
Ryzen gets caught out. Is there enough damage? Jome looking for it.
Oh, no!
Thorn Rose able to save him, and now Jome's about to get punished. Phantom Execution in. Kelra in the middle of 4. 5 members of ONIC. He's about to go down. Run, Kelra, run! Nets takes him down.
Well done, coming out from ONIC, and my goodness, Ryzen, what a beast! Able to dodge the torn apart memory with his third Thorn Rose, and while he was invulnerable, there was the heal coming up from Rapidut as well.
Yeah.
Mechanical Ryzen.
He's so elusive.
Oh, bro, amazing. I was just even thinking. I was even thinking, was that even a frame drop or something? But that was just completely like Ryzen, like, oh, I'm safe.
No, contrary to what happened to Ryota in Game 1, that was all according to plan.
Yes. All according to Keikaku.
Now ONIC now just bouncing back.
It's accurate.
Yeah,
that worked.
As Francis here would say. Anyways, I also wanna say that with the Thunder Belt picked up on Ryzen, he's ever since he went for the Thunder Belt, his mood shifted to a very aggressive note, where he's trying to always make the play. And by the way, Super Prince, he's crazy. He has a different kind of combo.
Yeah.
Sometimes you go for the gourd with the projectile first, and when you stun, or when you know that you're about to stun the person, you now pop your ultimate, the Gosh, right? What he does is just the slows coming out from the second skill.
Then
he pops the ultimate eventually afterwards. No stun needed.
And then he uses the stun as a follow-through.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And the rest of ONIC is completely catched up.
By the way, he went for Rapidut.
All right, so he can weave in and out of combat.
That's right.
Oh, I love it. You know what? Super Friends and Ryzen think the same way. That's how Ryzen plays the Lancelot.
Exactly.
Phantom Execution in.
Yep. Completely just having a lot of distance and coverage, man. Oh, Super Friends.
They're in sync.
Yeah, in sync.
They're drift compatible.
Right.
Like from that movie Pacific Rim.
Oh, yeah, of course. You can't have the wrong cerebral pairing with that. So that is a good way of saying that the synergy is ONIC is so up right now that they can't miss a beat. And with this kind of consistency they're doing up against Barangay Omega, they're giving them a hard time. Even by Ryota's trying to split push around the map right now, they're getting more coverage as well.
The Omega, 1,000 gold lead for ONIC, which is obviously not that much.
It's a tight gold lead.
A tight gold lead, but the fact of the matter is, there is a lot more turrets for ONIC to work with, especially the middle turret. I think it's very crucial. Now they have an easier access
Oh.
to defending mid. Look at that fast burst!
That was so
blitzed him.
fast.
They just
Ultra
blitzed him.
fast.
Not even a response with the conceal, and here we go. Cram's gonna be the first target. There's a big knock-up, heavy spin dispersing all the members of ONIC. Chaknu goes down first, Nets gets a kill, and with that, Omega says we back out of here, man. Delta split, not a good fight. Ryota still alive, sprinting on out of here.
Chase it!
Alrighty, then. Alright, cool. ONIC is happy with what they got. They will let Ryota go.
I am kind of feeling the struggle of Omega right now, and Nets didn't pop that Purify. He was just completely free from any catch.
Oh no, ONIC smells blood in the water, man. They're like sharks. They want to finish. They want to finish quick. They do take down the bottom lane inhibitor. That's one penetration up. Top and mid is going to be next. Oh, that big lord still marching through.
I just gotta say the discipline of Nets just by holding just his own micro capability and not using any resources completely he's changing the minds of Omega to what even go for
Here
first.
we go. Chakna with a heavy spin, unable to move them. ONIC is an unstoppable force and an immovable object. They still have the Lord. Kelra goes down. I can smell it, folks. We're going to Game 3 because it's ONIC time.
And that winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. The Hedgehogs has the right timers on their clocks. An amazing recovery and comeback has just happened.
Okay. There are two things that we have answered in this game number 2. First is, is the Rapidude Florin gonna be enough? And there I say it was. It was honestly because of Ryzen. I think he's my personal MVP as well as Super Prince.
Yep.
The classless demon in the Super Prince. But the second question that we have answered is, what happens now if Kelra plays a normal hero? I hate to say it, but the Martis is quite absent in this game.
Yeah, it was not like the Kelra playstyle attitude thing, right? And we're kind of missing that because we've seen how the Harith went in game number 1. I think it doesn't really fit.
And to think, Wolf, we were the ones who were doubting ONIC's output in game 2, right? And it's not like it's the first time we were wrong.
Yeah.
So with that said, we just gotta maybe let the chef cook, man.
Yeah, let the chef cook. No, the Florida, because this is the first time we saw him play Florida. That's why we had a lot of doubts.
Yeah.
But I mean, he made it work. But honestly, it's not just that. There were so many like close calls for this, and you can see a lot of outplays that they took for Ryzen. But you see the idea between Super Prince and as well as Ryzen. Play fast. Play furious.
They're drift compatible, man.
Completely have nitrous oxide in him.
They're what?
Nitrous.
Oh, no. Like when you're piloting a Jaeger, you need 2 pilots, man.
Oh, right.
I was thinking about his sports cars.
Yeah, I was talking about the car. Yeah, because
what color is your Bugatti?
No, it's red.
Fell right into it.
So with that kind of speed that ONIC took out from Smart Omega, that was just completely the Bruin having a great time. If I can recall correctly, it didn't even reach to second presses or third. With that Purified, that was just the struggle of the tech. What's up, Wolf?
What do you mean, what's up? You think we're just gonna let it slide?
Yeah,
You
have a red
you have a red Bugatti?
Okay, no, that's not true. It's just a car collectibles. FW Life Insurance is the official insurer of MPL Philippines Season 12 and the epic adventure of life. FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories and celebrate living with FWD. And going back to that, yeah, I collect those 16.9 cars that you put it on your shelves. That's how I collect things.
They only give it to owners?
No. We have it. No. We have.
It comes with the model.
There's a hobby shop for
They
that.
hand you the fob and the model car.
No.
It's sold in
No.
It's not sold in hobby shops.
My rich uncle's friend said that.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
How do you know it's not true?
How do you know it's not true?
No, that's not true. There's a lot of cases you can actually
because they
get
didn't
that
give
scale.
him one when he bought one.
Yeah.
No. Whatever they say.
Let's talk about the game.
No, let's not go back to the game. Let's break things down a bit. Wolf, we're heading into game number 3. Break things down a bit. It's ONIC time for game number 2.
Ryzen and Super Prince arrive very quickly in this game. As quick as Francis Cantero arrives in the building with his red Bugatti. That's how fast. Again, BGC to Makati, nothing for Francis Cantero because he's fast with his red Bugatti. But kidding aside, we saw that the playstyle coming out from ONIC is dependent on them winning the team fights, or at least winning the micro team fights. So I'm not talking about like the big 5v5s, but all of these small skirmishes that ONIC were able to get. And even our MVP right now, we're seeing Cram output the damage with his ultimate, the Primal Wrath. But you have to take note, ONIC was relatively quiet in the early stages. Had it not been for their second turtle, you can finally feel that maybe, okay, Omega's draft might have a better teeth or better fangs in the game. However, when it went to the team fight, when you saw that there's a lot of fight between Omega and ONIC, ONIC finally found the speed that they should be playing around with. Early stages though, it was Omega trying to go for the split push play once again. And when we were talking about Kelra being absent in this game, it's not mainly because of his fault, but mainly because they weren't able to get any kills. And one thing that we have proven, at least now, is that if they do play continuously this split pushing kind of Paquito, it just won't work. I mean, if you're looking at how Ryoto plays, it's amazing to look at, like how he's able to snipe people down and convert it to kills. But application-wise, like strategically speaking, it does not give them the W. It gives them some skirmishes, but it does not give them the W. This is the best decision coming out from ONIC. They know that the heavy spin is not available anymore in the other ultimate, so despite losing the Lord, they pushed back. They know that Ryota is actually not here as well, as they have already forced him out and zoned him out. Ryzen playing to the backlines, making it so that Kelra will have to really look for a good play. And Ryzen, even after being trapped near the damage output, he gets out and even gives a kill to his team. Now Cram with a wonderful play, locking down Kelra, and Kelra did not have the crowd control immunity that he needs against Edith because of that surprise play coming out from Cram. So big time is coming out from Cram. That's probably why he was the MVP of this game. But all of these things combined together, you can feel that ONIC Philippines have a straight up plan every time there's a Lord dance. Now we were talking about the keys to victory, right? Study how the side of ONIC decides to go for the Lord dances. And we can see the jungling parent coming out from Ryzen. Pretty quiet in the mid game, 3 minutes to 8 minutes. He's just defending. He's making sure that he's stacking up on farm. He's not overly aggressive in the first 8 minutes of the game. He actually focused on just maintaining his net worth, his gold, and it might not matter if he gets the turtle or not, as long as he gets into the critical mass. And what is that critical mass? That's the third item, or the fourth item in fact, for Ryzen. After he gets the Thunder Belt, that is when it's time to go. That's the green signal for the side of ONIC to actually fight against Omega. It was a relatively quiet first 8 minutes of the game for ONIC. That's the early game. And come the mid game, now you know that ONIC has got the damage output that they needed. And of course, the outplay mechanic. Going in for the Sky Guardian helmet and then into the War Axe and Thunder Belt allowed Ryzen to have a lot of impact while at the same time keeping himself safe. And the Sky Guardian helmet was enough for him to keep himself alive from the immediate burst of Omega, and then the Florid ultimate kicks in. The global, almost global kind of heal, as well as the Flask of the Oasis, that allows them to be relatively aggressive. And also that's the reason why Cram was able to stay into the front lines as well. Also have to talk about Nets. Very safe gameplay coming out from Nets and very calculated. The usage of the Purify is also very commendable for Nets in this particular game. That allowed him to output the damage that he needs for the team. There wasn't any significant monster gold stolen coming out from ONIC. 800 to 400 is almost just what, 2 creeps? That's because ONIC just wanted to secure their own part of the jungle. It's not about invading. It's not about stealing away precious gold from the opponents. What you need to only do as ONIC is to maintain your own side of the map and make sure that you are farmed for the mid game, where they really flourish when it comes to the damage output. And I also want to take note of Super Prince and his gameplay in this game. The way that he is positioning himself and the way that he's using the Mystic Projectile as well as the Mystic Gush, it's just perfection. And perfect not because it was the best gourd plays, but perfect in a way that it allows his teammates to be aggressive as well. And he outputs the damage. Rapid Boots Gourd! Looks like it's going to be meta. Gentlemen, what do you think about that?
Yeah, with the board and gourd and also the boots, completely a fast way to do your team fights, and that's just ONIC Philippines doing their great work and having the match to take it to game number 3. So we just got word that Kelra will be back in the gold lane.
Really?
Yep. And also, this time around, it's Andoryu going back in the jungle.
There you go.
You said it. You called it.
I knew it was bound to happen, given what happened with the whole draft situation. If Omega is forced to draft normally, then the whole Kelra jungle gambit might not be worth pursuing.
Oh, okay. So Jom is out. So this is like my thoughts in the start of this match.
Is what it is.
2 games with Big J, but you're saying.
Yeah. We're gonna miss Big J. I hope he gets back quicker. So now we're just having this thought on the table of Andoryu going back for the jungle. I hope he incorporates that kind of aggressiveness and playstyle that Omega's been doing, as we know how Omega does their gameplay, and that's how we completely get a chance on just doing their early game thing. So I've seen jitters from Andoryu, and maybe this time around when he saw the potential of pulling out this kind of crazy things from Omega, I think that could actually help him out to go in and on most of those kinds of opportunities.
I mean, if I'm gonna be, I'm just surprised. And I always say that this is like shifting players from one player to a sub player. That's normal. But shifting one sub and then shifting one player to another role in one series, that's insane.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's mental acrobatics. It's morale juggling.
Yeah.
It's again, I'm actually confused now.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Already, I think Omega has done what so many other teams haven't done in quite a while.
Yeah.
They've broken ONIC's sweep streak.
Yeah.
They were winning.
That's true. Like, okay, for Kelra, this is not as easy as driving a Bugatti into a Mustang the next day. It's
Would
not
you
like
know?
that.
Is it the same? Is it hard? Is it difficult?
It is difficult.
Depending on how you would adjust your speed.
But it's not that difficult.
Depends on the road that you might take.
Same road. Let's just say it's the same road, like BGC to Shooting Gallery Studios.
I don't think you could get that quicker.
Yeah, but the difference.
How long does it usually take?
No, I don't. I don't drive a Bugatti.
Oh, because why would you drive a Bugatti here in Makati, right?
Makes sense.
I mean, certain parts of Makati maybe, but I mean on the road here.
Or you don't drive it yourself.
I don't drive
why.
it. No.
Oh, okay.
We're
well.
talking about speed here, right?
No, we're talking about like the feel of the
switching,
switching like the switching your cars, like being on the driver's seat, right? Does it feel different, like driving on a Mustang and driving on a Bugatti? Is it different?
I think if you just want to drive city, the Mustang is much smoother.
See, he knows.
You would know.
You would know.
So with that said, I'm surprised that ONIC is actually sticking to their guns. And if my opinion is worth anything, I think they're doing the right thing. The fact that they're not switching up theirs, because it's clear that their other players are here, right? Jem is in the booth. If I'm not mistaken, their other roamers, Yoshinu's there too. They're basically all here.
Escalera is there too.
I think with just ONIC being consistent in 2 games in a row and take it to game number 3, I just think they just stick with their own cards. Yeah. And this is just I think this is the test right now for Barangay Omega. This is a complete endurance test with this kind of juggling thing that just
it's
an
switched
acrobatics.
Now. It's switched now. It was
switched.
Originally ONIC's endurance test.
Yeah, the Andoryu's test. So
that's not.
No, it's not working.
It's not working.
No, that's. So this is the question. Despite how that joke went so off, well, this is just the question of how Andoryu would actually develop a good way of bouncing back for this game.
That's a question right there. Who is it worse for? Who's having a difficult time here? Kelra with the whole switch up, or Andoryu suddenly like, I didn't expect to play today, but okay.
Yeah. I think at least for a rookie, right? I'm sure that Andoryu is always itching to play. He's like, I'm pretty sure that he's that kind of guy where, okay, let me in, coach. It's probably one of his traits. And
there you go.
If I know,
there he is.
I mean, here's the thing, right? If you're a player and you know that you're gonna be the one to kind of quote unquote save the day, you want to take that spot, right? You're gonna take that. You're gonna place yourself in a position where you're ready. I'm ready, coach. If you want the 4th quarter clutch player, sign me up.
Yep, he's always ready.
Yeah. And this is just the identity of the barangay alone that we saw. They were winning games. They were taking a faster route for their reverse Omega timers. And maybe this time around, since Andorio is going to play with them, see, he's blending well. And with this kinds of attitude and play style, he just needs to keep up. And when it does kick in, it's just going to do wonders for the barangay. So for the start, so I think the Rome Akai now, since we're looking at Chakdo, it was hard for just even to have a great initiation from the Bruno. Once he's out loose, once he's rocking the Purify, that was just used once, and it was just hard.
We saw the intent. We saw what it tried to do. It's just, I guess somewhere down the line, ONIC just had a clearer path, and they understood better. Again, they're more comfortable when it comes to drafts like this.
Yep.
Which is a testament to how well they shuffle. Because look, even their coaches shuffled, man. That's Coach Bam and Coach Jeff.
Happy birthday.
At post, yes, Coach Bam, happy birthday. Where is Coach Kevin Blovsy Reyes? MPL champion, just OG
Captain
of the league.
Briz.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Where is he? He's in the booth?
He's in the pod, yeah.
Leader, chairman of the fashion department.
That's right. He's always ready, man.
He's just there waiting in the back, guiding the...
I'm here to win series and go party.
Go party, yeah.
And all the points I need are taken already.
I've already taken 2 series for
You know
the
what I mean?
weekend.
You know what I mean?
Yep. Sunday is for party, and I've already done my part. So, up to you, boys.
Okay, that's just ONIC Philippines. We're finding Coach Bluffsy and the members of the coaching staff. They're doing a great job. Hats off to them for just maintaining. And just to see where are they going for this time around. I think if they rely more on non-dependent assassin heroes here for Rise, I think it just actually works for him. So since the Martis was present in game number 1, and when game number 2 he had a better way of executing a great start for this early game, I think that's a factor as well. When you set up a success for Rise for the early game, you go hold hands and just cross the bridge happy.
Wonder what they're gonna be looking at, specifically for Rapidu. First time we saw him with the Matilda, it didn't work.
Oh,
but with the Florin, they're kind of same side of a one coin. I mean, 2 sides of one coin, and that coin is about sustain. The first one, Matilda goes in, Florin just hits back.
Yeah.
So maybe he's more of the latter part.
That's an L for Matilda.
Yeah,
it's weird.
First time.
No, it's a second lose for Matilda.
Yeah, but for this team, like the Matilda alone here, we were seeing great games yesterday. Response, initiations, and it was the first time that we saw the Matilda being challenged. That we have a composition now, just as we've watched earlier, that they could actually go up against the Matilda, and this will give it another chance to either they let it loose or they're just fully prepared for it.
Here's the thing. I believe Matilda is still a priority, and Matilda will still be top contest here in Game 3, right? Regardless of what side you're on, and regardless if it suffered a loss in the hands of Rapido Game 1.
You know what I would like to see? Super Prince Matilda. The aggression that you can get from the Prince and
and damage based.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
He could be super. Okay. Smart Omega on the blue side has a priority now, and I think Matilda is still on the top of mind for this draft, and also respecting the Bruno. It's just becoming a problem for most of the things that we saw in most of the drafts in our games in MPL. So you don't have a cancer for just the Worldie alone, since when you go and group up, and even when you're up against a Matilda as well, it's just completely a struggle, especially having a great momentum as a Bruno. So it's just a good thing to just even respect.
Yeah.
From a barangay.
That's right. I'm gonna be ONIC. What was the ban? It was Minotaur. Actually, was the ban from ONIC, and I can foresee that it'll be the ban. If not second ban, it'll be the third ban.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is, Minotaur.
And then Angela. Angela's still out there, folks.
Yep.
And Kaj, just saying.
Yep.
A lot of big ticket heroes. And Matilda, oh lord, one of them's gonna come through.
Yeah, even Baksha.
The 2 of them's gonna come through. And Valentina.
Yeah, so much things right onto the game. Looking at the previous draft from game number 2, they were just denying the possible counter for setups with this Minotaur.
The Riz got snuffed last game.
The Riz?
The Rizla.
That's right. Oh, Irithel ban. Look at Omega just limiting the options for ONIC.
Considering that Keldra used that in their own version of Split.
Man, what do you first pick here? I think you wanna prio the Baksha anyways. At least for Omega.
First pick Baksha?
But the Matilda is also open.
Right?
Are they willing to trade that though?
Yes.
And you guys are saying if Super Friends would get his hands on this Matilda alone.
Francis, that first pick slot for Omega is looking as pricey as a Bugatti right now. Like, no matter what hero you pick, the swing back is going to be enormous.
Yeah, the trade is just so expensive.
Exactly, you would know.
You would know.
There it is. Never mind. Not
Finally.
the Matilda then. Not the Matilda.
Yeah, but Baksha though.
Baksha
though.
You should go Baksha here for Omega.
Just do it.
Just don't pick up Angela first pick, please.
Don't.
No.
Oh! That's just how the barangay rolls, man.
Why?
The more you tell them not to do something, the more they're gonna do it with a smile on their face.
Oh,
The numbers don't matter. Even the index doesn't matter for the barangay Omega.
Here's the thing. We don't know if it's gonna be a mid Etomax Angela or a Chaknu Angela.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you go Valentina, you go Baksha, you steal it away, ONIC. You don't want to give the Baksha Angela combo. Please
Edith's
don't.
open too, by the way. I'm just saying.
That's also true.
They could either take it now.
Now that I think about it, I think Edith Valentina is much more valuable. Like, surely you get a Baksha, you get one Bugatti. But if you go Valentina Edith, you get what? 4 pickup trucks to go with it, you know?
There it is.
The Baksha.
Nope, they deny the Angela Baksha.
That's right.
Just seeing that contention rate on
my
our
God.
screens.
Okay.
So what do you get,
ONIC
Fredrin?
is happy.
You get the big Fred.
Oh yeah.
You get the big Fred.
In a way.
You get a marksman now. Maybe Claude actually for Omega. Or
Really?
See value in me. No?
Oh, I think they're gonna be last picking the Harith. So never mind. I think they will pick up something like Martis or
There
Fred.
it is.
All
It's
right.
a Fred.
There it is.
It's the Fred.
It's a big Chad.
It's the Fred.
Still a good counter though.
Whoa, wait. We've already gone through games that have no Freds in them. 97% contest rate. We must have missed, what, a couple?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's how valuable Fred is.
3 weeks in and only...
Oh, okay.
And
So,
he-
so
even
this
crosses
is really good for
off-season.
ONIC. If they're reading this through, they're gonna be banning out the Harith for sure. Because Harith Angelas are actually pretty nasty. So they ban a carry. They will ban Beatrix and Harith. That should be the case.
They've got to see it coming, right?
Okay.
There you go. We're looking at the draft index on behalf of the draft. So far,
It's all about damage.
ONIC Philippines,
Like
yeah.
hero DPS is 5.2, and then
Huge.
that's big damn, as Mr. Nice would say, aka our tall Americano.
Yeah.
Here.
Mr. Rezabek.
Yep, Jay-Z.
Have a safe flight from Japan, by the way.
Yep. If ever,
Will
thank you for
will
the
you be
pasalubong.
Yeah. Will you be there in the airport, Francis, to receive him with your
No.
Bugatti?
Did you send someone?
No, I
Send
won't
someone
be
to pick
there.
him up?
No, somebody might pick him up, but not me.
Okay.
No.
Not
Maybe
you
your driver.
personally.
There it is. Harith, right?
Yeah, with the ex-Borg out of the picture right now for ONIC Philippines, they would need to have a great initiator for this one, since there's no way of pressuring down or draining down HPs.
Sir, wake
out
up,
of
please. Sir, the game's about to start.
The match, sir.
Quiet.
Okay.
Okay. We're safe.
Okay.
When the game starts, you can't be sleeping like that.
You can do it, sir.
Quiet.
Oh, man.
Come on, man.
and you feel the whole studio just waiting for him to just open his eyes.
I appreciate the guy, man. I'm pretty sure that he went from a arduous task of like working.
That's right.
Maybe every graveyard shift, you know.
And he's here.
And he's here with us. So
Thank you, sir.
big props to
This
the
is
guy.
impressive. Again, heroes like Terizla, heroes like Novaria now are just making it through the second phase.
Yep.
And also the Arid, you guys were mentioning that this could be an option though for the last pick for Kelra.
That's right.
Respecting the hell out of his medals on Novaria. So Vision mostly will rely if this Angela would go in position 5.
This might be the Riz factor for ONIC.
Oh,
Yeah,
is
with
that-
the Uranus ban, it's the Riz.
Oh. Then you're gonna definitely need it.
Will they priority it though for ONIC?
Terizla or Glue should be the pick now for ONIC, I would say.
if I'm not mistaken, we are in the presence of a former ONIC manager, and Carlo Giron.
Oh, did we? I missed it.
Yeah, he was on camera. Right there.
Wow, okay. Wow.
It's a
Hello,
stacked
Carlo.
crowd.
Stacked crowd indeed.
Yeah. Let's go battle trips.
I don't think he came with the battle trips.
Yeah, they completely gave a good amount of crowd today. It's just Series 2.
It's ONIC time.
Yeah, ONIC time. Kid.
Wait, what? Really? Oh, yeah, we have one more match tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I got so emotionally invested in this one.
And you think it's just the last match of the day?
Yeah,
Oh! Rapid Cho.
Okay, isolation.
Okay. Oh, I want to check on the damage department of Barangay Omega right now.
They have no choice but maybe pick up the... Okay, so they go Yuzhong.
Okay.
Beatrix is the only option. One.
I don't know how reliable their damage is right now. TBH, man, TBH.
Even by the passive, it's a quite of a challenge. But if Kello can pull that off by just moving quickly,
What if ONIC just picks up the Phoveus?
Hey, Phoveus got buffed, by the way.
Yes.
This will be a good throwback.
It's a small buff, but again, anything to help the hero make a mark once more.
Yup.
I hope they pick up the Phoveus because it's something that is unbothered by Edith. Because of the shields, you can really just literally just brawl against the hero. But they can just go back to something simple like Rizla, not to be confused about Mara's dog, and the Paquito.
Again, another hero that nobody expected to come through the second phase.
Yeah. Despite the growing win rate, just making wonders in the back line, especially with this 1-1, this is going to be a challenge, I believe, for this one. Because, how about the index showing?
A lot of damage, a lot of DPS from ONIC, but a lot of support coming out from Omega. So I would say that's pretty even. Even the spread coming out from both teams, like you can see the burst only is the advantage coming out from ONIC, but ISO and teamfight, they're almost all the same. So this is going to be a very close fight, I would say. No clear winners.
Yeah, if you're talking about the front-to-front, though, as soon as Omega gets their level 4s, then they can start, stepping on the gas, just pedal to the metal. We will pick fights, regardless of where the Angela is.
Okay, let's see how the early game starts, though. Again, we're heading to a game number 3. Draft. The draft is done. And this is just completely back to best of 1. ONIC Philippines and Omega with the story right now that's being set up on the table. This is just completely bad blood being settled. We're taking a glimpse now on the team composition. Yep, we're looking at this one. We're looking at the emblems, we're looking at the changes, but let's see how this goes. It's game number 3. The final match for the endurance test for Barangay and ONIC Philippines.
It's a weakness finder for Kelra. One of the few heroes that can still rock that emblem. Rapidwood making it difficult for Endoryu. Typical Cho. The benefit of the Cho is you can clear the minions in the mid lane very, very quickly. And what that allows you is to be in time for the invades.
Yep, and he's still there. Look, he's keeping up the pressure. ONIC Rapidwood, in the face of Endoryu and Chaknu, just being a giant nuisance. Forces out a response and Earth Shatter, and onward from Chaknu, kicking Rapidwood right out. Oh, he's still here! Oh, he pulled the rope-a-dope! And who's gonna score the Little Wanderer? It looks like it went over to ONIC. Now Chaknu in trouble. Combat still ensuing here. Oh man, ONIC is living inside Omega's jungle. Etomax forced to use a regeneration early on. Now they're getting pushed out of their lower quarter of the jungle. Man, ONIC so aggressive.
Yeah, and just by looking at that miss that Chaknu committed by just using the onward, he actually used the second one when it's back. Oh, hold that thought.
Dear Lord, Etomax gets punished. Didn't expect a quick rotation from Cram.
I was just talking about CC, but yeah, it's ONIC Philippines doing a great work, especially on the great start in the early game. How is this doing with the items, Wolf?
Yeah, I think when it comes to important first set of items, you are going to be looking for the corrosion sight first on 1-1. But I think that teams are now starting to build 1-1 differently. Sometimes you go Demon Hunter Sword Rush actually, but obviously the natural progression for a 1-1 is the corrosion side.
Here we go, first turtle up, Black Dragon form coming in from Ryota. Turtle at a third of its health. Saving some old Super Friends, steals it. I am you, you are me. Turtle goes over to OMG with Ryota stealing it. Now here comes the hard guard, keeping Ryota alive, but only for so long. Cram gets a knockout. Andoryu up next with a bonk. Will he survive walking on through? There's a taunt. There's the dash. Oh, there's a jump in. And Andoryu falls. Super Prince gets a kill. Another one for ONIC. 4-0. Ryzen scores on Chaknu. Now they're going to commit Grand Theft Purple.
Yep. And it was under the noses of Omega. Nothing they can do about it.
Oh, off cam. We almost missed it, but we just got a glimpse just at the right moment. Kelra goes down as well.
Oh, no. He felt very confident because he's got that swift crossbow. But Nets was already farming up so much. Now Nets has the corrosion side. And of course, Super Prince, very crucial. 3-0-2 for the Valentina. 5 kills in 3 minutes.
Wait. Something tells me Super Prince also is rocking. Is he Wilderness Blessing?
Okay, let me see. That should be the case. Yes.
Oh, dude, he's so fast. Quantum charge plus Wilderness Blessing.
I call this the 4 boot strat, where you have one boots from the agility, 1 from the Wilderness Blessing, and 2 from Quantum charge because that's 2 boots.
Valentina already levitates anyways.
Yep.
Yeah, he doesn't need that, but yeah, this is a complete athletic
Oh, here we go.
emblem lineup.
Ryzen kicks Andoryu right on out of that bush.
Man, speed is the game for ONIC. 2.9 3K golden in 3 minutes.
Zoom.
You talking about
Zoom
being
indeed.
fast. Oh, look about that. Cram is forced to use that.
Out a Black Dragon form. Right, Ryota survives for now.
Yup, but now we're looking at the barangay now being, or we waiting for the right moment.
Here
That's the kick.
we go. Full-on combo. Gave it over. Heart guard in Andoryu with a taunt. There's just too much damage coming in. Super Prince gets another kill. 4-0-2. 4 minutes in, gets a COD.
Oh wow, my God! We said that it will be close. It was close, like theoretically speaking, but the way that ONIC plays in this big trump card that we saw from Super Prince going in for the zoom kind of build, man, it's like he's using OSX's Bugatti now. Right?
Oh, look at that! Look at how fast this is!
Look,
You see that?
He's just quick.
Levitating fast.
Super Friends.
Super fast.
This is just the pressure onto Kelra. We know
constant sprint.
Yeah, see, you're seeing sprint, Super Friends, and Super Sprint.
Oh no!
Just by responding down bottom, just giving pressure for Kelra. And this is the problem right now, since they could actually rely on the damage of Barangay Omega in the later stages of the game, but this is just completely a shutdown early on for this 1-1.
My dude, that's a second buff stolen away by Ryzen, by the way.
Oh,
1
no.
purple and 1 orange.
Oh, this is a problem. Even Andoryu cannot save himself from this.
Oh, well, they do get a clap back kill. Ryota takes down Cram with the help of a couple of members of OMG.
Yeah, he was just going in too deep, probably getting for vision as well. That's a knock-up though from Rapidude. But also, I like how they're doing their focuser on the mid lane since they got the bottom lane turret. Probably they're just applying slow pressure across the map since there's no damage yet present for the barangay.
Okay, Andoryu is this level 7, Ryzen is level 9. And Andoryu, by the way, goes for Brave Smite this time. It's a normal build actually, but at this situation, like everybody from your opponents are working fast. And by the way, Impure Rage backshot.
Oh. Yeah, no, he just wants to keep going.
Impure Rage backshot. Last time he went Impure Rage Lancelot. Ryzen is just a shaper of meta,
Hey,
you know?
I ain't running out of mana. That's what he's saying.
Ooh, even hits the plate.
Ooh. And Net's just doing his job here. Look at that. You could hold your breath and the turret would be gone.
This is a slow burn right now from the defenses of Omega.
I don't even think it's slow.
It's just a burn.
It's a burn.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Another fight up top. They're going to try to give one over to Cram.
Goodness.
That's a stolen
Oh
hard guard.
my goodness.
Super Friends keeping Cram alive.
Oh, wow.
Are you kidding me? If Super Frizz is not the MVP of the series, if ONIC wins, I'm gonna lose it, you know? He's just so impactful. 100% kill participation as well at 7 minutes.
Homie got drift compatibility with all 4 members, other 4 members of ONIC.
Completely
Here we
fast.
go.
Look at that.
Turtle up. Ryzen still scores it despite Ryota having a Black Dragon form and a hard guard in. Now Nets, gonna be in trouble here.
Is he
Taking down
though?
Ryota first. the firepower, the item difference. Andoryu goes down. It's a 3v2 this time around. 3v5, 2v5. This is so hard for Omega to come back from, as Ryzen goes ahead and recalls right in front of their tier 1 in mid. Now the purple in trouble. Kelra looking to take to the skies. Can he do it? Omega alive for now.
Oh, wow. With just the amount of burst from ONIC Philippines right away on the lead. By just having the Angela here in Omega, they know they get 2 out of 1 kill.
Nets with the Purify says, call the ambulance, but not for me. It's definitely for Ryota, and even through the hard card as well as the ultimate from the Yuzhong, the firepower coming out from Nets, timing it with the Petrify, or at least the Dragonate form coming out from the Dragon form of Ryota. The extra control wasn't there just because of the Purify, and he immediately went in for the damage. Enough lifesteal as well. Through the trinity of items that he has, it was more than enough, and now we're going to see a lot of differences between the gold of ONIC.
Yes, speaking of differences as well, 2-level gap.
Yeah.
That's on level 11.
No, between Nets and Kelra, that's almost 3,000 gold between them.
Yeah, 1.5 item.
Right? That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
It's like me and Francis, right?
The difference between net worth, not close actually, not that
exactly,
close.
not even.
Yeah, it's just Wolf having the invisible network that we don't know.
No.
Okay.
Not really.
Okay.
20 seconds away from the Lord here. No more turtles. That's how fast ONIC has gone.
And the Cram was the only point of death. And Omega, that was the first point that they got when the Cram was just going down deep and checking some vision out for the ONIC. So with that point, they just completely having a great. This is just purely momentum from ONIC Philippines. They just completely taking the turrets one by one out of the base.
Yep.
Okay, let's zoom into Nets. I mean, why not, right? The man of the hour, very, very quickly. Even the attack speed is just crazy right now. Didn't even have to look for anything else. I think his emblem set is Quantum Charge and Swift. So he went for Swift. It's the first tier of the custom emblem.
Late game carry, no problem. I'm activated in less than 10 minutes.
How do you recover Omega? It's so difficult. You need Keldra activated. That's why I feel that the 1-1 is not enough in this meta game that we have right now.
Yeah.
It's too weak.
We saw it on the first time the 1-1 was showed, but just the nerf. I think they did her like a difficult time to even farm up in his own lane.
Yeah, they nerfed her again.
Yeah. So it's like you need to, well, from what I understand, One needs to be proactive to make that damage work in early game.
She needs to keep moving. She needs to push the advantage. But here, Keller doesn't even have an advantage as ONIC knocks on through their front end. Well, you can say back doors. Mid and bottom in jeopardy this time around. At least their holy shields get popped, so ONIC still on time.
Oh, that's the play.
Oh, Rapido with a kick! And now Andoryu in trouble. Ryzen gets the kill. Oh, Rapido gets punished though. Punished hard as a Hearth Guard comes into Kelra looking to take to the skies. Will he be able to survive? Ryzen jumps onto the wall.
Ryzen's
top
baiting.
Lane inhibitor falls. Now mid, and the Lord as well. Omega still defending. Omega still alive, still breathing.
Yeah, that was a great initiation from Rapido, but one thing also, the follow-up from the ultimate combo. Wait. Oh, that was close. Oh, they're on a chase.
Ryota trying to draw a line between ONIC and Omega's base. Not going to work out.
One skill one coming out from Super Prince, and you take out, what, 3 bars of Kelra's health already?
Yep.
2 or 3 bars?
Scary.
What's it looking like?
So he did not go for anything like a Rapid Boots build. He went for Arcane, and then of course the COD being in there with the Crystal and Lightning Truncheon. He packs up a punch.
That's it. That's all he needs because again, Keller doesn't have enough money to build anything defensive.
Yep. It's all like we rely on you on the damage now in the later stages of the game, but it's not. It's not possible.
And they don't have any sort of Radiant Armor, because the thing with Radiant Armor is that if you pick it up on your gold lane, in your XP laner or maybe a roamer, it affects and helps your teammates because it nullifies the attacker, right? So there is no holder of Radiant Armor from the side of Omega. That means there's no way to kind of neutralize at least the damage output of Super Fins. And you can see that even just with just one skill 1, it was already a lot of damage done onto Kelra.
And that's what's so ridiculous. Super Finch is the only magic damage outlet of ONIC. I mean, I don't know if you can count Ryzen.
Yeah.
He's a utility jungler. He deals some damage, but no, it's all Prince right now. This is the Prince game.
He's gone super. Super damage, super on the control, and this Lord is melting quicker.
Rapidude.
Not even. Oh, he got a set though.
Finds a kick onto Andoryu. ONIC scores a Luminous Lord, forcing out a Black Dragon form early on from Ryota. And now they go ahead. There's a quick knock-up. Kelra looking to take the skies. Down goes Super Prince. A big shutdown, and they're still going. Oh, Omega feels it. Omega gets another Ryzen. Currently the trade. 2 for 1. Kelra still here. And this is the best Omega's looked all game long.
That's right. Oh yeah, talking about sidesteps. This is Kelra doing the work. Bought time as well. Super Prince, a crucial takedown as well.
And Ryota didn't even have to commit the Petrify that fight. It's shocking.
And go again, Ryota. Still cannot save his ally. A kick found there. Rapido down. And the Lord still up. Omega. So good at the defense.
And I would say whatever happened in there, I think it was definitely ONIC's mistake anyways. But now, the Filipino Savage surpassed KLVJ, now ranked 6 in most kills in MPL-PH leaderboards. Well done. And that was, if you think about it, how long has Kelra been in MPL? That was season 7?
Season 3? Kelra? Kelra, yes. Kelra debuted in season 7.
Yeah, so that's
wow, another great milestone.
Quick one to do it.
Compared to KLVJ, who's spent, what, season 2, season 3?
2, yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Okay, for ONIC, you can see, season 4. KLVJ was here.
No, KLVJ played under Brendan.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that was before.
Yep. You're correct. Okay. Anyways, I wanted to say that it was ONIC miscalculating. The Super Prince went in with the flicker, which is very unlikely for him to do it. But because he snagged the Edith ultimate anyway, so he kind of want to make sure that he will be able to use the ultimate, the Primal Wrath, well. But they were caught in a bad spot. Ryota didn't even have to pop the Petrify because there was a lot of control between Andoryu. And of course, Kelra, you have an extra stun or mini stun that you can get from first kill, so it was enough. But Omega still needs more.
Yeah.
Fortunately for them, the Lord will spawn for quite a while now.
Back in the game when we witnessed almost a 10k gold lead, this was just Omega's identity. Back then, we were actually questioning. Me and Midnight were talking about how Omega would come back for a huge deficit. Maybe this is just one thing that's in their blood. So the perseverance for them to take this to a longer stage of the game and buying more time. A lot of things could happen. A lot of things could actually clap back because you said it needs more time, it needs more damage, it needs more defense. But there's just some things that can't be explained.
That's right. No matter what the odds are, the circumstance, the stats, the logic, somehow, Barangay Omega still finds a way to kind of turn that on its head and get a big dub. So yeah, it's not impossible that they do it here again.
You just need to find the right targets. With the takedown of Super Prince, yeah, he's now forced to get that Winter Truncheon. So one of the things also he's seeing, he might be the one to go down first, being in the front line, depending on how they initiate team fights.
Oh.
But they're just letting the Angela back. He could just go anywhere though.
Yeah.
So it's just 4 though on team fights against ONIC Philippines. I don't know how will this work with them.
ONIC's baiting them. ONIC's not showing themselves on the map.
Yep.
It's gonna be still is going to be a dance. And ONIC kind of notices that even at this point they're ahead by 8,000 gold. It doesn't mean that they are going to be safe. And you can see Itomax with a classic play going in for the defense as the Angela going to be left there. It's still critical for ONIC. The Omega timers, they're not a joke.
Spotted.
Oh, that was 3. Okay.
It's a dance.
Oh, here we go. Chocno catches a lot of light wheels. Gets taken down quickly by Nets. And now Ryzen pushes through. I think that's the green light. That's a sign. ONIC says, you know what, we're just going to blitz this Lord. And here comes the Barangay. Ryota
Rapidude to the back line.
Black Dragon form. And that's a winner tranche by the Prince. And there's a quick knock-up. Ryota dealing a lot of damage. A knock-up by Rapidude himself. Super Prince steals a Black Dragon form. Minion inside the base. The Barangay needs to defend. Kelra takes his disguise. Rapidude goes down. Tomas gets the kill. And this time around, ONIC is trying to clap back. But Kelra's not done. Kelra shuts down Nets. And now Ryzen's up next. The Filipino Savage is at work, gets a double kill, and now Super Prince gonna be up next on the docket.
Hard guard
Can he
on.
run away? Eto Max inside his gold laner. Super Prince, where you going? Oh, the discipline. It's not over just yet, not so easy. The Barangay here in the Lord Pit, in control.
My
I
God.
told you.
It ain't over till it's over for Omega. Never over. My God, Omega timers. And when you're asking what time is it, it's typically ONIC time, but this time it's Omega. They also have their watch.
Wow. We were just talking about that huge gold deficit onto almost 10K, but this is how the fight went. Rabbit was struggling to find the great angle.
Yep. You see, Rapido, even with this not having Chakdu, it was not enough for them to actually pierce through. And you can see here, counter up, popping the ultimate. Unfortunately, transferring it to someone else because Ryzen was actually going to the back lines. And maybe that's the sort of a mistake coming out from ONIC.
Man.
Had it been that Ryzen just tanked through, I think that he will definitely survive because Ryzen is very, very tanky.
Savage Airlines, bro, took off like twice.
Yeah, SA.
That's a return flight home.
If the Matilda is...
Wow, I'm just completely, yeah.
What is 1-1?
Amazed.
I mean, what's the sound effect there?
That's you did it. That's you.
No, that's Matilda.
Oh yeah, no. If it's a.
If it's 1-1, what is it?
How about the base though?
I don't get to hear it very often. Oh wait, this is dangerous. What's Omega doing? They tried to get a kill on the Cram, and it looks like they overcommitted. But I think they understand. They know that it's a calculated risk. The base is not going to go down.
Yep. And it just as that, we're looking at 1.2K only.
Shrank. It shrank, it did, bro.
Quicker. And it happened again. Just Omega things. When the Venom just completely bites you, it just takes a lot of time to actually strike. And this is just completely Omega changing the numbers, stats, whatever. It doesn't work. It's just them alone. And just by the discipline. And the target there, the first one to fall with the rapid kick, it was just Andoryu, despite Chaco not being present. I think the items now is actually working, Wolf. Is this the answer now?
Is it the answer now? I'm sure it's part of the answer. It's part of the solution. At this point, they're all evened up. Nothing matters now, apart from the Lord Dance itself. Fortunately for ONIC, they've made bank so much that they now can defend. And it's not like they fail in comparison to the late game of Omega. Surely with the 1-1 being in there, it's great. And of course, the Angela with the Flask of the Oasis, gonna be tricky in the late game.
Oh, they spot Rapidude. Andoryu commits.
Oh!
With the flicker onward, forcing out a winner charge from the Friends. And now it's Cram's turn to repair the situation. Here comes Ryota, Black Dragon form, forces Super Prince back home. And there's a concealed play, and the combo takes down Super Prince. Royalty down. Omega a man up. 4-5. 23 seconds to the Lord.
I just want to commend Chakdu from that play. It's completely nuts to make it all work. Flicker with the onward combo. It takes a lot of precise decisions to make that work.
It's Chak nuts.
Amazing, amazing micro engage just right there from Omega. And they're awake, and the lead is on their side.
There's team fight excellence.
The Mamba.
Wow.
Mamba forever.
Mamba forever. By the way, big shoutouts to Ryota going in for the play.
Yeah.
They want to go. I think that the ONIC needs to not be desperate and anxious. Don't resolve to just split push in. Fight your battles head on.
That seems to be the automatic response. If they're a man down, they can only really force and play the map. And right now, it looks like Omega looks to punish Ryzen. Oh, it looks like it's non-committal because Omega's still taking a hold onto the Lord.
Yeah, that was a good hold.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is both a manhunt and a Lord Dance. Ryzen goes on the rollout. Concealed play from Chakdu.
Wow, Ryzen
Rapid
just
and Super Prince.
diverting.
There's a knockup. There's
Who
a
gets it?
Dragon.
Who gets
and
it?
the Lord goes over to the Sonics.
Oh, what a winter kitchen!
Gets into the skies, but Ryzen goes for the tranche. Look at the base! Look at the base!
Crab
is there! He's gonna be knocking out the base. 1, 2, 1, 2. And can they save it? The answer is going to be no! ONIC Philippines with the backdoor play, taking the series!
Oh, look at that!
My goodness!
Ryzen straight to the opponent's booth.
That was his booth.
That was his booth.
I came from there.
This is my house.
At some point, that was his booth.
Unbelievable.
Just by doing that diversion onto Smart Omega, they had it. But how they prioritized that split. Rise and rejoiced. That's the hug. Despite the contention and the bad blood, that's how they love each other. Brothers. Brothers forever.
Brothers forever, of course. Even Ryota. As much as we say that this is bad blood, I'm sure that they're all pretty close.
Gentlemen,
wow.
People watching at home, this has been one of the most fun and amazing back and forth series we've ever seen in Season 12. And I could not think of a better way to end it. Like, come on, they're so equally just placed, and then they both team fight so well. Come on, it really had to just come down to either a wipeout or somebody getting the backdoor win.
Oh my.
And just by that small mistake, they rejoice, they greet, they're respected, acknowledge his rank.
Coach Bam as well from Omega.
That's right.
Amazing.
Wow.
Despite what happened, that was completely the best game of this weekend. And that winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Happy birthday. That's the birthday buff right there.
Yeah, for those of y'all who don't know, Coach Bam was once a member of the Omega family. That's why he's so close to Etomax and to Kelra. Man, what a birthday gift to Coach Bam!
And what a week for ONIC. They completed the Grand Slam. 3 series, they got all of it. 2-0, 2-0, and 2-1.
Yeah, and their win streak continues.
How's the standing looking now?
The last victory was a 2-1, but still, that's 4 series wins.
4 series wins.
For the Sonics.
Wow, it's
beautiful. My God. The shuffle. And the thing is, you know what's very important about this particular win is that it is now them proving that Cram can win games, Rapidude can win games. Right?
Yep.
So, well worth it. And also, their combination, Coach Jeff and Coach Bam.
As drafters, yeah.
Yeah. So you were talking about Coach Bluffsy, those guys got it covered. Those two guys in the back of the yellow got it covered.
Any combination of the two from the 4 stacked coaching staff of ONIC, I'm pretty sure they can figure it out.
That's the ONIC magic. They're shuffling the cards.
Yo, this is amazing, man. We haven't seen him shuffle this hard since Coach Jeff, bro. This is
even more than Coach
Jeff.
Jeff.
The voiceover
has at least 3 standard, 2 people like Baloyski and Kyrie.
Yeah, and then
they shuffle.
This time around, it's like Forrest Gump, man. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
Either the assorted ones or the great mix, whatever it is, it tastes the same. Amazing.
Wow.
ONIC Philippines. Well, this gives another statement as well. No matter how the match went, this just the Omega timers, man. You still need to respect that. Whatever happens, whatever the stats, whatever it is. Barangay.
What is this guy thinking?
No, I'm just playing back the last few moments of the game, man. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Because there was the magical chairs, what you call it, or trip to Jerusalem.
Yeah,
Philippines magical chairs internationally. As Ryzen was circling around the Lord Pit, and then as his Unity runs out, he went for the Lord, got the Retribution.
Takes it, scores.
And ups the Winter Truncheon.
Yeah, and it scrambles Omega to the point where they could not respond to the base race.
And because he was dead during that fight, he made an impact, by the way. I'm not saying that his death was actually a mistake, but he made an impact. He had enough time to get to the other booth.
Yeah.
Because he just needs to drop the phone.
Yeah. And
what's up?
And to think it was the bigger plan of ONIC Philippines. They make Smart Omega go bananas, and that was a split so fine, man. That was completely
split so fine.
That was Cram just looking for, like, I did this before, I'm gonna do it again.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Throwing back to Season 9, which I think in recent memory, possibly still one of the best splits that was scored by Cram then with TNC. I don't remember who they were playing against. Was that against Echo?
Probably.
Wherein it was such a masterfully orchestrated split push. But this one is close. This one is close, man. This one is,
Well, the benefit of this, what makes this one very special is because there was a Lord Dance factor to it.
Yes.
It wasn't just the split. It was 2 things together. And we said that they should not be resolving the split. And they did not completely resolve the splitting. They still try to go for the Lord Dance.
Yeah,
It was the
completely
ultimate.
coordinated.
It was the ultimate in non-committal execution.
Yeah.
They could have won both of them, and they did.
They could have lost both of them.
Amazing. Congratulations, ONIC Philippines. Now let's throw it over to Mara for their winning interview. It's about cram time.
And everybody, what time is it? And this series, it was definitely ONIC's time. Congratulations, ONIC Philippines. Talagang napansin din namin at talagang pinuri ng mga casters ang performance ni Cram. You really stepped up, lalo na sa game number 2, even game number 3. Now, let's talk about ng final moments. Kasi kami rin sigaw ng sigaw. Akala namin it's gonna be another win-yins. Okay? And then mukhang magka-comeback ang Omega. And then nagkaroon kayo ng split push. Kaninong call yung backdoor?
Sa akin po talaga. Kasi,
Sa'yo talaga?
kasi yung yung nakita kong opportunity nun kasi yung Yuzong parang nag-dragon agad dun sa mid, papunta dun sa may clash sa may Lord. Sabay yung Angela, nakita ko na sumarib. Kumbaga, may nakita rin ako opportunity na yung creeps talaga nasa mid. Kumbaga yung mata ko kumislap.
Kumislap? Paano kumislap? Ipa-focus namin yung camera. Paano kumislap yung mata? Patingin
Pikit.
paano? Ganon. Now, nung malapit mo nang mabasag yung tore, tapos nagka-try na silang mag-recall, ano yung first reaction mo? Ano yung tumatakbo sa isip mo na papunta ka na doon, papunta na mababasag mo na yung base?
Sabi ko tapos na.
Tapos na.
Wag nila pauwiin, ganun.
And it worked dahil sa'yo. Congratulations. Palakpakan natin si Cram. Winning moment. Pero yung game 3, you guys had a 12K lead until muntik na mag-comeback yung Omega. Pero pag-usapan natin yung game number 1 kasi talagang na-mind-blown din kami, Nets. Mind-blown yung game 1. What happened dun sa game 1? It was a 9-0, wala kayong nabasag na tore. Ano sa tingin mo yung nangyari doon? Sa tingin mo ba gigil yun ng Omega? What happened?
Nabigla lang din po kami sa drop. Di po namin expect yung drop nila ng game 1. Tingin ko, kaya lang pinasok si Keldra para dun para mag-harit.
Gin lang. What did you think about that? Hindi ka ba parang, ano yung reaction mo? Kasi for the first time sa MPL career ni Kelra, nag-jungle siya. Very first. Do you think that was supposed to be something na para sa'yo?
Siguro po. Pero tingin ko po talaga, pinaktis nila yung yung hero nilang yun. Tingin ko pang lang yun, pang game 1 lang talaga.
Pang game 1 lang. Okay, pang game 1 lang. Okay. Now, alam nyo, by the way, ngayon, kanina may 3-way tayo sa second spot. But because of what happened right now, ONIC now has solo second place. Now, a lot of people, especially dahil kay Boss A, dahil ang iyong tongue, a lot of people are saying na overconfident daw ang ONIC. Anong masasabi mo sa kanila? Pero kasi ngayon, number 2 na kayo, just right behind Echo. And this seems to be the best of ONIC since this new lineup has come in the MPL.
Chamba lang. Kailangan lang namin practice, stay humble, ganun.
Nasaan si Boss A? Ano sabi hindi what?
Hindi bagay.
Okay, redo! Rewind! Okay, rewind. Ano ulit? Boss A, anong masasabi mo? Kasi simula nung pumasok kayo dito sa MPL, ito ang best performance nyo ngayong Season 12.
Siyempre thankful. Thankful sa yung mga sumusupport sa amin.
Ano masasabi mo sa comment na overconfident daw kayo?
May nakating... Hindi, lang kami, i-continue lang namin yung ginagawa namin. Tsaka sana supportahan niyo pa rin kami. Yan.
Pero ikaw, hindi mo kinu-continue yung ginagawa mo.
Pag minana na lang ulit.
Pag minana na lang ulit. Alright, now it's time to announce the match MVP. Let me hear some names. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the screen for the match. MVP. Ryzen! Okay, Ryzen. Actually, alam ko na ikaw yung match MVP. Sinesave ko to. Kanina, pagka panalo mo, pumunta ka kaagad sa ONIC. Nagpakita ka talaga. Para kang naghahamon. Wala kang sinabi, di ba wala silang sinabi sa'yo, walang exchange of words, di ba? Ngayon, nasa iyo na yung mic, ano ang gusto mong sabihin? Kasi, pinakita mo lang actions kanina. Now, you could say the words.
Okay lang yan. May leg 2 pa naman. Bawi kayo.
Ano pa? Okay, kanina, by the way, before everything started, sabi ni Calra, hindi naman daw niya kasi alam kung bakit kagalit sa kanila.
Siguro gusto ko lang talaga sila kalaban. Para malaman nila kung sino sinaing nila.
In other words, hello, Omega. Ako pala si Ryzen. Ako ang sinayang nyo. Final words to the fans. Final words to the fans. Oh, sige.
Happy birthday nga pala kay Coach Bam.
Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Once again, everybody, give it up for ONIC Philippines. This season 12 is definitely hype. A lot of exciting moments, a lot of exciting plays, and a lot of exciting rivalries. At ngayon, nakuha na nga ang gustong makuha ni Ryzen, getting revenge against his former teammates. We're gonna be talking about that last game. Kaya babalikan na natin ating casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara. That was ONIC Philippines with their winning interview, and that was a different Boss A that we just heard from yesterday. It was a different thing. Yeah, that was the flex that Ryzen did.
This is
right?
Nets. This is Nets.
Yeah,
This is Nets. And this one?
Ryzen combined.
Man!
Winning yesterday, winning today, and just continuing the streak. ONIC Philippines.
Yep. Okay, I just want to bring back people to the keys to victory when we said that last time, which we don't know the translation, the direct translation yet. I need you boys to work on that after the post-game analysis. That's your challenge. But there was a little bit of a clapback because that's literally what Ryzen said. For those people who did not understand what was happening because it was in Tagalog, for the international viewers, he mentioned that line.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you have to translate it, okay?
Yeah, okay. So, Wolf, you need to break this down. It's the Sonics winning against the Barangay Omega. Best series for me, but spot out what happened just there.
That was one of the most beautiful games that we've seen all season. And when we saw the first draft index, we said that it would be close, but it didn't look that way because it was ONIC just destroying Omega in the early stages. It went close. It went to be a tug-of-war during the mid-game when the Omega timers kicked in. When finally you found the critical mass, the MVP, or at least the guy that made the winning play for the side of ONIC is Crab. I would say that there could be other potential candidates for the overall MVP of this game, but that just means that everybody from the side of ONIC just played so well. And you can even say that to Omega. There wasn't any major slip-up during the most important parts of the game. It's just that Cram was able to identify the winning play for the side of ONIC. And for those who have seen the interview and might not have understood what Cram said that he saw that the Yuzhong already used the ultimate, and he also saw that Itomax, as the Angela, already utilized the hard guard as well during that last fight. Let's discuss that later as we see ONIC just focusing on the early stages, taking advantage of Ryzen's aggressive gameplay with this Baxia. What this allowed ONIC is to take control of the river. And by the way, we would like to take note that Super Prince has 4-0-2, 100% kill participation with maximum speed build. We know the turbo build, and he was able to get himself safe. Nets also playing this well. This is the start of some of the slip-ups coming out from ONIC as they went in for the play. They did take out Andoryu, but that was in exchange of Rapidut. And another good fight coming out from Omega. Here they go, as they will be for ONIC. This is going to be a good fight for ONIC, but the defense will be there. But look at that counterplay coming out from Omega. One of the slip-ups coming out from ONIC as they will be taken out with Kelra having Itomax helping him out. And there's another play from Rapidut. Unfortunately, was very low and there wasn't any follow-up. Nets wasn't ready for that turnaround. So in we go, 16 minutes in. They know that the Yu Zhang ultimate was already used. And they also know that the hard guard is not available anymore. Super Friends takes the ultimate coming out from Ryota, but quickly cancels it. Unfortunately, Ryzen transferred the ultimate, the crossbow tank, into Nets, and Nets received so much damage from Kelra that he cannot tank. And they almost lost this game because of it. Chakno with a great initiation, and Super Prince getting out. By the way, big shout outs to Cram going for the knockout punch. Could have saved his teammate, but Ryota was able to catch up with the Petrify maximum range. And another stalemate. Ryzen getting the Lord. Very well done. And you can see that Cram is already there because he knows that the Angela ultimate was already used. Good communication coming out from ONIC, and there is no way for them to survive this. Cram already taken out, and not even as the crystal goes down, you can see Ryzen running to the other booth and flexing, giving us the coldest celebrations so far in MPL-PH Season 12. Let's look at some of the other stats, like Itomax and his kill map. You can see, all right, very quickly. But nevertheless, you know that he has a lot of impact across the map, and you know what's important about that factor is you know where he is given or showing us where he is thriving. Now, I want you to look and put your attention towards Super Prince. Not the first time he did it, going for the speed build. Okay, so I think the pull yourself together is it might be a bug or a visual bug, because I'm pretty sure I looked at the lobby and it was the triple speed build. All right, and apart from that, the fact that Nets managed to control himself and only died once in this game, that was from the hands of Kelra, and the fact also that Kelra only died twice in this game, that was actually very, very surprising. And of course, the gold standard is known as the gold standard because of how well he plays the game. He almost won the game for Omega. Had it not been for ONIC just winning the Lord Dances. Still, the keys to victory, it's all about the Lord Dance for ONIC, and they have not been beaten just yet. The decision-making coming out from the ONIC members has been crisp, and this is a product of their arduous and grueling training sessions. We're gonna see ONIC once again, but at the same time, I think that they have placed third now when it comes to the standings, so they're in a very comfortable spot. Nets being the highest GPM, that's not going to be surprising, but of course, Kelra outputting the damage in the midst of a Bakito, with the Valentina being in there, he still managed to output the most damage in this game. And then gonna have to hand it to Andoryu. He did not give up his position despite having so much of a problem in the early stages. Still managed to make the good plays in the latter portions of the game. Monster Goldstone and heavily favoring ONIC. And we know for sure that ONIC really had the game in the first few minutes. But here we are, ONIC showing us how it's done. And I do hope that the gentleman beside me already knows the translation. Can you translate what Ryzen told us in the post-game interview?
From that winning moment that he flexed his muscles right on to Kelra, and from that interview, he stated in that interview, Smart Omega, I am the one you wasted.
Yeah, that's as close as it gets. I think the actions, as always, actions speak louder than words, right?
Okay.
So just like doing this right in front of Kelra says everything you need to say, man. Just,
You let me go.
That's how you flex it.
You've wasted a lot. It's it's like Francis letting go of his Mustang just because he has a Bugatti.
Yeah, it's it was a different thing.
Yeah.
So in life, either you choose a different direction and just commit to it.
Here's the thing, too. Ryzen has grown quite so much in muscle mass as well. I don't think he's been working out as hard.
He's growing.
Did you see the pull-ups?
Yes.
Yeah.
His delts, his traps are amazing.
We had the stats.
His lats, dear Lord.
ONIC Philippines had the workout stats. Okay, we're having a match. We're having a great match on the last series of the day. It's AP Bren versus Blacklist International.
Man.
AP Bren needs to recover fast.
Whoa.
They're technically losing streak.
Yes.
Wow.
Losing streak.
It's been a tough week for AP Bren fans.
This is an exciting match to see. Looking at all of the achievements and experience, gold medalists as well. Wow, recovery is imminent. They need to have a great game for this one. They have lost. Yes, we saw AP Bren lost from the world champs. Let's see how this goes because Black International as well is looking for a way to shake things up. Once again, this has been the We Bear Bros. I'm OSX. This is Leon. This is Wolf. This has been me for the season. I'll see you once again.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The fastest speed. The widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of Smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today,
With Smart Power All 99. Sa Pilipinas, pinakapuso, pinakamalakas. Sa TNT, masanang saya. Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas. Every time I talk about these two teams facing off, I talk about history, legacy. But here in Season 12, these are two damn good teams, and we're looking forward to a damn good match. Greetings from the home of the greatest MLBB players in the world, Reptar here, together with Leo and Wolf to bring you the final match of the regular season's halfway point. It's APBR versus Blacklist International. Gentlemen, it's a packed house.
You forgot to say we're the Wee Bear Bros.
We are the Wee Bear Bros.
That's right.
There you go. Before we head out to our match discussion, let's take a moment to thank our partner in esports, Maya. Play like a legend with Maya and MPL-PH. Score your own limited edition MLBB card exclusively available on Maya.
Huge shout-outs as well to our official telco partner, Smart. Smart Gig Arena is open to all Smart and TNT subscribers where they can join an array of arcade games and esports tournaments like MLBB and many more.
And to get started, they just have to create an account on Giga Arena.smart using their Smart or TNT mobile numbers.
All right, I feel it though. The excitement in the air in this packed house in the final day of the halfway point of our regular season. How are we feeling? Are we just as excited as the atmosphere?
I'm still trying to get over what happened previously. That was one hell of a series between ONIC and Omega, but now, as we prep for APBR versus Blacklist, I'm reminded of the mechanical excellence and the game IQ on display, lane per lane, roll per roll, between these two teams.
I think we know for sure that at least when it comes to what is at stake for both teams, like Blacklist International needs the points for sure, but they just won. And for APBR, they're put in a weird spot where they are actually in a losing streak, right?
Yeah.
Which is weird.
Yeah, it is a bit weird to listen to, but Revenge of the Hive is our headline this time around because these two have a very close history. Again, when you go all the way back to the previous seasons, but I want to go back to MPL Philippines Season 10, wherein it was the beginning of the start of the rising again of the Hive. Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
10. Okay.
Yeah, it was. Because remember, in that lower bracket matchup between Bren Esports then and Blacklist International, it was a very close series. It went all the way to 5, and it really looked like Blacklist were going to get eliminated. But then APBR just missed that mark, and of course we know what happened then. But it's been a wild ride for these two teams since then.
Yep, this APBR we have now, save for the name, doesn't look very different, to be honest, from about a year and change since then. But their opponents now, the ones that they had to face off in said playoffs, very different. This is a very different Blacklist International.
And of course, we know that the house itself of Blacklist International are celebrating because of the patch. Not entirely sure if Bren Esports also share the same sentiment, but we know for sure that in Blacklist's facilities, they are surely happy about what happened during the patch. Healing meta.
Exactly, and here's the lineup for APBR. Marco, super at that. Kyle TZ, Few, Flap TZ, and Ogwen. You mentioned it, Leo, not that different from the lineup since that S10 matchup.
And in more recent history, in maybe 6 months since, they have tried to make Florin work. But now there's more rhyme to that reason. There's more incentive to actually play Florin.
Yep. They're going to be playing up against Renjay, Edward, Haji, Sensu, and Oheb. What I always say about this new patch, the way that Blacklist International can easily adapt this, even when the VY is not there, 3 out of the 5 members of the original Ube that won the M3 World Championship is still there. So they are just acclimated. It will not take so much of an adjustment from them because Renny J, we saw how well adjusted he was.
Yeah, so AP Bren shouldn't look at this match too differently. You're still going up against a Blacklist International that knows how to play those healing utility support roamers. Renegade showed that off. The Matilda will be a factor. Will the Florin, as we mentioned earlier, be a factor as well? Look at the head-to-head. It's really head-to-head.
Yep, as close as it gets. Numbers-wise, hero pool-wise. I'd like to think maybe for AP Bren, I think there's more pressure on them to actually show up, given what's happened in the past couple of series for them. They might show us something new here.
Yeah.
It's something that's not on screen.
Florin.
Yeah, that's one.
Apart from that, but yeah, kidding aside, I think I was actually surprised that Ogwen's most picked hero included the Minotaur.
Yeah,
because the Minotaur is not that strong in the metagame. It's a niche pick, but of course, AP Bren can make it work. Tower secured and turtle control ratio. That's 80% tower secured is actually pretty ridiculous.
Yep.
And the fact that they're controlling more than 75% of the turtles that they play in, that means that AP Bren knows how to take these objectives.
Yeah, objectives, and it really just shows the different tales that they've had heading into this point of the season, where AP Bren went on a roll, but recently it's been a little bit of a struggle. Meanwhile, Blacklist International, it started great, got shaky, but then hey, they're on the right footing again. So it looks like Blacklist International is going into this with a little bit more comfortable momentum compared to their opponents, but they still really have to consider a lot of eyes were on AP Bren, and rightfully so. And despite the struggles that they've had, they do have the strengths there. Let's talk more about the strengths, the weaknesses, and the keys to victory for these two teams, AP Bren and Blacklist International. Here's Wolf.
AP Bren and Blacklist International's keys to victory are brought to you by Infinix, Infinix Note Series, ultra-fast gameplay. Let's look at Bren Esports. Is it time? Florin for the win! Maybe it is. Going up against Blacklist International, we already saw the Florin be successful from other teams that's just recently coming out from ONIC Philippines, and we know for sure that maybe this is the time where Ogwen will bring up that hero. Not to say that he cannot play the other supporting heroes like Matilda and Rafaela, but isn't it just good that they will play Florin and they will play against Blacklist International and win with it? Now for Blacklist International, peel for OHEB or draft for OHEB. What does this mean? Either they choose to support OHEB by drafting heroes that will be good in the Gold Day matchup, or just protect OHEB at all costs. Draft a hero composition that can peel for OHEB. Because we know that the win condition when it comes to the damage department nowadays come from OHEB, the Gold Laner of Blacklist International. Now, for both of the teams, never let go of the tempo of the game. What does this mean? The tempo just generally means if you're in a good road, if you're snowballing, you have to not stop from taking those objectives, taking over the map, getting more real estate, and taking control of the objectives. We saw that there was some slip-ups coming out from Bren Esports, and that's also true with Blacklist International when they are already leading by a specific amount of gold, and that's something that they need to not let go of. That's the keys to victory for both the Blacklist International and Bren Esports, gentlemen.
Yeah, I love the final point there, wherein when you look back at it, AP Bren and Blacklist International, these are two teams who really know how to punish and find those windows. If you give them a small gap, they'll turn it into a big hole in your house, and we know how difficult that is to fix. Leo here, when it comes to the early game of these two teams, who are you leaning more towards in terms of taking control of it fast?
I'd like to think AP Bren has this under control, and that's why it's all the more important that they bear down on KL1, that they give OHEB hell, because it's proven through the years that if OHEB don't have a good start, it's hard for Blacklist to bounce back. So as much as I love my baby brother, AP Bren, for you to bounce back, you gotta beat up OHEB.
Yeah, for Blacklist International, though, if ever that does happen for them, what's that one thing they're looking for, Wolf, in the mid-game, or the opportunities to turn things around? What are those little errors that AP Bren like to make?
I guess it's not just about the errors, but yeah, surely, to answer your question, some of the time where AP Bren just kind of splits them up and just, disperses their formation. That's one kind of weakness that they should be looking at. At the same time, they should be the ones to force Bren Esports into that spot. How do they do it? By trying to go for the 4-1, the classic Blacklist 4-1. 4 of their members grouping up together, Edward being on the long lane side of things,
Yeah. Conditions, well placed, gentlemen. And here we are, the final matchup for the first half of the regular season in MPL Philippines Season 12. Welcome to the draft of game number 1, and pretty sure you guys agree with me here. Every time these two teams draft against each other, it's always a joy to watch. It's a chess match, and there goes the Matilda. AP Brent says, nope, we're not giving that to the heel man.
Yep, the heel man, of course. When it comes to the first set of bets, I think, apart from the Paquito, surely the Fredrin and the Baksha will be the priorities. But seeing as Blacklist International and AP Brent loves those two heroes, maybe they are not gonna ban it. I'm not gonna be surprised if Edith is actually the choice for AP Brent instead.
Ooh, sorry, as one of their picks or one of their bans? The Edith.
Yeah.
As a pick.
As a pick.
Yeah. For some teams, again, it being in the first one or first two, if you're blue or red respectively, it's worth it. I think I agree. I'll double down on that. I reckon that for Bren Sports, for AP Bren, rather, maybe not so much. There's so much more worth left out on the map. With the Baksha banned out, you got Fred, you got Val, you got, Kaj is open.
Kaj.
Fred, what was that? Fred?
Val and Kaj, yeah.
First name basis.
It sounds like a good group of friends, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I do like the Fredrin for Blacklist because it's one of their classics anyways. And with the Baksha not being there, it just makes it a prime choice.
Yeah.
Now you go Edith for Brent.
Edith
Maybe
Val?
Irithel. Oh, Edith Val, yeah.
Oh, dude, even Irithel is open too. Bruno.
Yeah, that has to be an option here. Blacklist International have shown that they know how to really supplement OHEB's Bruno incredibly well. If ever the Bruno does pop up, that means AP Bren, they might hold on to their mid laner pick a bit later, because if they show the Valentina early, then Blacklist is going to be happy with just picking up the Bruno already.
Okay. What is the benefit of having the Valentina? Of course, it is going to be in the hands of few. A man of a million moves for side of AP Bren, knowing that he can be effective with his Valentina, that gives a lot of comfort for AP Bren. At the same time, there's no reason not to. Of course, the Novaria is there, but a Yushong priority, that to me is a surprise.
It is very surprising. Leia, I love the reaction that you had there.
Yeah, no, again, this just shows that Coach Ducky, Coach Bren, the boys, they're on the same page. Yo, we're going to give OHEB hell.
Yeah.
Flap TZ, sick 'em.
Yeah, it's going to be a formation breaker for sure. So this makes the pick here for Blacklist International, the XP lane, even more important. Who's going to give Yuzhong hell to make sure that AP Bren won't be able to give OHEB hell?
No Paquito, so maybe just the Terizla, and then I guess they want to go Brody right now for Blacklist International. Because among all of the other marksmen out there, Brody is probably not that scared of the Yuzhong. But of course, with the Angela and the Irithel, you're going to be A-okay.
Yeah, and I feel like that Irithel and actually those first three picks, it seems like Blacklist International are taking a little bit of a page from one of their longtime rivals' books. Smart Omega love to pick up the Eerie and Angela combo.
That's right.
And we don't know where the Angela's going.
Yeah, it's still flex.
Although, I don't know, man. It would be a true test in how much Haji has grown as a captain. If we say that it might be a mid Angela, you're going to take away a good chunk of that mechanical giftedness he has.
Yeah.
And then you're going to move it to macro and shot calling.
That's true. And there's the Bruno this time.
Bruno.
Big shout out to our cameraman. What an image. Like focusing on MTB first, then blurring out and looking at Ducky. Wow.
Cinematic.
A
la Nolan. Is that right, Mr. Wolf?
Yeah, that's definitely right. Vision and information, that's the kit now for AP Bren, especially after getting this Novaria. Then you combo it up with a Bruno. That's a lot of the damage that they can output. Single target damage that will really help them burst out the members of Blacklist International.
Any other things about the draft index as we head into the second phase of the draft, Leo, that really stand out here for you other than the vision and the info?
Well, Sustain, again, it's very Blacklist of them despite Oh My Venus not being present. They have a solid front line in the Fredrin alone, and then the Angela being ever present, omnipresent, doesn't matter where you are. Now going into the second phase, oh wow, I love it. I love it. AP Bren onto them. I could have sworn maybe the XP laner would have been picked up in phase 1, right? But they're like, no, Benedetta, we know what you're up to, Edward. We know.
Yep. And I wonder will AP Bren even consider the Terizla ban at this point also?
Yeah, just limit the Agent Zero heroes.
Yeah.
I think that's a right choice.
Yeah, it is. If it's not the Terizla, then Terizla in my mind also. Blacklist takes away the graphics, so they're still considering the flexibility of the Nova.
Yeah, people are just ready for the smart game phase of the day, actually.
Yeah, they're already showing it up.
That's for later, folks.
Yeah, it's for game 2, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah.
Okay, so with that said, we were expecting AP Brand to actually ban out an XP laner here. If not, I can see them maybe blocking out a roamer or a mid laner just to make sure that they know where the Angela's going.
Okay, so that means that maybe Terizla or export choices for the counter to the Yuzhong. It's Terizla. There is.
I called it. Hey, is there still enough? Would it be a good call, rather, for Blacklist International to just put that Fredrin in the XP lane and then pick up a different jungle?
It depends on the jungler of choice for AP Brand. I would park that question and answer it later. Maybe if the jungler is now revealed for AP Brand, because you want to make sure that you are faster. You're playing faster.
Okay, so if you're AP Brand, you're already looking more into picking up the roamer or mid as the 4th pick.
That's right.
Because you'd want to be able to leverage the fact that that consideration of the Fred flex.
4th pick for AP Bren locks in the flex. Like the Novaria will be revealed, like for sure.
Yeah.
Regardless. Oh, there's the Martis. I was gonna say that's one of the few junglers left.
They even take it out.
Akai is left for AP Brand. Maybe they pick it up, but
that's one.
Not entirely sure if that is something that Kyle will love to play. Oh, are they watching? Or this is the... Oh, okay. So there was... I think that...
Oh, it's the VY stream.
VYs are actually re-streaming, probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that Toriyama?
Yeah, it was Toriyama.
Yeah, it was Toriyama.
All right, that's
one and the only.
That's the trio. Okay.
It's a good friend, Tori. All right. I love, again, every time these two teams draft, so many options to consider. The flexes.
The world is their oyster.
Exactly. I wonder what else. They show it.
Rafaela.
There you go. They show it.
Confirmed.
It's going to be Rome Rafaela. So
wow.
Rafa Bruno.
Front to front. Oh man, I missed Rafa Bruno.
Right?
Yeah. Blacklist will be itching to pick up the Lolita now, but it's not available yet. Still auto banned. So what else do you pick? What kind of roamer that Renegade can play here? Edith, of course.
It is. Okay. Edith Rome, mid Angela. Oh wait, no.
Yeah, Rome Angela.
XP
Edith.
XP Edith. There.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it's a Fredrin. So you can go Akai here for AP Brand. Or the Barretts.
Oh.
Are they considering the Barretts?
Oh.
That would be.
Kyle Teasy. It's up to you. Rafaela Barretts is amazing, man.
Yeah. And Rafaela Barretts is very fast.
Yeah.
Won Blacks International, a world championship.
That's also true. That's also true.
Yeah. We go back to their history.
Yeah, I do hope that, we've always thought about the D-Roth being the jungle just because of how it meshes with it outspeeds actually the Baksha as well as the Martis when it comes to like clearing speed. When it comes to walking though, it's difficult. But with the Rafaela, that might be the choice.
And Wilderness Blessing.
Exactly.
Will it be the Barretts? If it's an Akai, it's going to be kind of
difficult. Oh! Much faster!
Of course.
Of course.
This was a AP Bren debut special in seasons prior. So with that said, I'm loving AP Bren's map control.
And vision and info. Not only do they give info from the Novaria, they take away information. So that's a massive W for AP Brand for sure. One thing that we do know about Blacklist is that they have greater late game. Just because of the presence of their Edith plus the Angela. Pretty strong. And Edith as well. Skills as the XP laner. So when it comes to boom boom, when it comes to speed, you're going to expect that from AP Brand.
Yeah, look at the audience predictions. Blacklist International, 76%. AP Brand's 24%, and these two teams have drafted in the way that we expected them to. They drafted a lineup that will help OHEB, but AP Brand drafted a lineup that wants to play fast.
I mean, if you're looking at late game coverage and you're looking at just how you scale and ramp up into the different phases of the game, I understand where the 70-something% is coming from. That's the number, right?
Yeah.
76, I get it. But when you get down to business and you look at, again, the speed and the boom boom TM that AP Bren is bringing to the table, the numbers might not matter.
Yes, and here we are, game number 1 of this marquee matchup to end the first half of our regular season here in Season 12. It's AP Bren versus Blacklist International, and you hear the fans roaring in the background. They are electric for this match, and we hope you are too. Thank you for joining us here in the English stream. Here's some trivia for you. This is MPL-PH S8. AP Bren and Blacklist have met 29 times. Blacklist has won 16, while AP Bren has won 13. Wolf, anything about the early game rotation?
Okay, well, you have Kyle TC with the Quantum Charge Hellcurt. typically you want to go killing spree, right? And some people will even consider like lethal ignition whatsoever, but they're going for full speed and of course adaptive attack and the custom assassin emblem for the Hellcurt. You want to be able to get into the fights faster, and with the help of Ogwin also rocking the Wilderness Blessing, this is going to be a lot of speed from AP Bren.
Yeah, and that's the fact that we're seeing a double gold start, of course, with both support roamers helping their respective gold laners here. Usually in these matches wherein one team is going up against a fast-paced boom-boom team, the rotations of and the play of the XP laners are also going to be a big factor. How well they can make themselves felt around the map for their team might be the difference maker here.
I love the fact that we are seeing different builds on the Valentina now when it comes to the custom emblems. Haji going for Impure Rage, and just recently we saw Super Prince going for the maximum speed build with Quantum Charge on the Valentina. Literally showing us how different the playstyles will be for the teams. The Blacklist really want to wait for their timings more.
Yeah, speaking of timings, first turtle is about to spawn here. I wonder who's going to be able to get there first, because you're going to see the Hellcurt actually go for the purple buff first. So Sensui's going to be here, not even going to go for his purple just yet.
Yeah, Kyle TZ thought twice about it. Orange just expired. Sensui with the slight pull. Renegade and Haji drawing a perimeter, forcing back AP Bren. Oh, here we go. Kyle TZ with the Dark Knight Falls. Flap TZ answers back. Here we go. Right underneath. And Renegade barely alive. And the bonk. Turtle left alive with the reset. Kyle TZ goes down. Edward draws first blood. And now Flap TZ in trouble. Trapped between four members of Blacklist International. Flap TZ still alive, but just barely. Oh, the Earth Shatter scores Agent Zero 2 kills.
Oh, and the agents right in front of the English desk are happy with that. That's how you stop a quick boom-boom lineup. Punish them in the first turtle. Hell of a reset there by Sensui Wolf.
Exactly. I want to point that out because it is as if Sensui have enrolled in Wise's school of holding the Lord of the Turtle. Because you know for sure, when you have the Hellcurt, you have the Dark Knight Falls. You have a lot of disadvantage facing up against that hero in the turtle fight. And what he did was to make sure that the turtle was just a pixel away from being reset once they pop the Dark Knight Falls. Now you have an axis. And big shoutouts to Haji, marking where Kyle TZ was. Actually, that was the MVP play.
Edward smells blood in the water. Flap TZ, Agent Zero. 3 kills, all him!
Oh, well, we talked about the XP laners and their factor into this match. Edward is already making himself felt. That is not the start AP Bren wants.
Oh, man. On Blacklist International, it's like, you know, it's like driving your old car, right? You might have missed, like, driving it, but when you get back, it feels like it's always your comfort as Blacklist International. The way that Haji plays is very commendable, and you can see that Edward also feeling very comfortable in the 1v1s. Expect a lot of 1v1s in this as Edward wants to outplay his lane matchup.
And I think we're starting to see yet again AP Bren struggles, especially with the adjustments in this meta. They're still trying to feel out how to play this properly. Look at Sensui.
Oh, Hearthguard up. Astral Echo the answer back. Dark Knight Falls once more by Kyle TZ. They're on a hunt. And to no avail.
Wow, that hard guard is a deterrent for the Hellcurt, actually. Difficult for AP Bren to really find their entry here, and this is one of the difficult things about the AP Bren draft. You're not up against an opposing assassin jungler. It's a tanky jungler.
Man, I won't lie to you. If I'm sitting at 2K down at 4 minutes, I wouldn't force it either.
Yeah, you back off. You find an even better time for it. Turtle's about to spawn here, Wolf.
Yeah, definitely Blacklist-sided. There's no Dark Knight Falls. That's the only way for AP Bren to actually pick it up. And if you remember, during MPL Season 10, it was the Hellcurt that AP Bren also debuted in the playoffs. And they were so masterful with it, utilizing the Dark Knight Falls. However, Blacklist International knew exactly that that's going to come. I think that AP Bren, the surprise factor from the Hellcurt is no longer available.
Here's the onward and the combo.
Whoa, no way!
Early Black Dragon form. Kyle TZ steals it from right underneath. Blacklist the shutdown by Super Marco. Agent Zero is down. Now AP Bren on the offensive. Sensui here in trouble. Taken down by Kyle. Oheb cannot repair the situation despite all that's happened. AP Bren clap back.
Totally jinxed. As I said, AP Bren, there's no more surprise for the Hellcurt that they don't have the Dark Knight Falls. Dark Knight Falls was actually cooling down. That moment was perfect timing. He got it, and he gave a lot of shields to his teammates that now they can fight. That's the disadvantage of losing the turtle in the turtle dance. Your opponents immediately get extra shields. And Blacklist International looked like they didn't have the damage just because of that mini play that Caltisi was able to win.
Yeah, the jungler of AP Brent said, I don't need my ultimate. I've got my trusty old Retribution here, and that turned it around. Are you not entertained? 6 minutes in, it's still neck and neck. The lead Blacklist built for themselves have been equalized by APB. Leo, what might be the next big sequence here?
I'm looking forward to this next turtle, man, because I think Blacklist International is going to have to respect AP Brent, because they were down again. The aforementioned 2K gold lead, kaput.
The item was showed recently, well, just now, Wolf. Any standouts there?
Well, the standout is that Sensui, even after winning the first turtle, the first few minutes of the game, did not have a full item to his belt. I mean, went for the leg plates. The casual items, understandable. But then again, you can see Caltisi leading by 400 gold for some reason. And he's actually ahead almost 2 levels.
Oh, that's a stolen ult there. Astral Echoes, no one home.
All right, okay. That Novari damage starting to get felt there. Energy brought down by 25% of his health. 10 seconds before that next turtle spawns is what you're looking forward to, Leo. I'm going to be looking at the XP laners again because it's right beside their lane, their entry. This Edith, this Yuzhong is going to be massive.
Yep, they got a lot of green, and the fight has begun. Caltisi and Flap going for the pull. Few holding on to his Astral Echo, spots Sensui and Haji. Here we go. Black Dragon form time. Caltisi going to be able to score the turtle. Shields up. Damage amplified as well. And that's a no-go. Blacklist don't want none.
Good zone out. The information and the vision from AP Brand now in full fruition. They didn't even need to pop the Dark Knight Falls just because of the Astral recall coming out and the ultimate, of course, from Few already showing where Blacklist is. And Flaptizi going for the heads-up play with a Yuzhong ultimate. It didn't even need the Petrify. They didn't need the kill.
That's release control.
Exactly.
They could have spent so much more, but, you know, just the game IQ and the awareness, like, no, we got it.
Yeah, and more control, even more so now by Blacklist International, knowing it'll be a bit too risky if we try and defend this turret. There goes the bottom lane. Gold lane turret, and Super Marco is now free to go around. And this is the ticking time bomb Blacklist International is watching for. Caltisi, he wins the Little Wanderer duo.
That was even after the Retribution. Right, so well done. And by the way, we there's one of the ways that a hero can be considered a jungler is if you can have a skill that if you combine with the Retribution makes it so that enemy will have a difficult time like stealing away the objective from you. So that's a DPS, or the Deadly Poison Stingers with the Retribution.
Okay. Haji has the ultimate of the Novaria and a fuse damage here. Little by little, Blacklist is starting to get warning signs of, guys, this is a Novaria, this is a Bruno. The burst damage, you might be able to end matches or duels before they even begin. So now as we get into the Lord portion of the game, it's still a very close game in terms of the items. Now it's just going to boil down to the setups, the catch.
Oh, Kyle. Kyle knows.
Oh, this is a precarious bush, and now, here we go. Dark Knight falls, Oheb gets a Heart Guard in him. Renegade very quick on the trigger. Caltisi retreats. Ooh, respect.
Yeah.
Up top though. Edward, Agent Zero, 2v1. Ogwin and Super Marco gonna go ahead and pick up a fight. And Edward wins. 2v1. 2v1. Edward wins.
He does it again. Agent Zero reminding AP Bren who he is. And that opens up this Lord for Blacklist.
No explanation needed. Literally just winning that fight, and now that means Blacklist International will get the Lord. How convenient that was for Blacklist International. Edward left up top, wins the 2v1, and the 2v2 that AP Brent lost in the bottom lane. Now Edward is on the hunt.
Edward is colossal. Edward is colossal, single-handedly kicking Caltisi out of the orange.
Get out of here.
Edward, unbelievable.
Hell of an XP laner you're witnessing, folks.
Legend Zero.
AP Bren just got a harsh reminder of who they're up against in the XP lane. And I felt like, Leo, this was a massive overestimation of their abilities and their lead from AP Bren.
This was cold-blooded by Edward. Abun Jingjing, man. That was calculated.
Calculated, executed to near perfection. Now AP Bren have found the game, swung away from their favor. Windtalker now for Oheb, and now AP Bren will start to feel the wrath, not just of the Primal Wrath, but of this Angela Irithel combo.
By the way, that was Dominance Ice to deny the heal, and of course the Blade Armor.
Oh, here we go. Holy Baptism coming in. Caltisi pulls the trigger. on the
Flap.
old, and now they just pop Flap just as quickly. And now Oheb has a hard guard on him. AP Bren just backing off. Blacklist happy with the push, happy with the kill, and he's going to be moving on, converting in mid.
Well, back-to-back plays from Blacklist International, where the sprint and the hard guard for Oheb was so good. That was the bottom lane clash where there was a 2v2. Kaltizi not able to finish off on Oheb despite the Dark Knight pulls.
Yep.
Happens again in the top lane, where Oheb just danced through Kyle. Hit me, as he was trying to be very, very speedy with this Irithal going up against Kaltizi.
Yeah, it's going to be even harder now for AP Bren to take down Renegade and whoever he's going to be using the hard guard to, probably Oheb, because he now has the photo, but Ogwin has the photo on his hands as well. That's the Flask of the Oasis for you, folks. An orange buff taken by Blacklist.
Oh no, Blacklist depriving AP Bren of resources. I expect this lead to grow, man. We're approaching 4K. If this continues for a minute or two, it's going to be 5K, and that's what? At least 2 items across the cores.
Yeah, I'm sure you're going to agree with me here also, Wolf, that the timing of Renegade's hard guards have been stopping AP Bren at specific moments, especially when the Dark Knight falls, the hard guard goes up, and AP Bren says, no, let's get on out of here. We have to wait for that to go down.
100%. I still feel that Renegade is easily acclimating himself to being the heel man now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still the head man. Don't get me wrong, but I think that the way that he times his ultimate with the hard guard and also his positioning, he is not an Angela that stays in the other side of the lane.
Yeah.
Knowing full well that even when he is alone, like he can initially like pop the hard guard.
Yep.
He's not going through the long lane push just because there's a lot of assassination that can come from AP Bren.
Yeah, okay. Skill conservation going to be absolutely key here for AP Bren, because if they find a target, that target might just be on the receiving end of a hard guard, and next thing you know, it's Blacklist International chasing you, and AP Bren no longer having abilities. The Lord is now up. It looks good for Blacklist. How will AP Bren respond? Note, Edward has a Starlium Scythe on him.
Here we go. It's time to dance. Blacklist calling it out. Sensui and Oheb with the pull. Haji controlling the flank. Y-Bush, it's flapped easy. Ogwin knows surely that this is dangerous. Do they know where Edward is? Do they spot Agent Zero? Oh, just dodging, sidestepping that Earth Shatter. And now, Lord here at a third of its health. Watch Oheb. Watch this eastern flank. And the western side as well. From the north, here comes the Black Dragon form. And the Dark Knight falls. Lord, he's stolen by AP Bren. And it's all going to collapse onto them. Down goes Flapteezy. And Oheb just barely survives. Sensui, he wants to take down Kyle. And they're happy with it. Few, though, goes 2 for the Lord.
Massive flank by Oheb and Renegade, but AP Bren will win that Lord. And it was a warning sign now for Blacklist. You called it, Leo. He almost got taken down, Oheb, because the damage of that Bruno, of Super Marco. He can't scoff at it.
That was such a micro display coming out from both teams. Unfortunately, Flap and Few was left behind. Well, AP Bren tried to go back, right, as 5, but somebody has to go. The thing is, AP Bren, they have this straight idea that they needed to use your utilities to get the vision on side of Blacklist, but Blacklist are putting themselves in a position where the ultimate coming from Few will not be able to catch them. So big props to Oheb for thinking that way, going for the massive flank on the right side window. Bush.
Yeah, a hell of a call by Blacklist International, and something we're not used to seeing them pull off. Again, this may be indicative of their new era here. Same playstyle with just a little bit more tweaks, a little bit more penchants for taking big risks, and they're making it work. Now, AP Bren, though, they're showing Blacklist International, don't get too comfortable, because we still have a hell of a red treer in our own jungle.
A red treer.
Red treer.
All right. Well, that was a giant Austral Echoes, and now Sensui playing footsies with Ogwin. Close call, stealing away that holy baptism. Haji, the KDA machine, staying true to his name. 0 deaths, 4 assists.
And this Valentina here has to be found out by AP Bren, but of course, with the risk and with the target of the Irithel is just way more important. And of course, you have to consider Edward. Haji's positioning here has been massive, and those Terrifies have been coming in big as well in clutch moments to stop AP Bren's momentum in a team fight.
Okay, big timing for Oheb. The end of nature. This will put Hellcurt in a very awkward spot where he jumps and we're Wind of Nature up. No way for him to keep himself up. And the thing with Hellcurt in the jungle role is that you're very much all in. You don't have Flicker, you don't have Sprint, you don't have Petrify. So when you're stuck with Retribution, once you jump, you only have one dash, and that's a relatively long cooldown.
It's abysmal re-engage.
Yep.
It's very all in, and it's as if the Hearthguard wasn't enough.
Yeah, and AP Bren now, it feels like they're reminded as to why their old condition for drafting Hellcurt was if you're up something against like an Eve or a Farsa in the mid lane. But against something that's very mobile, that isn't so static, it's difficult for Kaltizi. His Dark Knight Falls is becoming a utility ult. Just to take out the vision, just so you can, it'll be a little bit easier for you to Retribution objectives away.
I think Kaltizi might shift his focus maybe on Hadji. If he's able to get to Redijay with the silence, that will be the perfect scenario for him. And of course the Valentina, which kind of makes me think maybe along the way Redijay will think about getting the Winter Truncheon.
Yeah, Haji has the ultimate of the Rafaela.
Oh,
that hurts, that hurts.
All right, Mayday getting in. Astral Echo, Super Marco very low.
Go!
And he gets taken out by Edward. And they're trading back and forth. Flap easy down already. Ogwin 2, 3 for 1, the current exchange. Down goes Kyle. It's just few. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a disaster. AP Bren left to 1. Blacklist International are going to score this Lord and push deep into their base.
Is this it? Is this their opportunity to end the game? Can Few somehow hold on? Look at that, the Ariangelo! No way! No way! Mayday!
Taking it all the way in. Blacklist International taking game 1.
Woo! Shots fired by Blacklist International. Close game, competitive. But man, Irithel, Angela, Edward with a hot start. Blacklist got everything they wanted in that game.
The last Lord fight, it was Edward that started it all. Found the opening and did not let go of it. You cannot slip when you're facing up against the MV3. They can smell your mistakes. They can smell your slip-ups. And in just a snap, they were able to find an opening. They got the kills, and it was a disaster, as Leo quoted here.
Yeah, disaster indeed. Again, difficult. So difficult for a Hellcurt to play the game he would want to in terms of getting the kills and dealing damage. He ended up becoming a utility junker at that point.
Yeah. As much as we want to say that we were happy that the Hellcurt was picked up, we recommended something else, like maybe Barats, maybe I don't know, Dirath or whatever. The all-in kind of playstyle from Hellcurt, the Gambit from Bren Esports, unfortunately will never work against a double sustain lineup.
Don't look at me, I'd always say pick Bane, but look, in hindsight, maybe the Bane would have been good too.
I agree.
Maybe, but then they'd have to worry about the Valentino taking away the Bane ult. But there's many other ultimates
It's
as well.
better, it's not as all in.
Yeah, it's not as all in. Again, it is a little bit better. I have to agree with you.
There's no point in crying over spilled milk. Blacks International earned this win. AP Bren, they got to go back to the drawing board.
The trend continues for AP Bren, gentlemen, where ever since the new patch, it seems like they're having a little bit of difficulty tweaking their draft priorities and adjusting to it.
It's weird, right? I think did Bren play in last Friday? Did they have a triple header this weekend?
Yeah, they've suffered losses, man. That's all I'm at right now.
I agree. I mean, it's so weird to say that ever since the patch, they're the ones that did not, adapt.
Yeah. And let's see what else Wolf can say about this game number 1. Wolf, say something smart.
Well, the smartest guy for sure in that game was Edward. And he was actually the reason why they were able to win. He was there at the turning point where they were able to get the win on the 2v1. That was Edward outplaying 2 members of Bren Esports. And he was also instrumental to the Lord the Dance win the last fight. And no surprise at all. Look at this item, by the way. Dominant Size into Blade Armor, 2 of the most important items in that the first clash that he won. It was a 2v1 against a supporting Rafaela, and of course the Bruno with critical damage, with lifesteal, with a lot of physical damage. He was able to tank through. That's why he was very tanky at that point. And of course the Blade Armor worked so much during that specific moment. The timing was so perfect for the side of Blacklist International with Edward taking that and then the turtle. So let's look at the first few turtle fights as Blacklist International will amass 2,000 gold lead. APBR will then recover from this. But of course, Blacklist International managed to win the macro battle. Here's the 1v1 between Edward as well as FlapTZ. As we did say, expect a lot of 1v1s that will be happening in this fight as Edward is just a beast during these fights. Great play coming out from APBR, utilizing and stealing that turtle with a 4-man stun coming out from FlapTZ with the Petrify. So APBR in fact are winning and have staved off the 2k gold lead, but the clash happens up top. Again, dominant size blade armor. Look at Super Marco just receiving a lot of damage whenever he attacks. And Edward with the flicker play punish them even. Renegade, look at the timing of the hard guard. He knew that KyleTZ will jump because he already found him there. And now they will counter. Despite the Dark Knight Falls being in there, they still will lose. In another fight, APBR managed to steal the Lord, but FlapTZ as well as Few are already left in a very bad spot. They will be taken out in this fight. Look at that. Sensui and Edward knew that they can go for Super Marco. Super Marco went out like a light. Unfortunately, because even when he has the Wind of Nature or maybe Lifesteal, being in front of an Edith will mean that he will die. And Few did not have a way to save himself. 1,400 crit damage every hit from a very quickly attacking Irithel. You're not going to survive as the warrior. And what was Edward? A showcase of why Edith is going to be the top pick. Sensui, of course, in the first 5 minutes of the game, look at his positioning, able to get the turtle and eventually the W against KyleTZ. Interestingly, there was a lot of retaliation coming up from Brand Esports as they were able to stem the bleeding, stop Sensui from getting so much, and eventually win the jungle battle at the mid stages of the game. But Sensui, of course, making sure that he will be able to control that Lethal Wanderer, now managed to give a lot of control in the river for the side of Blacklist International. More on the emblems of choice. Edward going in for the support emblem, not a surprise there, but what's surprising is attack speed for Edward as his first tier item. And why is this the case? Why did he go for the attack speed instead of something like a tanky first emblem? Well, we know that Swift is scaling. One of the few first tier custom emblems that are percentage based, which means that no matter how long the game goes, it will have an effect. And we know for sure that Edith is technically a marksman and is going to be getting a lot of benefit from attack speed boosts. And he was able to output the damage afterwards with a Starlim Scythe. As his last item, he packs up a punch. And like we said, when Super Marco revealed himself in the Lord fight, he cannot defend himself from both Sensui and Edward. He may have the Wind of Nature to go up against Oheb, but he will not be able to save himself from the magic damage nukes coming out from Edward as this Edith. More of APBR versus Blacklist as APBR only were able to get 3 kills and not a lot of damage returns. Not even Monster Gold Slow because it was a pretty even game. But when it comes to being impactful in team fights, you have Oheb, of course, having the highest GPM. And then Sensui having a lot of assists this game. Even after losing significant amount of the Turtle EXP in the early stages of the game, he was able to back up and was also able to secure the first Lord for his team. So that's a lot of good stuff. I still feel that Edward played this well. One of his best games this season. And I know that the gentleman out here will agree with me.
Yeah, he was flexing on him, man. Oh, what's the sign?
Agent Zero.
Oh,
is it right? Am I putting it in the right?
Yeah, that's right. A-O, perfect.
You gotta be
Agent
careful. That might look like a 2-0. So.
Oh no, that's why.
Okay,
you gotta be careful.
The disclaimer was there. By the way, you can like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MPL-PH. That's our development league here in the Philippines. For Facebook, it's fb.com/MDLPH.official. And for YouTube, it's at official MDL Philippines. A lot of young, bright talents there. Not just in terms of the casters, but of course, the amazing players and teams as well.
Folks, watch out for the weekly giveaway that will be posted on MPL Philippines Facebook page for a chance for you to win your own Smart Bro devices. Mechanics to join the giveaway will be posted after tonight's broadcast, so watch out for that.
Yeah, MPL Philippines is the gift that keeps on giving. And now, in just a moment, Leo pointed it out earlier during our draft, we're going to be seeing some awesome faces in the crowd. You're going to be seeing people looking cute, looking enticing, looking angry, a lot of emotions, because people don't really just show their faces while holding up the sign.
Isn't it just always Gigil? Isn't that always the smart game face, right?
Yeah, we're looking for it, but then for every giggle, there's like one person going like, or which is all fine and dandy, but we're looking for the game face.
It's the winner who dictates it, I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, we know, Josh. Sometimes we've seen some people going,
So
and they won.
if they go ooh, then we go ooh.
Yeah, we go ooh.
That's just
with
how
them.
it is. We don't make the rules.
Yeah. And I know for sure that Leo has a, your game face is quite cute, right? Like when you're playing, you're always smiling.
Dude,
Or are you?
everything I do is cute, man.
Comment down. Comment wherever you're watching from. Comment if you agree.
No comment.
Or tag Leo in a post right now
Didn't
wherever.
expect that happen, huh?
At LeoCastPH is everything does he do cute. There you have it. There, people showing up with the hashtag Power of Smart. Again, MPL-PH, the gift that keeps on giving here, folks. All right, let's see. Okay, we're seeing fierceness. Not a lot of oohs right now.
Okay.
Oh, they're all fierce. Look at that.
Oh.
Oh, no, there's a few oohs there. Oh, look at that entire section of people.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay, is it him?
It's going to be hard to beat that.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to beat that.
Yeah, man, he's shaking up the camera. But yo, bro, fix the sign. We can see your chat.
That's your messenger.
That's your messenger. So congratulations to him. Hashtag Smart Powers MPL-PH S12. He is our game face of the day. If you're here in the Philippines, or if you want to fly from abroad and come here to the Shooting Gallery Studios in Makati, join us. You're missing out on some really awesome opportunities to win some prizes.
Was that a Hellcurt? Was that a Hellcurt impression?
Maybe.
Does Hellcurt go like that?
Okay, you know what happens, right? You know what? Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah, when he's running.
That was, okay, can confirm everything you do is cute.
Thanks. Hey, your turn. Do it.
Jeez, guys, get a room. AP Brand versus Black. Again, it's a Revenge of the Hive. I'm not jealous. You guys are looking all cute there. The Revenge of the Hive. AP Brand. Okay, you just threw me off there. Again, the history of between these two teams. Welcome to the English Street, folks. We've been doing it all season long and for even more seasons since then. You're going to be seeing something go up on your screen. Please follow us, because it's a bit of a doozy, but don't get overwhelmed. We're going to show up in 3, 2, 1. Oh, perfect timing. Wow. Look at the regular season matchup between AP Bren and Blacklist International. Bren has won the regular season matches, sweeps. But then when it got to the playoffs last season, it was a 3-1 win for Black. And again, remember, that sent AP Bren down to the lower bracket where they got eliminated.
Yeah.
And that ended the run.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're gonna be noticing some of the patterns of the changes, like there's almost always a common hero for both teams. Like for example, Frederick is always there. You have the Terizla, you have the Lapu-Lapu always being in there. It's almost as if they have the same playstyle. Being AP Bren being the more, I would say, creative in a way, but because sometimes they do pick up. Oh, okay, well, there's no Hellcurt in here. Yeah. So yeah, they play whenever Blacklist International faces up against AP Bren, they go out for their comfort picks.
Yep.
Estes is there. You have the carry being there. Not much when it comes to like a creative or different kind of picks. But today we see a Hellcurt.
Yeah, and remember we've talked about the Barracks earlier. It's there in that regular season win that we had.
That's right.
So AP Bren, they know they can play it. Why would you show it up?
Something else to note is looking at this graph and looking at what the metagame looked like about a year and change ago. It's quite similar, man. There's like there's a Terizla in here. There's a Fredrin. Brody's hot. There's a Kaj. See? The metagame hasn't changed. There's Joy.
Yeah, you know what's different though? It's so weird that Farsa and Eve have just like taken a break after being in the meta for the longest time. They're like, yo, let us rest, please. Here's some new mid laners.
Man, imagine being a recipient of nerf every single patch. I mean,
feel bad, man.
I really feel bad for Eve, actually.
Yeah, I had to stop. Chris Tonghari lost their #1 Eve because Eve just isn't that great anymore, man.
Yeah. Shout out to all the Chris Tonghari players out there.
You know who you are.
You know who you are. To the Chris Tonghari #1 Lolita, I'm coming for you.
Hey, Makati, to the 55 players who are better than me at Bane, you know what's up. I'm 56.
You're number 56. Imagine you're going to be facing up against 10 teams. technically speaking. 10
That's
teams
right.
worth of babies.
That's right. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, because again of how geography works, right, and how the in-game geosystem works.
Yeah.
Sometimes maybe when we're at broadcast, I might be going up against Kyle Teasy, man. He might be number one.
You are actually, there's a lot of pro players here in Makati.
Right?
Yeah. So consider yourself as actually part of the top, you know?
That's not bad. I'm bubbling. I'm bubbling. I'm bubbling.
Exactly.
Makati's a hotbed for talent. Yo,
Yep.
Like Bataan.
Like Bataan. A lot of talented players there. Man, at first I didn't realize I was Coach V of AP Brent Right Band Super Marco. I was like, who's that more Korean-looking gentleman?
He dapper. He dapper.
He's dapper as heck today.
He's a dapper oper.
Man's wearing a sleeveless sweater vest in the Philippines.
That's sweet. Was he fixing Marco's?
He was.
Oh.
That was adorable.
Yeah.
And here's something cute. The draft, the intensity, the looks, the sound, the video, the fade. Welcome to game number 2. Welcome to another chess match in the drafting pick. What are we watching out for here?
Well, Matilda and Baksha. That's always what I say.
All right. Well, the B is still out there.
Yeah.
The B.
The B?
The Baksha.
Oh, the boxer, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the B.
Here's the B.
What hero starts with B? Oh, wait.
All right. In the absence of the Baksha, the Barats, I strongly reckon now that the Barats should be in AP Bren's arsenal.
Yep. And Irithel Angela seems to be a very good pick. You don't see it. You don't kind of theorize that it will be good unless you actually play it.
Yeah.
Irithel and Angela is ridiculous just because you're untouched, and whoever gets in your vicinity will be slowed as well because of the presence of the Angela.
Okay, Joy gets taken out. I want to give that to AP Bren.
Yo, Blacklist draft looks. This is a splitting image of the M3 season 10 winning just pattern, right? Like we just do what happened in game 1, man. Just do it again.
Yeah. Okay, Jella Matilda gets taken out here.
Fredrin, maybe?
Yeah. Makes the most sense.
Yep.
Fredrin and Baksha should be the priorities now for Blacklist. I'll not be surprised if they go Edith, actually, because they might feel that AP Brent can just steal it away. I think that in every phase of the draft, they mentioned Edith to be picked up. But then again, we see value in you, Fredrin.
Yeah. You should.
He's a detective.
How many seasons is Fredrin meta? Season 10, right?
Since his debut.
Yeah. Exactly. Well,
it took him maybe a month or two to start breaking out.
Yeah.
And that includes his whole 2 weeks off.
Yeah.
And then that's it.
That's it.
All the way.
Yeah, remember in the growing pain era of Fredrin, you were like, oh, we don't think he's going to be that great again. And then suddenly, here he is.
I blame
He's
Weiss
never
for
going away.
I actually blame Weiss for this because he put it in the jungle. It used
That's
to be
right.
EXP.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember the likes of Renzio, who's now playing in MPL Cambodia. Even Edward would have played it before, and then suddenly
Bruno Baksha, double B.
B&B.
B&B for the peace.
All right, you go Irithel Angela. Oh, no Angela. Okay.
Yeah.
But I still feel there are
Irithel Edith?
Rafa Irithel? Oh, Edith actually. Yeah, sure.
Right.
What if they end up just reeling it back and going a little bit more fundamental pre-patch Kaja for Renege?
Oh, it is indeed open. That is true. That is very true. Yeah, Edith, Irithel.
Man, this metagame, I just gotta say, this metagame is so frontline heavy.
Yeah.
You can go Irithel, Fredrin in the opening phase and still have room for a roamer.
Yep.
Can you believe it?
Exactly.
That's wild. And there's
Brody.
Ooh, Brody.
Wow. So do you go Yuzhong now if you're AP Brent? Or Lapu Lapu actually?
I wouldn't mind the Lapu.
I miss the laps, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Same.
everything you do is cute. It's true.
It is true.
Not even trying, dude. That's just what I call him.
It is what it is. Can't stop it.
Yeah, Lapu Lapu does show up in the graph earlier. That's picked several times on both sides too, mind you.
Yep. Yeah, if you're an international viewer in the Philippines, we call Lapu Lapu Lap Laps. It's easier to say.
No, just laps, dude.
Or just laps.
Just laps, right?
Just laps. Shorter.
Yeah, shorter. Yeah, just laps. I wonder if any of these two are thinking about picking up the Lilia. I really want to see a Lilia again, man. Oh, it's still in the bar. Okay.
So, are we calling Flap Cheeses Lapu Lapu the Flap Laps?
We have called it Flapu Flapu before.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not cute.
Are you trying to be? Yeah, you're just trying to be.
Yo, my man just told me I ain't cute in his eyes. Look, okay, fine. Say something smart. Talk about the draft index. I'm gonna cry here.
it's still the vision for side of AP Bren, and that's why they pick up the Novaria. Pretty similar when it comes to the other parts, but early to mid definitely is going to favor Blacklist International. Boy, you can see AP Bren that as Renmar is a little bit frustrated in here. What we like about Blacklist International is their presence of crowd control and their objectives. Like with the presence of the Fredrin and the Edith alone, they cover a lot of ground when it comes to controlling people in team fights.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Again, much like in game 1, what are you gonna do with all that vision?
Yeah.
What you gonna do with that vision?
What you gonna do with that? Oh, okay. We were like, what is he referencing here? So take away the gourd. Again, I still strongly, really believe Lilia is an option here if ever AP Bren decides to take out the Valentina so that Haji doesn't end up with it.
So yeah, what that basically says is Blacklists have infinite options. Even with the bans, it's like, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, teams have to realize, even though it's V-Wise isn't there, you still have to go up against Blacklist and remember, hey, you're up against Blacklist.
Yeah, that's right.
All the things you've considered as picks in the past with the Queen and the King playing, still have to consider them. Last two bans here, what are we watching out for?
Gonna be looking for, maybe, honestly, I think the Rafaela should be considered. Although Bren Esports, what might happen here is they might be the ones to pick up the Rafaela 4th pick. That's why they're not looking at it.
Yeah. Again, they're iterating.
Maybe ban a Lilia here for AP Bren.
Thank you.
And then allow the Valentina.
Yeah.
Just let it through.
Ooh, there we go.
There it is.
There it is. 2 times ban. Well, only recently have we seen the Lilia being prioritized.
Yep. After
the buff, right?
Back-to-back patches of getting buffed.
Yeah.
True.
Actually, I would consider the last one before this one a nerf, and then with the adjustment, making her a little bit more like a Valir type. Now that's a buff.
Yep. The 50% reset, like, what the hell? That was actually so OP if you think about it.
Yep. You combo with Ice Queen Wand, even if Ice Queen Wand was already nerfed as well.
Yeah.
Dude.
It's still super annoying. It's just like going up against a Valir.
Slow is a slow.
Yeah.
XP.
Good read on the export ban.
The Borg. What's left here for a Flap? Yeah, no. Man, is it just me or is Blacklist just comfortable facing off against a Yu Zhong?
Yeah, they are. They're inviting it even. And that means that AP Bren might just last pick the Flap hero. I think the Rafaela should be good here for AP Bren. Unless they want to go ISO and pick up something like a Cho for Mr. Ogwen himself.
I agree with you here.
Or a Kaja, in fact.
Kaja or Cho will make Flap's life a little bit better as a Yuzhong, because in the last draft there was a lot of pressure on him to be like the main and pretty much main and only setter. Even though we know Rafaela can set, yes, but in terms of like the beefy boys, too much pressure on the Yuzhong. So that might be the adjustment.
Yeah, you don't want a Franco here. I was just thinking about it, like, nope, that's gonna put you. Is he doing it again? Oh. Wake up. This is 2nd series in a row, bro. Wake up. There you go.
Benedetta.
Whoa.
Wow.
What is AP Bren up to?
Is this Flap or?
It is Flap.
Yeah, because it's not like they're gonna put the box in the room, right?
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
It's an option in other scenarios, but not in this one.
I think that they want to counter Renegades hero. Like, if this is going to be Kaja, then they will have an answer as the roamer. If this is going to be the Rafaela, they also have an answer to that.
Right,
so it's really, the balls in Blacklist is scored now.
There's old reliable, the Valentina.
Yep.
As expected. So will it be?
Oh, Edith Rome, then Yu Zhong.
Yep.
Swerve there.
So Renegade's hero was here all along.
Man, I think AP Bren, come on, show us the Ogwen Diggy.
Oh, Diggy?
It's not a time.
Just go all in, like
just go all in.
Front to front?
Because there's a bajillion amount of control from Blacklist International.
Right. Everybody has CC.
Yeah.
Might be difficult. Other sets, Kufra, still even shaky.
Cho is not that good. Ruby, maybe?
It's going to be a struggle regardless.
Yeah.
If you
or
Ruby,
Minotaur, actually.
If you that I can get behind. Because if you
clutch.
Ruby here, you're the only peel.
Yep.
You're the only real reliable source of peel, and you're pulling your death to yourself if you do that. But yes, I like the Minotaur.
Yeah.
Draft index, and I just want to say I am surprised. Blacklist is rare for them to pick up a Yu Zhong for Edward.
Yep. team fight is overwhelmingly strong for Blacklist, and that's very much understandable. Like we just said, they have a bajillion amount of crowd control, 6.2 compared to 4.8. And when it comes to AP Bren, they want to secure the early game, but at the same time, Blacklist International's early game is much more rigid. Just because, again, it's very simple. More stats, more crowd control, more chance of winning.
Yep, you're able to get stacks on with Oheb's passive and then just press the button, man. Torn apart memory, tear apart the opponents.
Game number 2, Blacklist International versus AP Bren. That was a hella bars there.
Yep, you are indeed a cute guy with cute things.
Man, at some point, I don't know if you guys are messing with me, but I do like it.
I'm not complaining.
Not complaining.
Man, check it out. That's a couple of, man, dude, so much boots in our emblem talents these days. You see that?
Everyone's wearing shoes.
And I
you hear the
wonder.
fans.
Yeah, you can hear the fans. Interestingly, I wonder what happened in there. Sensui was faster, but Ogwin now being bullied up. Although I think the AP Bren, we were happy about the Minotaur pickup, but at the same time it kind of felt like they didn't have any other choice. Because we were trying really difficult to see what is the roamer there.
Whoa! Quick sequence there. Haji walked into a lethal bush. Didn't expect for there to be 4 members of AP Bren present as they scored a lethal wanderer. Close call.
Yeah, AP Bren wants to be a little bit even more aggressive here. Hey, that's a brave smite on the Fredrin Wolf.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. It was Andor you actually picked it up earlier.
Yeah.
I still feel that other fights will be...
Oh! Super Marco still alive despite Renegade's efforts, and now the Hitman's gonna finish the job. First blood goes to Blacklist.
Still on a roll since that game number 1 on that Edith. Super Marco a little bit too eager there without a flicker. It was easy for Blacklist to call that. And Renegade, I know that. Wow.
By the way, they also denied 1 gold cart away from Super Marco. So Renegade actually achieved 3 things. Protect his gold lane, deny the enemy gold lane of a gold lane cart, and also kill him.
That's a double whammy. Now Kyle Teasy jumps right on the Sensui. Might be a false engage. Not enough firepower between these two. Not quite yet. Under 2 minutes. Turtle spawns in 3.
And the Hitman continues to surprise. Or are you surprised? Impress, rather, would be the more accurate term. No level 4 yet here for Ogwen. But
oh! Haji goes. Astral Echo thrown out for good measure. Sensui, Edward in AP Bren's vision. Renegade coming in with the onward. Ogwen in trouble, coming in with the motivational roar. Here comes a big black dragon. Ogwen gets popped by Agent Zero. Kyle Deasy scores a turtle, and that means it's time to turn. Few throwing out those astral meteors, and they're not done. Blacklist backs off.
Renegade, so much impact with this guy. The usage of the suplex is just way too good from this guy. But then again, AP Bren managed to get the turtle, so that is indeed what's more important in this case. However, we are going to see a lot of differences between the roamers, as Renegade's already level 4, going in for the massive boost kind of play. I'm not entirely sure if he went for the Wilderness Blessing, because I think we can visually see it. He's very fast in the river right now.
That could have been bad.
Look at that play. Renegade.
Wow.
Renegade's cracked.
Mechanics, man.
Bro.
Bruh.
Whatever kind of food they're feeding him in the Blacklist camp, man, it's waking up the Hitman.
What do you mean? He's been playing this way all his career.
Of course the guy will say that, and I agree with you. Like, of course he's playing this with a 1-1 with a Esmeralda,
with a Paquito, a Cho,
Benedetta.
It's been a hell of a career for the Hitman. Blacklist International need to watch out though for Kyle Teasy, because could have been worse for AP Bren, but Kyle winning that massive retro battle was great.
Here we go. All 5 members of AP Bren collapsing on the Sensui, but he survives, and Haji steals away the Minoan Fury, yet still Sensui falls. That's a kill for AP Bren. Blacks International once more backing off. All this while, Agent Zero just clapping away at this tier 1 down bot.
Yeah, the side lanes decided to go for the push, get that gold from that energy shielding. And AP Bren committing that full 5-man. They have to watch out for their side lanes here. It is still very early, but come the mid to the late game, that might come back to bite them.
Kyle Teasy is going to have to make more plays this time. He's level 7, 2 kills. And he's actually faster than Sensui, but that is expected of the Baksha anyways, right? And so far, AP Bren have made some ways for Super Marco to be back in action. He's now level 6, and I'm not entirely sure if his gold is at par with his opponents, but now Edward has Hunter Strike. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. Big timing for the Yuzhong.
Astral Echo spots the Hitman and Sensui. Edward coming in with a black dragon form turtle at less than half health. Here we go. Kalteezy jumping on through the walls. Stunning Haji. Stolen away. Flapteezy gets a turtle here. And they got shields. They got damage. But I wonder who will take it. Bonk. Sensui takes down Kalteezy. A man down for AP Bren. But a big Minoan Fury for Ogwin. But there's not enough damage. Can Few secure some kills? Flapteezy takes down Sensui. That's a double kill for Flap, but he gets taken down by Edward as well. 2 for 2 this time around. Ogwin's still alive. The Hitman and the MVP machine push away Few and Ogwin.
El Baka gets away. What a massive play there by Flapteezy to walk away with a DK.
Yep. But even better was Ogwin landing and waiting. I was wondering why he was just walking in there, not doing anything, and he's waiting for his ultimate to be up. And boy, oh boy, it landed on 4 members of Blacklist International. As much as I want to commend Flapteezy, there was a little bit of a miss on his part now that he was able to utilize his Electro Final Blow, not hitting anyone. Had it been that he hit and comboed that up with Ogwin, imagine how much more damage they could have done.
Yeah, it wasn't as massive as it could have been. Wait a minute.
Here we go underneath, tier 1 up top. Oh, AP Bren playing with fire.
Well, spicy. That was a spicy little exchange there. I thought he'd be like, okay, is anyone going to get him over?
Wait, Sensui. Oh, he commits Grand Theft Purple. Kalteezy just comes in at the nick of time saying, you took it away. You took it
right in front of me.
That's my purple.
Let's see if he's going to try to clap back, though, because he's going to have help invading the purple side. Blacklist International will defend.
Here we go. The onward coming in from the Hitman, Haji. Once more stealing away the Minoan Fury. Flicker away from Renegade. Haji still holding on.
Cal stole it.
Close call, but yes, that's a win. That's a win for AP Bren.
He gets it back.
Down bottom, though. Whoa.
Yeah.
Just high octane.
Definitely what I would how I would react to in that moment.
Yeah. I spoke for all of us.
Yes, exactly.
Got to mirror the collective feeling of everyone watching this series right now. Third turtle of the game up. AP Bren has gotten the first 2 ones of the game.
Oh, an immaculate Astral Echo putting the Hitman at 1 HP. Here comes Edward one more time. Flapteezy with the Electro Final Blow. Sensui steals it away with a big bonk. And Flapteezy goes. Oheb gets a kill. Sensui very low. There's a jump in by Kalteezy. And balls kicked by Marco. Kalteezy very low. Can they get him one more time? The damage from Edward is enough. The Shy Eruption buff is felt here in Shooting Gallery.
Oh my goodness, Haji is just a beast. And I say that because he was able to outplay Flapteezy, and he also copied the Minoan Fury. And what he did was a maximum range Minoan Fury to kill off Flapteezy. That's not just a Minotaur. You know, when we have a lot of magic damage because of the Clock of Destiny, you know for sure that Haji, when he uses the Minoan Fury, it's gonna pack up a punch. It's just exactly how they managed to take out Flapteezy. And then Oheb gets a kill. Now Blacklist International is ahead by 2,000.
There's a reason why we call Haji a machine. And yeah, I pop for that too, that outplay onto Flapteezy. Still a very close game. AP Bren need to sharpen things up here in their approaches.
Here we go. Kalteezy finds Oheb very low. There's a knock-up. There's a takedown. Kalteezy scores 1 on the Filipino sniper. Here comes Edward hunting for heads. Sensui still keeping his guard up. And another Electro Final Blow by Flapteezy as AP Bren asserts dominance in mid.
Okay, damage dealt Flapteezy actually really high here, but in terms of landing an even more impactful Electro Final Blow, that has to be one of the things I'm looking for from here, from Flapteezy.
There we go. A push in mid. Balls and turrets, turrets and balls. AP Bren picking up the pace. It's not like the 600 gold lead for Blacklist matters because AP Bren, Wolf, this is what we were looking for since game 1, man. The boom boom.
The boom boom. AP Bren. And who supplements the boom boom this time? Definitely Ogwin. The way he is very patient. Sometimes for the benefit of AP Bren, sometimes for the bad. We see that if he does land the Minoan Fury onto multiple members of Blacklist, particularly against Oheb that does not have the Purify, we know for sure that they are in it for a treat. So the ball is in the hands of AP Bren, specifically Ogwin, the quarterback.
It's also in the feet of Super Marco.
That's true. Yep. And sometimes in the face of Blacklist members. That's an Astral Echo thrown out. Haji, Renegade, Sensui spotted out. Oh, look at the back line. It's Edward very low. Put at less than half health. Sensui trying to oblige here in this Lord dance. All 5 members of AP Bren, all 5 members of Blacklist in proximity. Oh, Haji catches a ball, an Astral Echo, an Astral Meteor, and now they're going to turn. Here comes Edward, Agent Zero, hunting for heads one more time. Black Dragon form. Lord here at a 5th of its health. The Puissance pop by Kyle Teasy, scoring this Lord, and a big knockup in No One Fury. The Hitman falls, and now they turn one more time. Sensui up next on the docket. Can they finish him off? Few gets him. 2 for none so far. AP Bren in the driver's seat.
Now the boom boom for AP Bren. You saw how they managed against the Ultimates of Blacklist International. Good pokes onto Haji that forced out the Valentina. And then they put a lot of damage onto Edward. Edward was staying in the bush, punished by AP Bren. The fact that Edward was low, even after utilizing his ultimate, he's not that confident going back to land. The landing wasn't that good for Edward just because he was poked out by AP Bren. Then the Minoan Fury from Ogwin once again.
Yeah, we talked about how AP Bren need to sharpen up a little bit more in terms of team fighting, and they sharpened up finally, greatly in the last sequence. And the Lord, wait in the mid!
Here we go. This is a fight just waiting to break out. A push on tier 2. Lord wailing away at this mid inhibitor. And just like that, Edward answers back. What? Them balls on Oheb! Super Marco picks him off! What?
How did it happen?
That's a football player, not an assassin. And now, look at the back line! Edward falls! Few and Flap Easy with the Wombo combo! And AP Bren are in your base! Blacks International desperately clearing the wave! Another Minoan Fury for Minoan Fury. Renegade very low. He goes down! Super Marco gets one! Goal! And that's an inhibitor falling as well. AP Bren, they smell it, they feel it in their blood. Super Marco, he's just throwing balls! Ladies and gentlemen, just 2 left to defend for Blacks International. AP Brenner feeling it. We might go ahead and go into game 3. Down goes Oheb. Just 2 more left. Can they defend? Just Edward. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going the distance.
Super Marco popping off at the right time. And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Shock and awe, balls to the wall, boom, boom. Trademark.
The balls of fury from AP Bren. Way too difficult to deal with. I still want to credit Ogwin with his plays, but at the same time, the Few just woke up this game. And I think he's made a lot of good plays in the grander scheme of things. Surely, the home runs came from Ogwin, but when it comes to just getting on pace, it was always what you saw from a Few. He was landing the Astral Sphere so many times, and that was enough for them to kind of poke the members of Blacks International. You see when Haji is low, when Edward is low, and when they are getting hit by the ultimate coming from the Varia, they cannot get into position. Blacklist are scrambling when they don't have enough health.
It's a minimum 2 or 3 man Astral Echo. It's amazing.
Yeah, eventually Few just started like, there's someone there. You get 1 Astral Echo for you, another Astral Recall for you. And he just started landing. And again, that's the thing that you're up against when you're against a Novaria. Yeah. Even though it's not going to land maybe at some points, when they do start really landing, at the key moments, it's going to be really difficult. Other than Few's amazing performance there to show up, pretty sure there's other things Wolf can point out here. So Wolf, say something smart.
The real smart players for this particular game actually came from AP Bren just because they waited for the right moments to shine, and we saw for sure how well they managed to recover from the deficit. It was already Blacklist International's game, as my co-casters are trying to be cute around me. Mirador, the MVP of the game. Watch out for that sign from Ogwin. Definitely the reason why they were able to win. But like I said, it was just the home runs that we saw from Minotaur, from Ogwin. But when it comes to getting being all reliable, we can see that from the other members of Bren Esports. Like, we saw that Nets, it wasn't Nets. It was actually the Bruno or Super Marco that almost really lose this game. Almost a disastrous start just because of the fact that he was solo killed. Well, it's not a solo kill. But you get what I mean. And of course, Blacklist International are winning the turtle fights. Big props to Mr. Renegade as he's able to land a good usage of the onward many times in this game. But watch out for Ogwin utilizing his knock-up to control Blacklist once again. And there will be many other fights in this game where Blacklist International are leading. They take out Calteezy. Calteezy still managed to get Lord. Ogwin landing the stun. Flapteezy with the cleanup. Not enough damage though, as APBR are still waiting for their right moments to shine. We're gonna see some other fights again in this game. Watch out for Haji in this case. He will be able to copy the Minotaur and they will be able to outplay Flapteezy. Look at Haji. Watch out for how he plays this game. And by the way, the turtle went for Sensui. Haji able to outplay his teammates, and then Edward landing the kill eventually onto another hero on the side of APBR. That's Calteezy down for the count, with Edward just being there for damage and the knock-up and the control. But in comes the counter initiation from APBR. Ogwin already wind up his ultimate and then flickered in so that he is able to pick up Oheb. And by the way, Oheb didn't have the Purify in this game. Now another boom boom coming out from APBR as they have found the opening again with the Minoan Fury. And Edward unfortunately wasn't in position as well as Haji, two important heroes from Blacklist International's composition to eventually take over this game. But the fact of the matter remains, because of APBR not having enough, Blacklist International not having enough HP, they get poked out. And of course, Few was landing the shots, always connecting with the ultimate as well as the Astral Sphere. APBR eventually took over, and there was nothing that they could do. And while it will be game number 3. Apart from that, let's look at the other important players here, especially because Calteezy was now very comfortable on his back shot, going in for the defense. And let's look at Haji now implementing a different build. He went for the Wilderness Blessing and the agility so that he's able to take control of the map. But instead of the Quantum Charge, he went in for the Impure Rage. Renegade went in for the double boot strat, or as we say, the very fast build-up, the Turbo Roam, going in for the speed as well as Wilderness Blessing to go with the Tenacity, or with the Tank Emblem, and of course the Quantum Charge, aiding them to win this game. I think that Renegade had a lot of impact in the early stages of the game nonetheless. And it was Blacklist International just winning the early stages of the game. But of course, we see APBR recover afterwards. Still, this game could not be just... APBR could not just easily take this game away from Blacklist International. Blacklist International still managed to control the early stages of the game. But like I said, Few as well as Ogwin just really showed up in this game. And they were able to easily take the tempo of the game, then ride the momentum, and did not stop at all controlling the game. Part of the keys to victory that we talked about earlier is when someone takes the tempo, when a team takes the tempo, they should not stop from controlling the game afterwards. And that's exactly what we saw from the side of APBR. This means that we will be seeing them in action for game number 3. We know for sure that it will not be, this is Primetime Sunday, it will not be a 2-game series for sure. And now we are in it for a treat. It's Primetime Sunday, it's MPL, we are gonna see game 3 in action. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Novaria will be taken away by Blacklist International, be it from a deny pick or maybe from a ban. Because back-to-back games, Few had a lot of impacts. And in this case, in this particular game, he woke up. And he decided to make a lot of good plays for the team, even when it's pretty low-key. Like, who would think that the Novaria Astrosphere will be having a lot of impact when it comes to... Well, it does kill people, but when it comes to poke, it's hard to use that hero for just that purpose. But because Few is on point and is on the mark, he was able to have a lot of impact for his team. And another thing that we have to talk about here is the fact that Super Marco managed to recover. He already lost one of the cards in the top lane. He already died. And technically speaking, there is a very difficult condition for him to be able to get back into the game. But APBR managed to find a way so that this Bruno will be back in action. And you can see that his impact in the latter portions of the game was, as you would expect from Super Marco, very, very super. But that is my analysis for game number 2. I'm sure that the gentlemen here have their own opinions, especially about the boom boom that we saw from AP Brand.
Yeah. I miss Rockhard. By the way, Rockhard loves saying boom boom.
Yeah,
a lot.
that's actually his patent.
Yeah, the patent.
TM.
Boom boom. TM. That's why we mentioned the TM earlier. And yeah, man, we mentioned we are expecting a damn good match, and so far, it's a damn fantastic match.
There's so much on the line here. I mean, besides the fact that AP Bren, this last game, hedges on if they win a single series all weekend, and a true test of all of the accolades they've gotten throughout their AP Bren / Seabowl World Tour. Does it have to come to this? Does it have to come at this cost, right? And for Blacklist, man, it just feels like it's another day in the office, but what does that mean? Well, hundreds of agents here in the shooting gallery making noise or going out feeling like, yo, what was that? In a good way.
In a good way. Yeah.
Oh, it's a packed. It's actually a very packed stadium out here. And honestly, I felt, I was thinking earlier, why am I running out of breath? Why can't I breathe properly? Then I remember there's just a lot of like oxygen and CO2 being cycled around here.
Yep. There's agents like Yay over here,
right there.
Agents over here, up there.
Yeah, actually, shout out to you guys.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I didn't realize they actually allowed people up there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, it's our camera operator from up top. That is really great. Hey, speaking of up top, let's talk about the standings, actually. Because now with that win, AP Bren sits at 12.
They're confirmed the point.
If they end this with another win, so winning the series 2-1, that means they're going to be tied with ONIC, but since they've already beaten ONIC, they're going to be the ones securing the second place at the end of this first half of the season.
Okay.
For Blacklist International, they now sit at 11 points. It's a
Wow, that was pretty close.
Yeah, it's a crazy tie situation there, but they currently stand. They are over RSG Philippines because of the 2-0 record they have over there. So it's still very tight from position 2 to 5. Actually, no. 2 to 6 in the table. Very close, but the ties are all within like 2 to 5.
This is a good season. I'm liking it.
Yeah.
I'm liking how that mid. It's not even mid, bro. Like just even if you're in mid, you're still pretty high up because the gaps are so small.
Yeah, that's right. Which kind of makes it so that we're in the midterms anyways. We're in the first 3 weeks of contention, and I think this is literally the last match of the midterms, right?
Yeah.
And then we go to round 2.
Yeah, perfect. And this is such a good spot to be in, especially for the teams up top, because playoffs will be very quickly dawning on us. This is just a 6-week season that we have.
Yeah.
You'll never know. I mean, if you just shut your eyes and then wake up, it's already week number 4, and you're already like...
Blink and you miss it.
Yeah.
Blink and you miss it type of situation.
There's a lot of things in this season where if you miss out on week 3, you're missing out on a lot.
Yeah.
Again, yesterday we had 4 matches. First time in a day of a regular season where we're going to get like 4... Well, I should have said first. Before were there 4 match days?
Can confirm it's the first in season 12.
First in season 12.
But
maybe the earlier
12?
days of our...
Yeah,
I
can confirm that in the past seasons we've done 4 match days.
Okay, and in a regular season.
I think during the pandemic.
Yeah. We've tried to fit some
make
in.
things condensed.
Because there were times where we'll have to like move the
skip
the season and skip just because of the pandemic. Wow, didn't even realize that.
Marking season, and wow, how times change. And again, I mentioned when it comes to these 2 organizations, history, legacy, it's all there. And right now, as the draft is about to go in here, they've shown off why they are 2 of the more highly touted teams. Going into the season, a lot of eyes on AP Bren. Not the perfect season so far, but they've shown that they have been undeniably strong.
Yep.
On the side of Blacklist International, of course, just like in MPL Philippines Season 9 with VYs out, sitting out, a lot of people counted Blacklist International out. But then here they are, one of the top teams in the league still. With the renaissance of Renegade coming to full effect, MV3 and Sensui showing why he was the jungler pick to fill in the shoes of the king. It's great that we're wrapping up not just the first half of our regular season, but when they replay this on week 6, we're wrapping up the regular season with these 2 again.
Was it so your schedule for leg 1 is the same with leg 2?
Yeah.
You just do it again.
So right after winning, if they do win against AP Brent, literally their first match is Echo.
Yep.
Wow, what a schedule.
What a week for Blacklist, because technically your week doesn't end if it starts on Sunday. Next Friday you face off against the world champions again.
They only have a sum total of 4 days to prepare for the world champs.
Yeah, one of the more challenging, taxing seasons for players.
You want to end the streak too?
Oh yeah.
That's also
Okay,
true.
never mind. You know what? I take it back. Blacklist has a lot on the line as well.
Yeah.
They do. And remember, Echo sitting comfortably up top because they're at 18.
They challenge.
18 points.
They challenge.
Challenge indeed.
Daddy JP, man.
It's been wild. A hell of a season. Hell of a day, hell of a week, and a hell of a season so far for all of us. And we appreciate you for taking time from your day to join us here in MPL Philippines Season 12. We look forward to seeing more of you wherever you're watching from all over the world with the M5 World Championship rolls up here in the Philippines. Of course, more details. You're going to have to watch out for that. But we're thinking ahead of ourselves. We still have a Game 3 draft to watch out for here between AP Bren and Blacklist International. Wolf, we've already seen 2 drafts here. Any insights as we head into game number 3?
Well, okay, number 1, Eden is very strong. It's a priority. Second is the Earthel. When you ban Angela, don't expect the Earthel. And when you ban the Baksha, don't expect the Martis. Expect a Frederick, something like that. And then, I think that AP Bren are comfortable last picking Ogwen, as it seems.
Yeah,
You know?
Ogwen has a pretty wide hero pool.
Yep.
Capable of playing again, as we mentioned, quarterback with
Yep.
many different arsenals and kits. So yeah, no, I'm impressed. I've been impressed with Ogwen for a long while now. So he's going to be instrumental. He's going to be pivotal to AP Bren clawing their way back into a winning form.
Okay. Week 3, I was able to talk to another coach from a different nation, actually. And I had when I was actually thinking, gathering my thoughts, I came up with a conclusion that in MPL Season 12, the best roamer is Ogwen. You're hearing it first in the English broadcast of MPL Season 12. That is my claim for the first leg of MPL Season 12. Ogwen is the best roamer.
That is with all information, with all insight and opinions, the finding is Ogwen.
Yep. I don't know if people will agree with me on that, but...
Well, if you look at some of the content we release on the MPL Philippines official channels, Greatest in the Lane, Ogwen is one of the more highly touted roamers amongst his peers, the other pro players. A lot of people respect him. Now, heading into the draft, both sides have been switched for the first time.
Okay. Do you go Baxia here? I think you go Baxia here if you're AP Bren, right?
Yeah, they look comfortable playing, and they do.
Yep.
But you have oh, it's banned.
Yeah, they banned it.
So does Blacklist here answer back with a Fredrin? It's all reliable, but it may be spelled out.
Fredrin and Novaria, I would say. You denied him. I think Hachi is a very much adept Novaria player as well.
Yeah, it's a very Haji hero.
Yeah.
Let's see if they're going to show that up. Oh, still on point,
Well
Wolf.
done.
Wolf, continue the role you're on.
Okay, now, can't say I'm not pressured. You want to...
Pretend like we're not here.
Okay, I think you go...
Now go.
Honestly, Irithel. Irithel should be the choice. Or Bruno for the side of AP Bren. Knowing them, they will pick up the Bruno. But what do you pair it up with? Do you go Yuzhong immediately?
Something tells me they get their gold laner here.
Yeah.
One gold laner and then X. Because again, I agree with you that they can keep Ogwen
Valentina,
for
maybe?
the second phase. Yeah, no, you technically still give. There's the gold laner.
Bruno. No way. If this is a Valentina or a Yuzhong, I'm going to lose it, Wolf. I will get up from my chair
and lose it.
And lose my chair.
Actively lose it.
Actively lose it. Actively. Oh my God!
Wow!
This is me losing it.
What did we say? We tag
I
teamed
hope
that
there's
prediction.
a camera.
We tag teamed that
Actually, yeah.
prediction.
No, we
y'all
tag. What's a trick?
No, that was you guys.
We don't want to talk.
That was you guys.
The word you're looking for is we don't want to say that.
Okay,
All right, let's go.
Yeah, we
All
can't
right.
say it here. One more. Come on.
Okay. Oh man!
If you get this first phase, you're
Irithel.
getting clipped.
I think you go Irithel.
Irithel? All right, let's see if it's an Irithel. Leo, what's for you?
Oh,
No. Angela's out. Angela's out.
Oh, yeah,
that's
Angela's
right.
out.
That's right. So, you go Yuzhong. Actually, for
Yuzhong?
Blacklist.
Okay.
You hunt down the Bruno.
Yeah.
Are they going to give the dragon to
Ooh,
AP
it's
Bren?
difficult. This is actually very difficult because I think they want to go. Oh,
Ah,
okay.
it's
All
the
right.
Rizzler. It's the Rizzler.
All right.
He
Five
can
out
still
of
get
six.
clipped though.
Yeah, he can still get clipped. He'll still get clipped.
Okay, what I like about this is, well, the Varia is there, so that's the vision for you. And what stands out here is the early to mid game from the side of Bren Sports. And why is it important? This is because AP Bren really flourishes in this kind of playstyle. I think that if they're, if we were ranking teams when basing on how they play the early game, Echo and Bren really tends to really tilt in that balance, tilt in that direction. I mean, and why we apart from the Angela not being banned, the Irithel might not be picked on the third just because I think Blacklist might consider the Beatrix Nova combination.
Ah, yeah, Novatrix.
The Novatrix. And
And they banned it. Good read by Bren.
Yeah. Or Bavaria.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
I'd take that.
Well, AP Bren.
I'll allow it.
Wait, what was the one you said? Bavaria?
Bavaria.
I love Bavarian. Close enough, so I like it.
enough.
Bavaria.
You're hungry.
I am.
I am hungry.
Yeah, me too. We haven't had dinner yet. Yeah. Will AP Bren consider banning out the Brody in this scenario?
Choke out Oheb.
Yeah.
And then put him in the awkward position of a blunted Claude or an odd Irithel.
Yeah. Or
What
an
else would
even
be left?
other Clint.
They might go Ixia if in that case.
Right,
That will
they've
be their
showed
pocket
it
strategy.
before.
Yeah. They have Novaria. They have Ixia.
Yeah.
And they already drafted a Fred Turizla to help support the front
Yeah.
line.
I don't know if the Terizla's okay though. I would want something else sturdier.
Yeah. They ban out the Minotaur, something along the lines of maybe a Grok, or a Kufra even for NJ.
Yeah, with that, I would be okay with the Ixia.
Yeah, okay. So Renegade Kufra and then Iksha Oheb. Those are our calls for Blacklist. On the side of AP Brand, on the flip side, if it's a Kufra there, it might be a Franco or a Grok for Ogwen, mayhaps. Yeah.
And then you're looking for the X-Blade that can match up against Terizla with the lack of Edith and not having the X-board. It's actually difficult to think about what could be left for Flap TZ. But then again, if you're facing up against a front-to-back composition, maybe something like a Benedetta might be a point of consideration for AP Bren. Or something like Uranus, in fact. Well, they banned on Asia.
They read it.
They read it.
They know. Between Ducky and Vren, nothing gets past them.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're
this
pretty smart,
Yeah, so this might end up becoming the Brody, the Clint, the odd Irithel.
The blunted Claude.
I just hope that it will be okay. It's the Layla, I've always talked about it.
Yeah, the Layla. I was thinking that too, Layla. Or, okay,
on.
what if we reel it back a little bit? Is Harriet still okay?
Oheb has played Mia in professional play. I'm just
He has.
saying.
He has.
Right. Okay.
So Layla or Harriet actually might be our best options.
Yeah. But then again, you pick up Kufra or Rafaela first.
Okay, it was a Brody. So it was a Brody. Yeah.
So boring.
It is. I just gotta say, man, I gotta double down. Because this is dangerous.
It is.
The Brody, I mean, I trust in Oheb, Blacklist trust in Oheb, Agents trust in Oheb, but with the way AP Bren is playing, this tempo that they're at, the Brody's dangerous.
Yeah.
Yep. So that means that you can easily use Yuzhong or Lapu-Lapu here for AP Bren.
If it's
down,
any of those two,
Yeah.
is a Rafa Brody making sense for Blacklist?
Yes. Yes, because you can get out of harm's way when you're facing up against front to back. You can just back out, wait for their ultimates to be down, and then just get back to the fight. Well, Rafa Brody, that's a good one, or maybe Florian actually.
For Blacklist?
For AP Bren.
Oh.
Whoa.
Okay.
Did I say a bad word?
No, it's not. It's a magic word.
It's a magic word. Okay,
Oh,
so
it's a
Benedetta
Kufra.
is there. And as we mentioned, and the Kufra, they still, I think it's smart though, because surely the Rafa Brody is good, but because they pick up the Kufra, they take away a good hero for Renegade.
That's right. And now Renegade is the one who has to compromise.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless, what if? No, I don't think this is the setup for it. Renegade can play the Novaria again, but this is not the setup, folks. Don't try this at home.
What if they go back and bring out a Faramis for Renegade?
I'd rather, I like it, but it should be Haji to pick it up.
And it's a Roam
No,
Novaria.
Roam Novaria.
Okay. So we laid down the options. With 10 seconds, who do they lock in?
You can stand up.
I get one.
You can.
I
you
get
a stand
one.
up.
There it is. But do they switch it?
They do switch it. So
Okay.
you get another one
All
too.
right.
Hey, we're on fire today, boys.
Yep.
Great way to
Fine.
end the first half of the regular season.
Great way to close. Great way to close.
Okay, Vision, of course, favoring Blacklist and the support because imagine like having Faramis, just so much sustain that they can get. But at the same time, the damage is overwhelming there for side of AP Brand. The Boom Boom is still alive. Their team fight and their early to mid is there. The way for Blacklist International to win this is if they have good, maybe mid-game Ube timer, perhaps.
Yeah, short to say, AP Brand, if they have their way, they're going to run over Blacklist.
It's been a hell of a series and a hell of a season so far. Here we are in game number 3. It's been competitive all throughout. Remember, in game number 1, AP Brand were run over by an Irithel Angela combo. Game number 2, bring out the Benedetta for Flap. Ogwin with the El Baka. Showed up really greatly for AP Brand. That's a midnight trademark. But now here we are in game number 3. Who will take this series? And in the first half of the regular season, with a lot of bragging rights and a good amount of points as well.
I'm still favoring the Baksha all the time. And especially because it's Burn Esports, they know how to utilize it. We did recommend the Benedetta, right? And Flap TC went in for Impure Rage. Because why not?
He's loading the game from game 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, but then again, this is Blacklist International with the Haji Faramis. And you know that if you bait AP Brand to your bubble and they make a mistake, it's easy for them to punish.
Yeah, very say Haji is one of the best in terms of timing out the Nether Realm.
That's right.
Similar to how Oh My Venus plays the healing type supports.
Yep.
He's willing to wait for the last possible moment to maximize the counter punish once it's finally up. Anything interesting about our emblems?
Apart from the Impure Rage, it was very surprising. And okay, it's Brave Smite for Terizla, for Edward.
Actually, yeah. What do you usually see there?
I understand why. It's because besides the Nether Realm, it's all on him and Sensui to peel.
Yes.
That's it. That's why they're both rocking the Brave Smite.
Yeah. Caltese roast the Dreadnought armor already, actually.
That's what they call in the business a casual Dreadnought armor.
A casual? Does that imply the existence of a formal
a competitive?
Competitive. Okay. I was thinking in a fashion sense. Sorry about that.
Yeah, a competitive Dreadnought armor, or maybe a formal Dreadnought armor.
A rank Dreadnought armor?
Yeah, with a tie on it.
Here we go. 2 minutes in. Turtle spawned. Kyle Teasy first at the scene, going for the pull. Sensui waiting on Edward for the support. Up top, though, is Super Marco and Web dueling. AP Brand Fuse stole away the Nether Realm, and there's a jump. Oh, and it's answered back by a penalty zone Nether Realm of their own. And look at Edward, very low. Another Nether Realm. Nether Realm on Nether Realm. Nether Realmception as Edward falls. Few takes his head. Now Haji's up next on the docket. Back onto the turtle. Few gets out of here. He knows this is not a space for him to be in. As Sensui recovers. Sensui back onto the turtle as well. Flapteezy hunting for the hitman. Where's it gonna go? Turtle scored by AP Brand, and they collapse onto Sensui. That's one more down. AP Brand goes 2 for none.
Hey, shout out to AP Brand. There was a microplay that they did. When they saw that Ogwin is actually nearing level 4, Baksha stopped attacking the turtle. And Sensui was left in a very awkward spot where, should I burst the Lord or should I fight? But he was already in the middle of the pit. He was in a point of what they call the Zugzwang from chess, where there's no play that you can do. And when Ogwin popped and had the ultimate up, he was able to land the ultimate so that he was able to isolate Sensui, stun him up, make way for Caltese to get the retribution, and then kill off the Fedrin. My God, the AP Brand.
Thank you for teaching me a new chess term, the Zugzwang.
Yeah, Zugzwang.
The only chess terms I know are Queen's Gambit and Anya Taylor-Joy. Blacklist International now.
It's not a move.
Maybe. I appreciate her. Blacklist International. Dare I say, it was quite uncharacteristic of them to continue going after that turtle. Usually Blacklist aren't afraid to just say, hey, let's back off and just bounce back in the next one.
Yeah, let's cut our losses, move on elsewhere. But real quick, before something else breaks out, I gotta say, that wouldn't have been possible. The Zug Swang that was forced by Ogwin would not have been possible without Ogwin's talents.
Yes.
Right? He's doing the Valentina everything shoes because he's moving so fast.
Yeah.
So he's basically crip walking around.
The Valentina everything shoes.
Wolf broke it down earlier better.
Yeah. VES, we'll call them Vessies.
Of course.
I'm not referencing anything.
He has wilderness blessing, he has quantum charge, and he has agility.
Yeah.
Anyways, I would like to also commend Few because he was able to make sure that the Netherrealm was the Netherrealmception, and then FlapTZ outputting the damage. I'm not entirely sure if we can calculate the impact of the Imp Rage, but we know for sure that every 8 seconds you deal adapted damage. That's pretty huge when it comes to extended team fights.
Oh, massive vision.
Quick jump in by Ogwin. They all know where they are. And quickly, just as much, there's a Netherrealm. And KyleTzy jumping into the back. Puissance Edward in trouble. Netherrealm from AP Bren as well, stolen away by Few. And just like that, they are at a stalemate, but AP Bren stands their ground.
Oh man, this duel of Netherrealm timings between Few and Haji is a treat to watch. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, it's a trade out. Blacklist gets the bottom tower.
Yeah. This is what is always good about Blacklist International. They're not giving away things for free. Still, they are struggling by a lot. And credit goes out to Ogwin once again in the turtle fight, going in for Edward. And then the entirety of AP Bren dodging the penalty zone. Oh, KyleTzy gets something for free!
Drive by!
He did it!
Where'd it go?
Where did it go?
Sensui walked away from it. If I'm not mistaken,
right.
that should be the case.
Yeah, that should be the case.
Yeah, for a second there, wait, he's orange, but wait, no, there's
There we go! Hey, catch him! Edward's gonna fall here. Ogwin scores 1, and KyleTzy's not done. He says, get over here. Haji goes! Super Marco gets a ball right in his face, point blank range, and Renegade gets on out of here. But just as quickly, Blacklist finds a rotation in mid. No one home.
Folks, it's the AP boom boom that we're seeing. It seems like AP Bren have learned from game 1. Have learned from game 2, and they're applying everything here in this game 3.
Yeah. It's just a combination of all of the good things that they applied and eliminating the wrong things that they did in game number 1. And we can see that AP Bren, especially with how they are utilizing this backsha, the speed of play that they're doing, the Antikyras now available for KyleTzy means that the damage output coming out from OHEB, which relies heavily on the early stages, is going to be nullified. We know that the Brody, when you play it, you have to also be in command of the game.
Sui actually used a retribution. I think they were trying to make a play there for the roamer of AP Bren, Ogwin. Vision provided, so they know where they are. Look at FlapTZ doing work up top.
Yep. And now Blacklist are forced to answer. They're sending Edward over there to deal with the situation. And I wonder if that's enough time, because AP Bren are going to be a man up if Edward stays.
Okay. Ooh. Saw someone get hit by that Astral Recall. Now Blacklist International are forced in an unfamiliar territory for this series, wherein it's not close. Heading into the mid-game portion, it's very much AP Bren. They can't even contest this turtle.
It's huge. 3K for AP Bren. All 3 turtles over to the black and yellow as KyleTzy checks in. Not going to be able to steal it, but still has a retribution up.
4,000 gold lead for AP Bren, and they're taking over the map now. I wonder if Blacklist International are planning to kind of split for now.
Yep. Whoa! OHEB, very, very aggressive. Might go ahead and take down FlapTZ, and he gets his way.
What a read there by the Filipino sniper, but in the bottom lane is a trade out. Blacklist International are going to lose their turret down bottom. The second one there, unless... Oh, yeah, it's gone.
It's gone. Man, OHEB, I can't believe that he's able to calculate that. And he knows that he will be able to take down FlapTZ. If you think about it, FlapTZ did not have any defensive item apart from the...
Whoa! No. Spotted! KyleTzy uses the retribution to stop OHEB's recall!
Wow, what a decision by Kyle.
That was just a pixel. Honestly, he saw just from 1 pixel in 1 frame of a second.
Yeah.
And he was able to pop the retribution.
He knew he had a feeling. Killer instinct. And right now, Edward coming in. Flicker penalty zone. Forcing out another realm. Super Marco pop by Haji, and they're continuing. They're fighting onwards. KyleTzy gets pulled in. Renegade throws him over. An Astral Recall. Haji with a double kill. And they're not done. Ogwin very low. Edward's still alive. Wailing away. Hammer time. Can't touch this. Blacklist pushing in. Down goes KyleTzy. Haji goes for more. Ogwin the only one left. What's going on?
What is going on here? Blacklist International. Edward with a flicker penalty zone, changing the fortunes and the story of this game. It's now neck and neck.
My goodness, Edward, what a beast. Going in for the blade armor, radiant armor. And you can see, even a few tried to go for the play, for the defense. He scratched his head afterwards because Sensui was ready for him. The taunt was just pixel perfect. And now, the tides have turned. Blacklist International now have the tempo.
Could have sworn this Lord was going to be all AP Brent, but now it's 50-50.
Yeah.
They didn't even have Brody during that fight.
Yeah, when all else fails, Agent Zero. Blacklist International, let's see now. Can they continue this momentum or will AP Brent find a way to turn things around? Penalty zone entry.
Astral Echo spots so many of them. There's Super Marco with the Worldie. Mind you, Haji still has another realm, and the fight continues. So much green spent by AP Brent. So many ults down the drain.
That's right.
And look at this. Flapteezy just about to respond. Ogwin with the jump. Haji spots Flapteezy. No one home, and AP Brent looking to blitz this Lord.
Flapteezy making a great play, going for the long lane push.
Sensui?
Oh, trying to go for steal, and there's one. Electro final blow underneath. NetherRealm the answer back end. The Lord goes over to Kyle Teasy, and they're not done. Haji here saves a little bit of the NetherRealm. Renegade with the answer back. AP Brent happy with that victory.
Wow, what Blacklist, what AP Brent did there. A Super Marco gets hit by the Navaria. Flapteezy split push up top. Force Edward to go back. AP Brent read the situation was 5v4, and they just said, we'll win this, even though it looked really shaky because Haji got to save Sensui with that NetherRealm.
Exactly, and also Edward popped the penalty zone very earlier on, wanting to lock down Kyle TZ. Unfortunately, Oheb wasn't ready for the team fight.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was the long lane push that allowed Flapteezy and the rest of AP Brent to control that Lord. Great dance.
A great reflection of the series so far.
To be honest, it didn't look like a dance, but folks, it was a dance.
It was. Let's see if there'll be more of that. Oh, there probably will be. Oh, there's a lot of vision provided. That wasn't the last, but maybe the first of many in this series. Renegade continues to hit those astral recalls as AP Brent will now take down the middle turret and will probably get more.
That's a push up top. Next up on the docket is mid. Haji catches a few balls. Super Marco does the same from Renegade. And AP Brent, so calculated, so precise, gets on out of there.
Wolf,
Crowd claps.
I'm pretty sure you agree with me here, Wolf, that it takes a lot of bravery to force a turnaround play, even though it looks so shaky, after your opponent equalized a massive lead that you had.
Exactly. You need a lot of resolve to actually get back to the fight. Well, the basic thing is you have to mark what spells did your enemy use. Let's just say they won a team fight, but they had to use Flicker onto Edward, for example. Yeah, they had to use Purify on Haji. And sometimes you can use that to your advantage.
Oh, Blacklist International
ouch.
Using this purple buff as bait, trying to have AP Brent move on forward, but neither team falling for it. Interestingly enough, Sensui secures but uses his retribution.
Still a very close game. Item check, still very close in terms of the gold. Only around 900 separating the gold laners. Wolf, anything else we're looking at here?
Of course, the blade armor, very good pickup for Terizla, as well as the great armor that he has against Valentina. Now, Flap, after feeling that wrath coming out from Oheb, he decided to go for full-on defensive build. After the Bloodless Axe, went for the Radiant Armor and the Tikeras. Very important in this fight to be able to tank up. All the damage should come from Super Marco as well as Few.
Keep this Bruno alive. It's the mission here for AP Brent. Someone drops a conceal. Kyle gets spotted. Who are they going to go after?
They jump on Agent Zero. Now they're taking their time. Not a good engage just yet. Haji looking for a pull. Oh, that's a disengage.
Oh, we're getting to the exciting and very tense portion of the game where it's very close. The second Lord getting closer to 15 minutes. It could be massive. We might see a long dance and maybe another rush by AP Brent. Depends how Blacklist will respond. Benedetta's Flapteezy has been a thorn in the side of Blacklist International, though. All the space he's providing in the threat, he provides split pushing.
Here we go. The dance initiated by Kyle Teasy with the pull. Blacklist International in control of the bush as they go for the flank.
Flap on the long lane again.
Astral Echo thrown out. This is how you set up a dance, folks. And there's a knock-up. Edward with an early penalty zone. Haji and the gang lean into it hard. Super Marco throws out some balls. spends that worldy, and there's a jump by Ogwin, a 3-man ult, and they spend that ult, they spend another realm. And they're going, they're still forcing it. Easy falls here. Super Marco still alive. Super Marco very low. They're in trouble. He takes down Edward, and they're still engaging. Oh, there's a Astral Echo and Astral Meteor thrown out. 2 for 1 so far, the exchange.
Oh, AP Brent couldn't catch Oheb.
But just the same, it looks like Blacklist are just happy with the Lord here. Super Marco has a beat on Renegade. Super Marco facing off against Insui, and they secure a Luminous Lord. Blacklist with a dub.
And you would have thought that it will be good already for the side of Brand Esports, but they still lost that fight.
Haji forcing the flicker out. A few. Wolf, continue.
Yeah. You would have thought that that will be already Brand Esports with a nice jump coming out. But Oheb was able to flicker out, able to keep himself safe, and by the way, didn't even have the Wind of Nature during that fight, so...
Here we go, quick clear. Tensui egging them on. Lord here gonna get disintegrated as Ogwin sets up for a jump. Finds one, Coyote Easy melted down by Oheb. And just like that, it's go time! Edward comes in with the penalty zone, catches a few balls, and not enough damage. And that's another realm spent by Haji.
Oh man, I like this decision from Blacklist. They're forcing errors because they have the minions from all lanes pushing in. And every time Brand Esports will not want to defend, they're poking.
Yep, they're forced to respond. Electro final blow underneath.
Oh, he gets
Tier
knocked
3 down bottom. And Oheb spends the torn apart memory just like that. AP Brent still breathing. AP Brent defends. Oh, so close.
What a
Super Marco just one more Astral Meteor away.
That's like 3 or 4 great blocks now by Ogwin protecting Super Marco from the Novaria.
Yeah, Ogwin. Well done.
The bodyguard.
The bodyguard, indeed. Oh.
Is that the bodyguard? Huh? Well, always love. That's the song, right?
No.
I'm not.
I can't remember.
I can't.
My mom used to watch that movie.
Yeah.
Not me.
Yeah.
My mom.
Yeah. I'm sure.
Kevin Costner.
Kevin Costner. What a great dude.
Yeah. And right now, all the errors right now have been Costner's for AP Bren. The Blacklist International keep forcing error after error.
Yep.
AP Bren needs to gather it up, and they have to watch out for the fact that Edward, with his late entries, by that Terizla is massive, and they need to catch out Oheb. At this point, the information is probably up that he's about to get his flicker back. They need to get that Brody down. Without that Brody, Blacklist will lose a lot of damage, but they also have to watch out for potential turnarounds by surprise ghost bursters from the Faramis. Certain factor that is frequently is very low key in Faramis matches.
Yep.
But you have to watch out.
It's overlooked.
Overlooked,
It's what usually teams do here. Interestingly enough, what Blacklist now has in spades is vision. So easy for them to say, you know what, there's something over here, we can move over there, answer that, Edward. But they have to think about it very well because on the other side, AP Bren, they can work on this long lane all day. Flapty has been doing this for days now. Well,
exactly.
Perspective-wise, he's been doing it for days.
Yeah. And that's very important. But it's weird because in the last 2 important Lord fights, it kind of felt like Blacklist International aren't that scared about the long lane push. And they are winning the Lord fights afterwards. So something tells me that Blacklist International have prepared for the long lane push during Lord dances.
Okay. Blacklist International, one of their go signals is if they see Edward Flapteezy's far, they go a little bit more forward, and they're doing just that. Lord down to 30k. Oh, this could be anyone's.
Here we go. Lord at less than half. Lord at a fourth. And they're taking their time here since he has a retribution. Mind you, one of the sharpest in the country.
Edward,
sharpest in the world. Here comes Flapteezy. Gonna try and pop that immortality. Oh, not on my watch, says Haji. And okay with a jump. Watch Super Marco kicking them balls. Sensui's down. Where's this Lord going? Flapteezy falls. Sensui still secures. But Sensui falls. Oh, Lord Marco. Kicking balls. Kicking balls. That is point blank as Kyle DC secures a kill. Onto Edward. Is he going to go down? Oh, wow. They're so good at protecting themselves. The trade so far, 2 for 1. But Blacklist wins.
I definitely believe that Blacklist are very happy about that. Even after losing Sensui, when they lost 1 for 2, they still got the Lord, and Flapteezy is going to be down for 18 more seconds. Plenty enough time to position themselves for the side of Blacklist International.
Straight up instinctual by Sensui. Immortality popped. He stood back up. Red Tree 1 gets taken down, but Blacklist are happy that their jungler got the Lord. You saw there the desperation from Super Marco. Oh, I popped this Immortality. Let me just get one more hit. No, he Red Treed the Lord away from my feet. Wow.
And that's what's going to be coming into play here as we wait for this Lord to crash into AP Bren's inhibitor down bottom. The frustration. You got to imagine what's going on through AP Bren's mind. You could have sworn that was the perfect engage for them.
It really looked like it. But now they have backs against the wall. And Blacklist see them.
Shinsui knocks up Kyle Teasy. Kyle Teasy holding the line. Pops the Puissance. Lord still up. And Blacklist taking their time. There's a wave waiting to crash in mid. Once again, Edward in the vanguard. Edward is doing so much. Edward's just carrying more than his weight, maybe tenfold.
Mortality not available for Edward though.
Could be massive.
Here we go. Immortality on Kyle
Oh,
Teasy. The electro final blow. There's the knockup. Canceling the torn apart memory and the nether realm. And the answer back once more. Hachi is saving them so much. Edward's fallen. Kyle Teasy's down. Super Marco, the only one left alongside Kyle Teasy. And it's a 2v2. It's a 1v2. And Super Marco is the only one left. The lone survivor from AP Bren.
Can he? Super Marco, you're going to have to dig deep here near. Pull off a miracle or will Blacklist not force it?
Oh, gotta clear the waves.
They're not gonna force it.
And there's the Worldie, the discipline from Blacklist International. They can take their time here. It's dozens of seconds until the next member of AP Bren is respawned and they pop the Immortality. It's just a matter of time. Blacklist International, they know they are seconds away from the dub.
Haji's here.
Oh! And that's it! AP Bren gets wiped out! Blacklist International gonna take the series to close off the first leg of Season 12.
Mas Pinas Lakas! The first half of the regular season of MPL Philippines Season 12 ends with a worldie of a game as Blacklist International take down AP Bren 2-1, and this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Are you not entertained?
Blacklist International just defeated the recently crowned IASF World Champions. They just defeated the SEA Games 2023 winning lineup. What now, everyone watching from all around the world? What now?
For me personally, Haji was the MVP. Edward also played so well. And no whip. You saw it was very quiet in the first few minutes, but in clashes that are very important, he was on point. But my oh my, Haji saved Blacklist International so many times. The Purified Tech battle spell coming out from Haji was so well put out and well planned. Flapteasy tried his best, and it looked really dicey already for Blacklist International. The control was there. But still, the fact remains, Bren Esports need to fix their tempo control after they take the first few minutes. Their late game, unfortunately, is not that good.
Tempo control. And I agree with you there, Wolf. Haji, clutch. Again, we talked about it. His nether realms. We were looking at Oheb closely during that last big clash in mid. He got out of the nether realm with just a sliver of health. One basic attack kept him alive, and the Immortality stayed up. Flap tried, but they just couldn't break him.
Was it the Lord fight? That was the Lord fight, right?
No, I'm talking about the mid. That big mid clash. And then at the same time, the pull from Haji. Shadow Stampede coming in big as well in that last one. That was a lot to dissect in that last clash
For
there.
sure. There's way too much that Blacklist presented. And all this time, what really irks me is the fact that I have no hand sign for Haji. We got one for Kill 1. We got one for Agent Zero.
Okay.
We don't have one for Haji. We need one for H-Town.
What's...
Sorry, KDA Machine.
KDA Machine.
I don't know why I don't know where H-Town came from, but yeah.
Unbelievable. I can't believe it because I guess the fundamental is always there. And because I asked if it was the Lord fight, and now I can confirm that happened more than once. The way that Haji is baiting his opponents by putting Edward up there, waiting for the most perfect moment to pop the Nether Realm. Maybe taking advantage of the body of Smith, of course, coming out from the turret stuff so that he's able to survive. But the moment that you saw that the entirety of AP Brent overcommit to Edward, NetherRealm pops, and now they're left in a very bad spot.
It's such an easy catch for what? 2 or 3 ults from AP Bren. All that Haji has to do, all the Black has to do is just NetherRealm.
Yeah, and the Purify as well, by the way, is important because sometimes he's very near the turret slot that he can easily be caught off, especially with a Petrify coming off from Flap TZ with the Electo Petrify combo. What you do is you can even like preemptively pop your Purify.
Yeah, because you have the window.
The window. You have the 1/4 of a second window.
Yeah.
And then you pop the NetherRealm and you're A-OK. Yeah. Haji just played like a beast.
An absolute monster.
What a monster.
Wow.
You know what? All of them.
Oh, yeah?
This is not a one-man job.
Yep. All of them deserve our flowers here. And folks, if you're just tuning in or only you've been watching MPL Philippines Season 12 news, this may not be the Blacklist International that you're very familiar with Oh My Venus and Wise, but this is still a Blacklist International you need to watch out for. And for the people who knew of AP Brand because of their performance at the IESF World Championships, this is the AP Brand that is now, after a hot start to the season, struggling after a shift in the meta. They lost all their series this week number 3.
AP Brand, they have to go back to the drawing board's factory and figure out what's wrong with their drawing board, and then go back to the drawing board and then work it out.
It might be because of this lack thereof of Spanish bread.
Oh yeah, they don't have Spanish bread this season.
Is that it?
There's a big scarcity of the Spanish bread now, you know.
And flour and grains in general.
Contrary to popular belief, there's no Spanish inside Spanish bread.
Oh, what is it?
But there's bread.
But there is bread.
Yeah. Okay. Bread Esports, AP Bread, AP Bren. Couldn't shake the bread out.
Unbelievable. That is one of those series that you feel that the series ended and it also ended you know?
Yeah.
I'm spent, man. I'm spent.
Like that really felt like, yep, that's the first half of the season done. That's it.
We've been here all weekend long, and it's bittersweet. It's bittersweet. We went through so many amazing moments tonight, and I foresee it. I'm gonna have a hard time falling asleep. This is gonna be playing over and over again in my head, and I'm thinking about it over and over again.
Yeah, hell of a series that we witnessed between AP Brand and Blacklist International. A lot to learn there, but of course, before Wolf breaks things down with the analysis, we're gonna have to go on over to the stage. So many great moments here, but now it's time to hear from the players of Blacklist International themselves and to see what they're feeling, because I'm pretty sure they're ecstatic that they got to end week number 3 with 2 missions accomplished. Marikina, your turn.
Everybody give it up for Blacklist International. Let me hear it from you. Blacklist? Wow, parang na-rehearse ha. Good job, everybody. Congratulations sa inyo. I really have to commend Rene J. Alam niyo ba na si Rene J is top 1 ngayon sa most heroes used. And sobrang effective ng versatility mo kasi yung iba, even though they use new heroes, hindi effective in a sense na sila natatalo. Ikaw naman, kadamihan na nananalo. In fact, most of the heroes that you've used, you've never used before. Like yung Rafaela mo, Novaria, madami, kadamihan because you had a different role. What's with this new Rhino J? How hard did you work for this and what's your motivation?
Siguro po yung yung motivation ko siguro yung mga taong di naniniwala sa akin. So, lahat naman po ng mga pinractice ko, lahat yun pinaghirapan ko talaga. Lahat sila, hindi ko agad-agad na master. Talagang ginrind ko talaga siya. Tapos nagtanong ako sa mga coaches kung paano gamitin yung bawat hero na yun. So, yun po.
Alam niyo ba, in 7 series, Rhino J has used 9 different heroes. Give him a round of applause. Great job, Rhino J. Edward naman, Edward. Ayan, sabi ko na nga ba, may titilig pag hinawakan ni Edward yung mic. Great job, by the way. Alam mo, kitang-kita yung dominance mo game 1 pa lang kasi ikaw kaagad nakakuha ng first 3 kills. Kita yung giggle, kita yung dominance. Pero maliban sa game, ang ating Hall of Legends, very influential Hall of Legends. Ito kasi, Edward, magkakaroon ulit tayo ng voting. for the next Hall of Legends inductee. In fact, hanggang October 5 lang. So napakabilis lang at magko-close ka agad yung ating voting. If you were to vote for somebody na hindi included sa Blacklist International, sino ba sa tingin mo ang deserving?
Tingin ko po si Coach Daki kasi matagal na rin siya sa Pro Seed. Ayan.
Si Coach Ducky.
Apo.
And what else? What is it about? Why do you think he deserves it?
Ayun, yung mga sibol, niya, yung mga achievements niya rin po na napapatunayan niya yung sarili niya. Ganun.
Inibitahan na muna natin din ang ating mga manonood, pati yung crowd dito, to vote kasi hanggang October 5 lang. Especially ikaw, alam mo yung pakiramdam na maging Hall of Legends inductee. Go ahead, share it.
Yun guys, mag-start na kayo mag-vote ngayon. I-vote niyo si Coach Daki.
Oh, okay.
Tama ba?
They can vote whoever they want, but he's gonna vote Coach Ducky. Thank you so much. Now, it's time to announce the match MVP. Let me hear some names. All right, let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Oheb! Again! Oheb, congratulations! Congratulations, tinapos nyo ang inyong round 1 on a great note. Now, you're gonna have a tough challenge ahead. Yung susunod na game nyo will be against Echo Philippines, which has evidently been a struggle since season 11. And the last time na tinalo nyo sila, actually, since upper bracket pa, nahirapan kayo ng M4. So what is going to be different this time around sa round 2 going up against Echo? And how are you guys going to handle this?
Siguro next week, hindi lang sa Echo, kundi sa mga iba pa namin kalaban siguro. Marami silang makikitang bago na marami may pasabog na ilalabas siguro next week na kaabang-abang talaga.
Meron ka bang message sa inyong fiercest opponent? Kasi ang Echo right now, solo number 1. Nobody near them. Everybody else is fighting for number 2. Do you have a message to them?
Siguro next week siguro marami silang makikita bago galing sa amin. Yun siguro.
And we're looking forward to that, Oheb. Once again, everybody, give it up for Blacklist International. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Congratulations to Blacklist International. And with that, Blacklist is at now 3rd place sa ating standings. Hihimayin natin ang kanilang magandang ipinakita. Babalik tayo sa ating casters. Pass up.
New hand sign proposed there by Wolf H-God for Haji.
Oh, right. Okay, so Agent Zero,
Okay.
PL1,
Okay.
H-God.
H-God.
Right.
Well deserved MVP performance.
Dude,
though
it looks
for
like an
Steve.
H.
It does look like an H. Thank you so much, Wolf.
Yeah. No, we have simple happiness.
Yeah.
We are happy with simple things.
We do. Congratulations to the Filipino sniper getting series MVP yet again for Blacklist International for Kill 1. They got a lot more left in the tank, but I'm sure Wolf has a lot more to say. So, Wolf, say something smart.
This is AP brand leading the charge and leading the economy, leading by every single thing. Real estate is theirs. But there was a team fight around the 8-minute mark that definitely bring the momentum back to the side of Blacklist International once again. Then all they had to do was win the team fights. So let's look at the MVP of this game, which I definitely agree with. Look at that. Wilderness, agility, mage emblem, and then the lethal ignition. So much damage from the Faramis. But what this allows as well is that you'll have a lot of shields with the Nether Realm. We'll talk about more of that later because personally I think the Faramis coming out from Haji was the MVP of this game just because of the fact that he was able to utilize his teammates to bait out the rotations coming out from his enemies, and then also pop the Netherrealm with the Purify so that it will be perfect as a way of punishment coming out from Blacklist International. Highlights. This is where we can see most important periods in this game. As AP Bren, it will be a very difficult fight, and Flap TZ is already showing us how it's done with the Impure Rage Benedetta, but will be duly punished later on. And then here's the Zugzwang, as Ogwen we said, and Sensui left in a very bad spot, was able to get the level 4, and then Cal TZ gets the Retribution afterwards. More of Bren Esports as they went into the top lane. Again, Ogwen making the good plays for the team. Had it been that AP Bren was the winners of this game, you can definitely say that Ogwen's performance was MVPs, but MVPs performance, that's Edward and Haji. You can see the Netherrealm perfectly placed. Sensui will be able to snag Kautizi. That was actually Haji with the Shadow Stampede play in the middle, able to snag one. And watch out for Sensui, because few, he will scratch his head after this play. He will try to defend with the dash, but Sensui with the taunt was there, ready for him. More of Blacklist International. Look at that lore dance, beautifully done. You would think that AP Bren have got this in the bag, as Ogwen was able to stun up Haji, but he was able to pop the Netherrealm before he was knocked up by Ogwen anyway, so didn't matter if he had the Purifier or not. And then Edward again being baited. Look at that Netherrealm timing coming out from Haji, and he's dealing so much damage with the Ghost Bursters in combination with Oheb's Torn Apart Memory. There's so much burst coming out from Blacklist International. Then Super Marco tries to go for the play. Edward with the flicker. Well done. You can see the threat of Renegade proven once again that he is the hitman. And another bait coming out from Haji. Look at them go. This time does still have the Purify. And will the Netherrealm, they're able to invite AP Bren once again to commit the mistakes. Haji being taken out, but that means that they will be able to defend it. This is Haji with the play. And of course, Oheb. Really surprising the side of Super Marco in there that didn't have the Wind of Nature. And Blacklist International wins the match, wins the series, gets their winning streak, and also pushes Bren into a 30-series losing streak. More of the important custom emblems that we saw. We already discussed how Haji played this, which is very well done. Few also went in for that play. Did not go for the Quantum Charge, went for the Impure Rage for the pokes, understandably so. Oheb going in for critical instead. So this is how he matched up against Super Marco. They both went for Fatal, but Oheb went in for Tenacity so that he's able to man up against AP Bren. Super Marco going in for the Dragon Spear this game with a Rose Gold Meteor. Does pack up a punch, and you can see that he's already outputting the damage against Blacklist International. Sadly, that will not be enough, as the Blade Armors are a lot coming out from Blacklist International. And another tech itemization coming out from Edward. Good tech pick with this Twilight Armor to go with the Blade Armor. So initially they wanted to go for the Kiras, but he went for the Blade Armor and the Twilight Armor so that the effectiveness of Super Marco will not be there. We know for sure that Twilight Armor has been reverted to its original form, where any kind of damage above 900 is not going to be that effective, and Super Marco really felt like he's hitting a brick wall when going up against Edward, and Edward survived this so much. Very instrumental to the comeback victory of Blacklist International. Still, MV3 showing us how it's done. Sensui also giving us a hell of a game with this game. And of course, Renegade with the vision and Duvario that he was able to show us. The Faramis last pick coming out from Blacklist International was near perfect. Giving it to Haji was the best decision, of course, for out of Blacklist International.
And it's going to be interesting to see how Blacklist International will consider this. Mirroring the legendary Mark Henry in a promo against John Cena, Oheb said, well, sort of said, we got a lot more left in the tank. We still have a lot to show. Let's see what else Blacklist will show. But you saw there, Edward, a shout out the legendary coach Ducky, Francis Glindro. If you aren't familiar with it, there's a lot of discussion going around in terms of who might be inducted into the Philippine Hall of Legends next. Coach Ducky is one of the names. And you saw Edward shout him out. And if there's anyone who can find a way to help AP Bren, a team struggling, to come back even stronger, that's Coach Francis Glendro, aka Ducky. Of course, Coach V is there as well. It's interesting to see how they're gonna bounce back from that gentleman.
You know what makes it interesting is I think Mara prefaced it and said anyone except members of Blacks International.
Yep.
But now I think alongside that discussion, if it was allowed to have nominated, there you go. I was going to say, man, I think it's about time. In addition to Coach Ducky, if it wasn't our good friend Ducky, it would be H-God.
Yeah. But then again, Ducky's a good friend. He also posted that he feels like he doesn't deserve the award.
Humble.
And I call it like, whatever, Ducky, I know ya.
Dude,
come on.
He's just keeping it real. He's just keeping it real.
Come on, man.
Thank you so much on behalf of Leo and Wolf. It's us, the We Bear Bros, closing up this half of the regular season. Now with Mara Aquino, who's going to be coming up in just a bit. By the way, we're going to have to mention here, though, the standings. Quick update. Echo is up top. ONIC Philippines at second. Blacklist International at third.
ONIC? ONIC second?
ONIC second.
Brent fourth?
Yep. No. ONIC Blacklist. Let me double check. APBR, RSG Philippines, then Omega, Banana Evos, TNC Pro Team.
Yo, this just speaks about how APBR is so ahead of this curve. They've been losing. They're still number 4.
All right, where our minds are getting blown here again. See y'all next week. Here's Mara.
Just like that, the first leg of the regular season has finally concluded after today's action-packed triple header. The Raiders kicked off our Sunday with a dominant performance. The Eradicator made quick work of the Phoenix Army to secure their second straight sweeping victory. After that, we were treated to a thriller of a series. Cram lands a fist to Ryzen to fulfill his threat of destroying Smart Omega to secure ONIC's 4th straight win. Finally, OHEB's clutch performance lifts Blacklist International past APBR to finish the first half of the regular season in the 3rd seed of the standings. Mas mainit na bakbakan ang dapat natin abangan simula next week dahil git-gita na to papuntang playoffs at M5 World Championship. Muli ako po si Mara Aquino, nagpapaalala na ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB player sa buong mundo ay mas Pinas lakas. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you next week.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.